Yeah, Michael, and those sheep aren't really ready, but hopefully maybe they'll get
Holy
something through their brain.
smoke. It's tough to stay in my shoes. It's just the ignorance is amazing to me.
And then we got to take the lecture from the Australian brother, and they're getting all the praise for how well they handled the disarmament of their people, and they're a shining light for how we should behave ourselves.
Well, how about it? Suckers. That's what I see. I don't get. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, my poor dog's here stuck. All right, there you go. Yeah, well, it's. I wonder, do any atheists own guns? You know, I didn't realize it was a thing.
Yeah, that's a good question. I imagine it's pretty hit or miss because they have the whole subjective morality. So I imagine some of them pack
So,
a little heat.
what did you
I know Nadia isn't.
what did you think about the spliced Sandy Hook footage?
Yeah, yeah, that was very entertaining, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, at a glance, because these people don't pay attention. So when you're just watching that at a glance or whatever, are they that lazy though,
How,
Michael? Ann?
how about it?
I mean, good lord.
I understand fully. Nadia, you're killing us with the
Lazy.
crotch shot.
Is it,
You're almost ready to give
oh,
corporate
hopefully it
speech
wasn't,
there.
hopefully it wasn't too bad. Anyway,
Your secret's still safe.
yeah, I hope that much didn't show. Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? The, changeover was, almost 4 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I don't
she's
know.
finally admonishing them.
I don't know what the deal is. I told them about it, told them I was making the leap, and nobody came over. I guess they're
Well,
talking about us.
yeah, well, these are the same people that the retards that think you just call the police if someone's crashing through your door and everything's fine. It's like rubbing a lamp and a genie coming out.
Um, yeah, there's, yeah, generally what's called a monopoly on violence that's, maintained for, what are generally relatively good reasons. Um, hmm.
Where are you right now, Nadia?
I'm in the, doorway, I guess, of the place. And yeah, if,
Looks like you're living pretty swank
you
these days.
um, what exactly do you mean by swank? Um,
I'm not sure either.
alright, so, okay, there's one. And should probably get, and everybody goes AFK. Everyone always goes AFK when I talk because no one can stand to listen to me.
Nope, I'm still here.
And of course,
What are you talking about, Nadia? We love listening to you.
not really. I'm generally considered almost unintelligible by most people. Out of both, well, grammar, phrasing, other aspects of spoken style, and maybe even more.
Yeah, well, I have to disagree.
All right. It's a relatively broad consensus, but regardless.
I figure me, you, and Michael Ann need to all hit the shooting range together, and celebrate being an American.
Yeah, well, when the transphobic employment discrimination slows down, so I, don't get put out on the street and die because my medicine can't be refrigerated. I mean, that's the most plausible threat that needs to be defended against, not any kind of attacks.
Well, shoot, I was just talking about having some fun there, Nadia. Go out shooting, shoot the shit, have a little barbecue, and it'd be awesome. You can smoke a cigarette too.
Yeah, well, that's not because it's fun.
Well, I was just throwing it out there, Nadia. Anytime you want to jump on it, the offer's open.
Yeah, bear with me. Hopefully I don't start feeding back. There's a lot of leakage coming out of these headphones and so on.
Yeah, they got bad leakage. Yeah. Sealed
Am I
cans would work a
sound
lot better.
am I sounding alright for everyone, or am I too echoey? Or...
Well,
You're
understand.
really echoey. I like Nadia's
The
joke earlier. That was funny.
echo
Cans.
that actually matters
Quit
is
playing
when
with
you,
yourself, Kurt.
the echo that actually matters is when you get feedback from other participants in the Hangout, which you don't.
Yeah, no, you just use the earplugs. I recognise that was probably going to be an issue. I had a Bluetooth headset, but that doesn't work too well with the mic. It gets too much static or something, interference from something else.
I know I keep posting videos on the side, but that other video I just posted there is also from my hometown, and it's a guy skiing my hometown, the actual neighborhood I grew up in too.
Yeah. In general, people can, tab out to take in visual information, but the audio can't be really dealt with while on a Hangout.
Yeah, with Chrome
So
you can't
videos
mix the
are.
audio separately. Chrome doesn't allow you to mix the audio separately.
It doesn't
Firefox
matter
does
if you
though.
mix it separately. It doesn't matter because it knocks you out of the conversation. You can't hear what people are saying.
Yeah. I was just watching that one then, Ludic. I mean, I just find it hard to sort of keep track of the video as well as listen to the conversation anyway. I'm not very multifunctional like that.
Well, no one can really keep two audio streams going like that. So, videos are a particularly poor source of information used in Hangouts.
If you have a look at my channel there, Ludic, you'll see I've got some photos posted of some of the areas around here, which are fairly remote sort of places just to the north of here that a lot of the tourists go and visit. Quite spectacular
Nice.
sorts of places.
Wow, that's beautiful here. That waterfall.
Yeah, most of them are only accessible by boat because of the rough terrain, mostly all rock up through this way, so yeah, all boat trips up through there. And then we have like 11 metre tides in one of the spots. I think Alaska's got something like that there as well.
Well, the as nice as kind of topping as geography might be for some, in the meantime, the mass shooting affair, etc., I think went off into the weeds at some point, and well, maybe people will need various kinds of correction or counter argument to and wander off. I don't know, Slim, were you going along with the SSRI theory or whatever?
You might have gone. I have think.
No, no, no. I'm here. I was just looking at an article about this guy who killed his mom. What was the question?
Oh, were you going along with the sort of SSRI theory on mass shootings?
Well, there seems to be a connection generally with people that are, under the influence, so to speak, of these drugs, prescription drugs. Not illicit drugs, prescription drugs. And there's even some warnings that the actual pharmaceutical companies kind of admit to causing certain episodes, psychotic episodes, and then we turn out, but yet they don't get called out. I mean, it's really Obama just comes immediately out the gate and says guns, guns, guns. It's strange.
You know, well, there are two issues. One is the kind of, failure of the inference because of, correlation not being causation. And the other is that the complaint about strategy is impact mitigation, right? Which is a very valid method of reducing harm.
Yeah, but I reject impact mitigation. In fact, I really find it to be immoral. I mean, and the prime example of that is the whole magazine capacity ban. I mean, when you tell someone that they can't have a 30-round magazine, but they can have a 10-round magazine, you're admitting that you're okay with 10 deaths, but you're not okay with 30. I mean, it's inherently immoral. I mean, and we have to take this on its face. It's completely sick, actually, to even consider that it's okay to kill 10 people instead of 30. But that's what a magazine ban essentially says, if you break it down to the ridiculous.
Do you hold then what is it? Crumple zones, seat belts, and airbags in cars to be immoral then?
Impact mitigation, that's not immoral at all. Listen, the fact is technology is going to sell cars, and if you decide that you want to build a car that doesn't have crumple zones for whatever reason, because this is your bizarre construct you decided to confront me with, that's your business. But I guarantee you, because Mercedes-Benz actually and BMW were famous for this, they would show their cars getting crashed in commercials. That was a selling point. So that's actually not really valid. See, because selling a 10-round magazine is not a selling point. That is a bona fide infringement. You hear me?
And is it not a form of infringement, as you would put it, that these higher cost materials and methods of construction limit the how cheap they can make the cars and how large of a market they can service and all that.
Yeah, the U.S. car companies were actually dragged kicking and screaming into building safe cars. And then at some point along the lines, the psychology of the consumers changed into, safety as a selling point. I mean, Saab was very famous in that area, Volvo extremely famous in that area, and Mercedes, of course, and BMW. I mean, Mercedes had a commercial back in the 70s. I remember seeing this on some video sharing site. It was showing a Mercedes being rear-ended a guy was driving a Mercedes at 60 miles per hour, rear-ended a parked car, and got out of his car. I mean, it took that kind of an impact, and was walk away. So it was a selling point. Yes.
I love how you added in Volvo and Saab. I forgot about those, but I would. But those are the next for sure. Advertise a lot of spectacular stuff regarding safety.
Yeah, I drove a Volvo 240 once, and that thing was a freaking tank. I mean, I would
I'm
have no
surprised you own
problems
up to
about
that,
pushing
Spud.
Hondas out of the way on my.
A lot of people
Those are
wouldn't own
like
up to that.
beer cans by
Tata
comparison.
and
I know Nadia didn't want to go that way, so I apologize.
what? Why are
Yeah.
Tata and I don't know other kinds of I guess almost like developing world cars that well are a heck of a lot cheaper
Yeah.
because they
US,
don't have that kind of expensive construction, etc.
right.
Barred from the U.S. market. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, the U.S. has probably among the highest safety and emission standards required on the planet. That's why Volkswagen is in trouble right now with their turbo diesel engines.
Yeah, big recall in Australia as well. All had to get
Yeah.
recalled.
Hey, I'm more inclined to buy a Volkswagen now more than ever. I mean, you know what you get with a Volkswagen that was cheating? You get horsepower.
Yeah, as well as about
So
50 times the emissions of when they were tested. And Volvo and Volkswagen is suffering the possibility of $18 billion in fines.
That's
but
because
still,
yeah, that's completely outrageous. But we're all in this global warming kick, climate change. So they have to be thrown on the stake. They have to be sent to the guillotine. Now we're gonna execute a company for daring to hurt Mother Earth with their
The world's largest car company.
so if well, you're buying the bullet of car safety standards here.
Yeah, Volkswagen is also.
Not much in terms of impact mitigation is going to sway you at all.
Yeah.
And furthermore, though, your I guess attempts to say that impact mitigation is invalid altogether are not going to be regarded by many as persuasive.
I'm not personally in saying anything against impact mitigation. In fact, I'm all for it. If car companies, I'm actually kind of regretting that I did
No,
not.
but she's talking about the impact of people who wish to commit murder in the process of committing suicide. That's the impact mitigation she's talking about, and that, yeah, we don't agree on.
Okay. I was just going to say there is an actual collision avoidance system that the next level up of trim for my current car had available, which I did not get. I don't trust the car to slam on the brakes for me.
Hey, well, listen, Fudd, I'm here to tell you, Fudd, you are obsolete. Driverless cars are coming. You no longer get to enjoy feeling curves and negotiating apexes. No, sir. Your car will dictate to you how quickly you get there, what route you take, and you just go ahead and suck it up.
Yeah, I know. The next car will probably be an auto drive car. That might be all that's available.
Are there places now in the US that actually have, you have to have that impact, safety airbags, everything like that?
Oh, there's
installed?
like 6 airbags in my car.
But is it a law in some states?
Yeah, curtain
I was
side.
not speaking of strictly
passenger.
literal impacts. I was speaking of, in terms of harm reduction strategies. Not merely reducing incidence of harm, but also, when the harms actually occur, reducing the amount of harm the incidents actually do.
Yeah, the car is also.
I was going to go on that path. Was it's only the wealthy that can afford to buy those sorts of cars, unless the government wants to step in and start, forking out for the cost of of the safety measures that they have installed, then it becomes a case where it's a fair playing field, as far as road users are concerned. Currently, as it stands, obviously the more money you have, the safer you are when you're on the road.
Well, you do have scales.
But it was not about cars. It was about the principle of impact mitigation employed in harm reduction, and in terms of various kinds of regulation.
Yeah.
Say with not merely cars, but also guns.
Right.
And in terms of that, furthermore, perhaps getting some kind of derivation of the principle from maybe Christianity or some such.
Yeah. I recently picked up an interesting, possibly apocryphal story about why the 10-round limit was picked for magazines. And that was the U.S. government, at the time of the assault weapon ban, was still well stocked with M1 Garands, which hold 8-round internal magazines, which, by the way, can be loaded very, very quickly. But that's beside the point. They had 8 rounds. They wanted to continue selling them, so basically the number they picked, more or less arbitrarily, was 10 for magazine capacity. It was an arbitrary pick. And when it comes to magazines that are interchangeable, that is, the M1 Garand uses an internal magazine, but it's loaded with something
concrete
block clip.
Well, the concrete applications of the principle are, at this point, less of an issue than, that the principle itself is denied.
Yeah,
right.
Well, I'm going to get to that. Here's what happened. Here's how it all folded out. All right, so they decided on the 10-round magazine limit. So instead of having a 15-round magazine, they're down to a 10. And then the gun companies are like, all right, we've been building frames for 15-round magazines, and the law limits us to 10. So what do? They reduce the size of the frame to accommodate just the 10-round magazine, producing a more compact, more concealable firearm in the handgun arena. It makes no difference in the rifle arena, because changing a magazine takes, a second or two. It doesn't really have any measurable impact on the lethality of a rifle. As far as the handguns, also with magazine changes, if you have spares, and you're counting, the moment the slide locks back, you hit the mag release, the mag drops out, you slap the next one in, pull the slide back, let it go, and continue shooting. So even that doesn't have any real mitigation factors whatsoever. But the unintended consequence of that ban produced more compact, lighter, more concealable firearms that carry the same ammunition.
Welcome, St. Tommy, and welcome, John. Good to have you both on.
So the principle didn't work.
The principle of impact mitigation. Even in terms of whatever kind of, however effectively it's been applied in the past, is itself not invalidated by some particular ineffective application. And furthermore, I mean, there's no actual counter-argument against the principle there.
Well, I agree with the principle in general, and if we do a deep dive on the statistics, the FBI keeps criminal statistics, crime statistics, and they break them out in various ways, so you can do a deep dive analysis on them. And I
let's
would go with the FBI numbers over the CDC numbers in this case, because the CDC is aggregated in such a way that you cannot do the deep dive. So you do the FBI statistics, which breaks down by region and everything. You'll notice, first of all, that over the past, I think, 15 years or so, there has been a trend declining in terms of violent crime. It's been declining for at least that I know of. There's also the Home Office keeps statistics for England and Wales. Scotland and Northern Ireland are for some reason not included in those statistics. I don't know. But at any rate, as a précis,
we filibustered Slim Jim out of the hangout.
sorry, but as a précis, violent crimes, the England and Wales 3.5 times more than the U.S. Murders, U.S. 2 times more than England and U.K. So, or actually, it might just be homicides, which is a superset of murders. But I haven't done the.
The disputing of the principle of impact mitigation was by, well, Slim Jim, who left.
Oh, damn it. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, we
I didn't even notice him.
welcome motion.
Because ultimately, the cause, if we're interested in impact mitigation, we would like to seek the underlying cause, right? And solve that rather than having to put band-aids over symptoms.
Impact mitigation is not about reduction of incidents.
It's not?
No.
No, oh, right. It's about reducing the harm per incident. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Well, bulletproof vests are ridiculously expensive, unfortunately, and uncomfortable.
Which is irrelevant to impact mitigation.
Yes, okay, fine. I'll grant you that. However, I will propose to you, there's a conjecture that more important than impact mitigation is actually reducing the number of incidents.
So, what?
And those come down to
You're denying that impact mitigation should be done?
factors. Yeah, well, things that need to be done are improving the standard of living of the lowest income people in the United States, for example. Higher standards of living lead to reduced crime rates. Reducing stress factors.
Standards
Things
of
like
living have
that.
been declining, at least for the poorest or whatever. So, the reduction of violent crime is unrelated to that. And welcome, Vane.
Well, I don't have enough data to link violent crime to anything particular other than economic status. That is, the better your economic status is, the less likely you are to commit violent crime. Of course, the likelihood never does drop down to zero.
Yeah, the very lowest don't tend to really even be able to keep or whatever kinds of weapons.
Yeah, these are obviously complex issues because there's a multitude of variables involved, and trying, you can
So,
freeze any set of variables
impact
to find a dependent
mitigation.
variable and get from that. And then,
Impact mitigation relates to the mechanism which is being used to carry out this incident or cause the incident.
well, once the incident is occurring, uh, depending on the incident.
You don't care about impact mitigation, and
Oh no! Once
would
the
you say
incident,
then fully automatic weapons are should be fully legalized?
well, semi-automatics are legal, and actually machine guns are legal in a fair number of states. Although they're basically toys for the rich because of our current legal system in place. It's probably outside of the scope of the conversation to go through what all the legalities are in order to acquire a machine gun. But
Yeah, so,
suffice it to say that the cost is on the order of getting personal transportation, except in certain cases, and lengthy time periods that you'd be waiting and so forth.
yeah, there you go. You don't want to reduce the impacts, and well, yeah, basically free Uzis for everybody.
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
What
And
would Harper
quite
Mercer have done if
honestly,
he'd had an Uzi?
those are not the guns that are used in crimes in the first place.
What would Harper Mercer have done with an Uzi?
He had an Uzi? If he had an Uzi,
No.
it was not legally.
No, it was a hypothetical.
Oh, if he had an Uzi.
Yeah.
It's a tough question because an Uzi can blow out 30 rounds from its magazine in approximately 3 seconds or less. I don't remember the RPM of a typical Uzi, and there's more than one model. Uzi is a brand, not a specific model. I mean, you might as well be talking about an H, and they make an MP5. The MP5 is available in numerous configurations, including 2-round, 3-round burst modes, as well as full auto for some of the older ones.
So, yeah, you want somebody
and they cost
like Harper Mercer wandering into a crowded area and spraying out, things in full auto.
Yeah, certainly in that case, you can do a lot of damage.
Right. And
now the question is, are you willing to? I mean, I guess if you don't care about survival, you're also not going to give a shit about taking a $10,000 machine gun.
Well, the reason why it's $10,000 is because they're being restrictive and mitigating impacts by mitigating impacts by economically restricting access, right?
Yeah, the supply is fixed by George Bush Sr. in 1986.
So, right, the economic restriction of access is, of course, how that impact is mitigated, right?
Okay. It reduces the incidence. It doesn't reduce the impact of an incident.
It does reduce the impact incidents because those who do this kind of thing can't get them.
No, but you know how easy it is to get an AR-15 and have a bunch of 30-round magazines on there, semi-automatic, not a machine gun, and just squeeze the trigger rapidly as possible in a very crowded area where you're likely to hit somebody. You're not going to dump as many rounds per minute as you do with a full-fledged machine gun, but you're still going to cause shock and awe across the news waves.
Even so, the full auto case proposed here is an instance of impact mitigation where the kind of damage possible to do by the full auto, etc., is I guess restricted from access by those in economic stress or whatever who would do these kinds of things.
To be honest, the only case I can personally recall of full auto weapons being used in a crime scenario in the late 20th century was a bank robbery in California with illegally converted AK-47s.
Which
And those guys both got killed.
doesn't really speak to the point, right?
Well, it does, because those weapons were illegally converted. They were not confined within the
It doesn't
realm
speak
of
to
the
the
law.
point because the impact mitigation is apparently successful because the mass shootings and such don't actually use them. Now, in any event, since I don't know, everybody got scared off by this.
I'm perfectly willing to change topics. I'm actually not a big fan of the gun control debate, but sometimes I get drawn in.
Yeah, it's not a very interesting topic to me either. Probably God or no God is a bigger issue, but
yeah,
no one's here for that, are they?
I'm not aware of any of these people being theists.
Tommy.
Oh wait, we got one, don't we? St. Tommy?
Yeah, all reason to get up in arms about God or no God is issues that Tommy's not really beating us up about.
Yeah, he's not like a few other people. What
do you say,
God or
Tommy?
no God debate? I don't know.
I can't help it. I try and hide it sometimes, that whole belief. But yeah.
Yeah, I found no evidence for the existence of the supernatural where God is typically classified. And if there are rules by which God operates that are inviolated, never violated, logical rules that can be mathematically described, that drags God down into the natural realm. So I know that sounds kind of a weird tautological type of thing, but it just removes another thing from the supernatural and brings it into the natural realm, just like so many other things have been, like the weather and earthquakes and volcanoes and what have you. As we gain more and more knowledge about how nature works, there's less room for any concept of a supernatural cause.
Okay. I'm
Well,
headed back upstairs where.
if God does show up in your world, please remind him that I want to raise another bonus.
Yeah. Mind you, he'd have to actually be very. I don't know what it would take. I honestly don't know what it would take me to convince me that. I don't know what it would take to convince me that, a entity that I was speaking to or was communicating with me was indeed God, as opposed to a phantasm of my mind or just some other really intelligent creature.
Yeah, I'm very suspicious of my mind. Perhaps not suspicious enough, but it seems good. It seems good to, at least in my case, not trust my mind, but so much. Seems healthy and truthful.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact that my memory tends to be unreliable.
Yeah, those learned memory thingies I've heard about, the phenomena of recalling, and every time you recall it, it alters the digital script, so to speak. And yeah, treacherous to own a mind. Who could trust it? At least mine.
Yeah, I forget things, or I misattribute them, or stash them in the wrong category, whatever.
Could you imagine what would happen if, well, it would be probably the military to start with, if they could ever get a device that is like a memory storage that you could just call on whenever you wanted to.
Oh, I would love such a tool. It would save me so much effort looking up
And
things.
you'd find your car keys a lot quicker as well.
Yeah, for what I do, having perfect recall would, and the ability to search through large amounts of very complicated documentation would be of immense benefit.
Yeah, I have been thinking about it a little bit lately there, where how our intelligence will progress, and when you have the likes of the Chinese government who are willing to toy around with those sorts of areas ethically, then with their history, they would be probably one of the leading candidates you would expect that would go down that avenue of manipulating the human mind and using some sort of artificial means of using some sort of storage device or something that you could plug into,
Yeah, the Chinese would probably go beyond the simple storage and look up and want to actually also hack your mind to change your attitudes and your opinions and such, which is, and not only that, but monitor exactly what you're thinking. So I would not trust their hardware for that particular application. I'm not really sure who I would trust, though, in that respect, because so many governments have been shown to be quite all too willing to violate their own laws in order to achieve whatever ends particular groups are interested in.
For the good of the people and the children and puppies everywhere. There's so many big brothers to choose from who are willing to reprogram us, yes, for our own good.
You would expect that they would, well, it would put it this way, it would eliminate the need for any schooling if they were able to start to get that sort of technology happening, and so you'd probably end up with something like a little memory stick that suited for like 0 to 5-year-olds and one from 5 to 10-year-olds, and as you grow, you just get an update.
Well, okay. Now the question is, do these sticks just hold facts and figures, or do they also program your reasoning processes as well?
Wow. Think of the porn storage.
Well, I guess it would incorporate everything that was ever required, and and if that's what you wanted, then that's what you could get. But like I was thinking more along the lines of just the simple fact is having all knowledge accessible to you whenever you needed it, which would mean everything would be, basically at your fingertips. If you wanted to know how to build something, you knew how to do it. If you wanted to speak a different language, you knew how to do it. And just it would break down so many barriers or all that time it would take to learn to do something. It was just all on tap.
Yeah.
And
just like in the Matrix, just download the appropriate program and boom, now you know it.
Pretty much, yeah. But I think that it's going to be one thing to sort out the programs, but it's actually trying to how you work out how to wire that into a brain and how the actual brain uses that information would be the thing. At the end of the day, it's all electrical impulses at the smaller level, at the molecular level.
Well, it's also the connections. I mean, I heard recently that the mouse brain has been fully mapped, and the data to do so required 450 terabytes of storage. And extrapolating up to a human brain would require half the total available digital storage currently available on the planet Earth. And that was with, what did they call it, neuronal or neuronic mapping. That is, they were actually mapping not just the neurons, but all the connections. So that was a fair amount of data.
Well, if it was my brain, it might not be that big. It might not.
Yeah, but, well, yeah, and the question is, how different are the mappings of different individuals? For example, with DNA, it's a relatively simple thing. Human DNA is roughly about a gigabyte of storage or so. And then for other individuals, all you need to do is just have, you have a reference DNA, and then for all the other individuals, you just store the differences, which take up a whole lot less space. It's a very common method of compression. And so essentially, you can have whole genomic sequences for every individual alive in a relatively small amount of storage, like a laptop computer, for example, or a portable, terabyte hard drive. Yeah, I might be doing my arithmetic a little off there, but certainly a whole genomic sequence for each individual would be relatively easy to store. The brain mapping, on the other hand, is vastly more complicated. And then there's, of course, what do you do with all that data?
But I was just looking up some information there that I recall seeing there at the beginning of the week, where they had a breakthrough here at the University of New South Wales, just relating to quantum physics. I'll just read this out from the news release. It says a UNSW-led research team has encoded quantum information in a silicon using simple electrical pulses for the first time, bringing the construction of affordable large-scale quantum computers one step closer to reality. So that's just something that's happened in the last few days. They've released that information.
I think I saw something about that. Yeah, something like being able to store millions of qubits in a relatively small
Yeah.
space. So.
It just states, unlike conventional computers that store data on transistors and hard drives, quantum computers encode data in the quantum states of microscopic objects called qubits. So everything will be massively reduced in size if they can get that working.
Well, you know, the transistor was disruptive technology to vacuum tubes. And likewise, transistors got miniaturized to nanometer scale features on silicon wafers. So if this is operating on the same order, and I'm being purely speculative because I only saw the headlines, so to speak.
I can read on if you like and just explain that a bit more if you.
I know that there were patents filed for the technology. So, but yeah, imagine a laptop computer in 10 years having the computational power of all the computers we have now. Or at least the storage.
They were saying they were able to demonstrate a highly coherent qubit, like the spin of a single phosphorus atom in isotopically enriched silicon. It can be controlled using electric fields instead of using pulses of oscillating magnetic fields. So it goes on a little bit more. I won't bore everyone with that, but yeah. Quite exciting times for obviously the new University of New South Wales.
Certainly, that's no doubt about that. Especially if it does indeed come to fruition, on a commercial scale. Because I know they've been working on the idea of quantum computers for decades now. Using quantum entanglement principles and such, but
when you think of where we were, even 10 years ago with the advancements in technology and particularly with within medicine and that sort of thing, who knows? Another 10 years time, we could be growing our own limbs. Who knows? If you have a missing limb, they might be able to regrow. You might be able to regrow a limb or something like that.
Well, you might be able to just have an injection that contains a bunch of nanobots that are actually organic based instead of silicon based and act as symbiotic, like symbiotic bacteria in our systems, but they're designed by humans, and basically keep a master record backup of our DNA and are able to hunt down, kill cancer cells, other infections more effectively than our own.
And then, it is with the area in the military where they're going to be looking to pursue these technologies where it's going to benefit them, even on the ground troops and that. But obviously it brings up those ethical issues as well as to how far do you manipulate the human body.
Quickly heal wounds, no more aging. I mean, there's really no limit. If you think, well, there are limits, but because I imagine you couldn't have quite true immortality, that is, a sufficiently grievous wound would still be fatal. But such technology you could definitely take a very long way if you're willing ethically to integrate it with humans. So that we would basically be directing our own evolution, so to speak. We would actually have actual legitimate intelligent design.
Yeah, and like if we ever do get off and go into stellar, I think we would be nothing like we are now by the time we get to that stage. So.
Oh, almost certainly. In fact, what we'll
Yeah.
probably be sending out as robots
Yeah.
because they're cheap and disposable. And having a long lifespan has other consequences too, because you can't just keep popping out children at a high rate with a long lifespan. If your lifespan is on the order of thousands of years, you don't want to have the same birth rates that we have today.
If you could genetically modify somebody where they wouldn't need as much energy to survive, then you wouldn't need to grow as much or eat as much.
I imagine that there are hard physical limits because every chemical reaction requires energy or gives up energy, depending on whether it's an endothermic or an exothermic reaction, that kind of thing. So there's certainly going to be hard physical limits involved. But we could certainly improve efficiency, I'm sure, to an extent. We might be able to make it so that we can be pure vegetarians, which would make food production far more efficient because, the fact that we eat meat, meat already results in a huge reduction of efficiency in food production because the meat itself that we eat has to have been raised and fed and so forth. So, we're coming down basically to how many joules do we need, or watts if you're interested in power rather than energy, to actually operate as a civilization. And the ultimate limit is what we're getting from the sun.
Yeah, that's very true. Yet we still don't use it to anywhere near its advantage of what we should be now. So.
Well, the technology is advancing, but yes, some of it is kind of weird, like, use of corn, for example, to produce ethanol to put into the gasoline of our cars.
Oh my God.
That's a form of solar, but it eats up arable cropland that could be used for other things. And let's not also forget the trees, which are responsible in a large part for keeping our air clean and maintaining oxygen rates, although we also have a large amount of marine life that does that as well, like coccolithophores and so forth. There's a lot we can do on a planetary scale for engineering purposes to maintain oxygen levels, keep CO2 down, and not soon enough to stave off certain climate change effects that are already kind of on top of us. But
Yeah, I was reading there, I think earlier today, there was around 3,000 people that get that have to move away from the ocean I can't think now whether it was every week or every month, but it's already starting to impact some of the areas just north of Australia and some of the lower lying islands around the Pacific.
Well, you can pretty much expect in the next 100 years, not saying that you'll live that long, but there is a fair chance that a fair number of coastal cities, like for example Philadelphia, is only a few feet above sea level. And in some places it is pretty much at sea level. London, for example, already has flood control on the Thames, But that's a stopgap measure.
Venice is another one where they've had to redo theirs, I think, and Bangladesh is the big concern, I think.
Oh, Bangladesh is in serious trouble because, I mean, annually they get seriously nailed by monsoon season anyway. Imagine how much worse it would be if the water was just a few feet higher.
Yeah. And they've all got to go somewhere, so yeah, it's already pretty cramped over that way.
Yeah. And it's not just, and you know, there's also going to be a huge loss of arable land.
Yes, true. Yeah.
So we got interesting times ahead. Although it's possible that the United States will go to war with Russia over Turkey or whatever because of NATO and whatnot, a repeat of World War I except on a grander scale and wipe out human civilization as we know it. Yeah, before the next presidential election.
But that's all right. As long as you got your guns, that's the main thing.
Well, it kind of makes the point moot, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, you know, like it's all in perspective, and no matter where you go around the world, every spot's got its own issues, whether it be on the micro scale or larger. So you can only do what you can do, and usually, as what they say, you know, everything starts from home. So whatever you can do yourself, and then work up from there, from the community, and then nationally, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, and even with all the data that we have, our predictive capabilities are still severely limited because of simple chaos. Even in a purely deterministic system, chaos produces effects that you can only calculate. Well, that is, you can only predict by running the calculations. And since typical chaotic systems are, well, you got two types of chaotic systems. You have the kind that are, the important kind are the ones that are extremely sensitive to initial conditions. Weather is one of those things. And so is climate. Climate is just weather over an extremely long time scale. And you have other situations where you have the exact opposite effect. That is, things just get damped out. So what you thought might have an effect just vanishes. And something that you didn't think would have an effect on the sensitivity side, you know, it's like just gets magnified beyond all expectation in spite of your computational models and such, that big people like the Department of Energy and Los Alamos National Laboratories and other institutions around the world with the big supercomputers are running continuously. Like very recently on the East Coast, like just literally this past week, last weekend, there was a hurricane coming up, and various prediction forecast models didn't converge until, you know, pretty much you might as well have just looked out the window. Is there a hurricane outside?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh, no, the sun is
I did stop that one. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on those sorts of things because we're in a pretty prolific area for cyclones here, so there's a couple of websites that I keep an eye on. So yeah, that one looked fairly nasty, but it was quite a fair way offshore, wasn't it?
Yeah, it drifted away. It could have come inland and caused Hurricane Sandy style devastation, or what happened just went out over the Atlantic, and yeah, there was rain and flooding and such, but nothing on the scale of Sandy on the Northeast. I mean,
is it still recovering in those areas at the moment, or are they all pretty well back on?
I think there are areas of Sandy that are never going to recover because the coastline was literally reshaped and certain islands were permanently submerged.
Where were you, Nadia, at that time? Because New York did get a little bit at that time, didn't it? Not hear me.
She should hear you. I've seen her typing in the side chat. Couldn't read it, but I've seen it. I know the MTA was underwater.
Yeah, no, it was obviously it was big news around the world where we could see the flooding sort of coming through. It was just south really was the main impact, wasn't it? Just south of New York.
Yeah, in fact, the southern edge of the eye came over where I live, and I took my motorcycle out and I rode through it. It was very spooky when the eye actually came, because it was like, torrential showers, and then all of a sudden it was like almost like flipping a switch where the rain turned off. The eye had pretty much disappeared, though, in the sense that you couldn't really look up and see clear sky. It was still overcast. But, the wind and the rain just effectively came to a stop. And then it started up again like 30 minutes later, except that the wind was blowing in the opposite direction.
Yeah, we've had a couple of nasty ones here.
I had a few trees on my property come down.
Yeah.
Well,
yes, I'm moving on. I'll be moving on in a month, so I won't have to worry about it anymore where I'm going. But yeah, no, they've had a couple of nasty ones. I think Nadia is looking to change the topic there, but I'm not sure whether you wanted to change it.
Yeah, if you move to Alice Springs, you won't have to worry about trees coming down on your property.
No, nothing in there. They do get the storms, but nothing like cyclones or anything like that.
Nah, it's just kangaroo shit in the air making the big storms.
So I was listening earlier on there today. I'm not sure whether you were listening, Fudd, to Seamus arguing about the cosmological. Is it the Kalam cosmological argument? Do you go into that too much with that?
I'm familiar more or less with William Lane Craig's presentation of it, and my primary objection, assuming Proposition 1 and Proposition 2, is you're left with a conclusion that the universe had a cause, and there's no additional information from which you can make any deductive arguments. That is, you're basically stuck hanging at there is a cause. And that's that. I mean, I think you have hit a wall at that point.
Yeah, that's sort of how I see it. I mean, I'm surprised that it's still being used myself.
Yeah, it's just a revamped version of the prime mover argument.
Yeah.
Which goes back to at least Socrates, because I know he used it.
But I still think that it was definitely an interesting conversation that he was having. I think he was probably getting a little bit fed up with DPR, and by the end of it, we pretty much didn't really want to talk about it anymore. But yeah, no, it was interesting all the same. That it sort of showed a few flaws on each side that I could see. But and then I think Art was actually talking to Seamus along a similar argument. I can't remember which one it was now, but
yeah, that's the part I heard. Seamus asked Art how much logic and philosophy he knows, and started questioning like, "What's molus tollens?" and what's this fallacy and what's that fallacy? Those kind of things, and which Art didn't have answers for, and so Seamus therefore concluded he knew more about philosophy and logic. Well, philosophy, okay, yes, because it has terms of art. Logic, okay, maybe not, because logic is, at least from my point of view, a mathematical discipline. And now, I don't know if this is a correct statement of Molins-Tollens, but I believe it's something along the lines of P implies Q. If P, then Q. All right, that's fine. no problems there. But people make a fallacy. They say Q, therefore P. That's a fallacy because it's not, the converse is not true necessarily. For example, you could have R also implies Q. So
Right, yeah.
when you have Q, now you've got the possibility of P and R. And you can expand on that indefinitely. That is, a whole bunch of things could imply Q.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm following you there. It basically means that there is, you can't pinpoint it, you can't pin anything down. You can keep sort of shifting it to suit yourself, to suit your argument, or vice versa.
Yeah, and also a problem I have with philosophy in general is apparently, and this is very obvious with the people using the Kalam, to start deducing what the cause may be from nothing, is you're constructing a logical argument that may actually well be internally coherent, but has absolutely no bearing on what the actual reality is. It tells you nothing about the reality. You know, the whole Platonic idea of just simply thinking about things is not going to give you any information about how nature actually works. You have to get empirical data. So the synthesis of empiricism and reason is an absolute requirement. And that is what the scientific method uses.
Right, yeah. And sorry, mate, I was looking at something then, just trying to read up a little bit more about it. I find, you know, perhaps maybe that one of the sticking points, like you say, like we know how quantum mechanics, how particles can sort of come into existence and come out of existence. I guess you could say randomly, you know, that it's not, at this stage, they don't know any mathematical formula to say where they're going to appear and why they appear.
Right. That's a complete unknown. It's currently treated using statistics.
Yeah. And that's where I see, you know, where it's been reduced to that endpoint, you know. I mean, no matter what point you're arguing to or arguing from, that's where you're going to come to.
Yeah.
And you can go, you know, ad infinitum after that, because no one's going to know until they work out why those particles do that. And mathematically, I guess, would be the only way that they're going to have to show proof as to what they actually do, because there's no way you're going to be able to see that sort of small scale.
Well, the string theorists are working on trying to find some ultimate determinacy, I think. But they may be doomed to unverifiable results and always having more than one competing theory. I don't know. There's no way to know. But
how many people in the field at the moment? I mean, I know we've got the Large Hadron Collider there, where people are sort of studying in those fields.
Yeah.
But I'm just sort of interested to sort of find out how many people actually study in those fields, and you're going to get to a point where, you know, like the actual the experts in those fields are going to be a fairly small group, because it's so complicated to understand.
Yeah, and also for experimental purposes, the Large Hadron Collider is the largest machine ever built by humankind currently, and is very, very, very expensive, not just to have built in the first place, but to run and maintain. So obviously you've only got a very limited number of people who have access to performing experiments with it.
Did they just fire it up again recently? Is that what it
Uh,
was?
my understanding is that it is being powered up again, but I have not really been following it closely, so I can't say. I was going to say earlier, though, that you could imagine the universe as basically being a giant casino, uh, and treating everything as being random, except that there are rules. For example, like in roulette, you know the odds for red and black, and so if you bet on red, over the long haul, you're going to lose like 1 out of 36 of your money over the long haul or something like that. I mean, it's always the rules are always in the favor of the casino.
When you get down to those sorts of levels,
But
quantum level, the mathematically you'd be talking in infinites, wouldn't you, with the outcomes?
well, no, the probability of something happening is 1. However, what happens becomes a little more tricky. For example, let's say you have 2 photodetectors, one underwater, one above water, and you've got a weak monochromatic light source. And the photons go down and they hit the water. And I'm kind of using some classical language there, but I cannot help it. Now, we know, because photons are discrete particles, only one of the photodetectors can ever go click. And over a long period of time, taking samplings, you'll notice that 2% that is, the ratio of the one above the water to the one under the water is, I believe, 1 out of 50. That is, for every 49 clicks, or 50 clicks, whatever, doesn't matter, that small error, that the underwater one makes, you get a click out of the one above the water. So, that is 2% reflection. And
Okay, yeah.
yeah, and it turns out that there's no way to prearrange a photon in such a way that you can guarantee that it'll either reflect or not reflect. It's just, although I do not know what the details are of the recent delayed choice experiment thing. Is that?
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that one. Yeah.
That the interesting thing was, and I think it was either, if not quoted out of context, that may have been hyperbole on the scientist's part when talking to the press, basically saying matter doesn't exist until we measure it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, a little bit of oversight there.
yeah, it's kind of an instrumentalist point of view of the world, but it's sort of where quantum mechanics has ended up. Is you don't know what's going on until you actually make the observation. And what happens in the interim, you have, it's not even sensible to ask about.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. There must be only like a fairly small group of scientists that that are calling the shots at the head of their field there, that are able to sort of grasp all of the information that are required. Whether it be someone like Lawrence Krauss or someone in that field. He's a theoretical astrophysicist, isn't he? So
yeah, he started out in particle physics and then went over to cosmology. He's actually, as a scientist, very, very well credentialed. He's top tier. In terms of awards he's been given and such. People think less of his philosophy and whatnot, but that doesn't take away from his actual scientific achievements.
Yeah, no, definitely. From what I've seen, I've been a very brilliant man. And how many are at that level? I mean, is there hundreds, thousands?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I would assume that, and I may not be justified in this assumption, but I would assume that there is some roughly fixed percentage of people of the world population that have the innate level of intelligence necessary for these endeavors. So as the population grows, so does the number of people with that innate level of intelligence in terms,
Yeah, it was something that
proportion.
that I think that he actually spoke of, or maybe it was Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone. They spoke about, or maybe even it was Sam Harris. Like they spoke about how in the developing countries you're going to open up access to all of these mines, and some of them could be quite brilliant mines.
Yeah, you never know where they're going to come from.
Yeah, and you know, like so, there could actually be quite a large surge of intelligence into the economies of the world, where you have these third world countries starting to get more and more developed.
Yeah. It's a question of having good nutrition and medicine so that people are physically healthy, because poor nutrition and health can certainly be detrimental to the brain's cognitive facilities. Um, they obviously need access to education and information so that they can achieve their potential.
I think that the earlier that it is recognised too, the better for everyone. You know, like with an individual. Um, the schooling, I've not been to the third world countries, in Africa or anything like that, but I would imagine the schooling would be fairly basic to start with, and whether they have the same mechanisms as a first world country to identify that perhaps potential brilliance in someone.
Yeah, I don't know how reliable IQ tests are myself. I mean, but certainly their ability to pick up information and whatnot and solve problems, whatever. I mean, some degree of discipline is still required, but that innate talent may well show up through the noise, as a signal that can be detected, and you can identify those people and properly challenge them to push them, hopefully without breaking them, to achieve their potential.
Hey Nadia, what you up to?
I was just wondering, maybe Nadia might be able to sort of comment on when she sort of had an understanding of how smart, I can say brilliant, Nadia, but I'm not sure whether you would take that as a compliment or how you would take that. But I will say, when did you realise that you had a good head on your shoulders, if you like?
What about a show?
Or conversely, the rest of us are a bunch of morons.
Yeah, probably, yeah, more aptly in my position for sure.
I'm sorry you guys feel that way about stuff. You got to work on that self-esteem. Nadia able to hear us?
She's been typing in the side chat, but maybe she doesn't have her headphones on. Just a sec. Let me crank up my bandwidth.
Doesn't look like she has, but I think she was saying that she might be a bit tired or something.
Yeah, she's having a chat conversation with John in the side and doesn't look like she's wearing headphones. So she may not be hearing what we're saying.
Yeah, it's probably what it is. Oh, she's got her headphones. Finally, she'll be able to actually have a conversation. Yeah, Nadia, I
Hello.
tell you what, I had something happen to me that's never happened before. I had hosted my room earlier today, and of course, got a ton of people, but it was the first time I ever fell asleep. I swear, I never met so many long-winded assholes in one single moment.
How so?
Well, I'm just saying that a lot of people came in, but they were so long-winded and dragged out. I just felt like stabbing myself in the fucking neck with a dull spoon. It was rough. I fell asleep. It's the first time I ever fell asleep in a room before, and I was hosting.
Okay. Well, I don't think the conditions under which I fall asleep are related to that.
The only thing I remember hearing as my eyes shut and the darkness faded in was, "Your God's mean. No, he's not. Your God's mean. No, he's not."
Hmm. Presumably, cruelty is taken as a contradiction to the God's, if not greatness, then worthiness of worship.
Well, you obviously realize, Nadia, that if God perceives himself as loving and good, whether an individual thinks otherwise or not, or feels like they have a rational explanation for that, it is what it is. A supreme being can perceive himself anything he likes.
Hmm. Um,
Basically, my
what's
point
the,
is, Nadia, is no matter how much you may dislike it, it doesn't make it to where it's non-existent.
and can argue against particular characterizations. Yeah, the all loving, etc. kind of gods. I
I
guess
understand that, but don't you
you
get what I'm saying,
would
Nadia?
grapple with that.
Let's say, for instance, Nadia, you perceive yourself as a person who is loving and kind, but there's a bunch of people in a room that are stating, "I don't think that Nadia is loving. I don't think she's kind." Well, just because they believe that doesn't mean that all of a sudden Nadia becomes non-existent.
The thing that's held to be quote unquote non-existent is well, is something of a particular character, like that meets the omnibenevolence and omnipotence, omniscience criteria. Something that's not omnibenevolent, but omniscient and omnipotent otherwise could still be there according to the argument.
Right, right. So you don't like some of God's attributes, or you don't think that he fits the profile, and therefore I suppose you see it as he doesn't exist. That's not logical, though.
Well, I actually don't like the argument. The question of the deity I see better analyzed by other, I guess, arguments and all that. So, um, for instance, the Calvinists, as per Romans like 9:22, I think, hold that the deity is not omnibenevolent. It's like, okay, well, bullet bitten right there.
Well, Nadia, I'm not a
The argument's now
Calvinist. I'm
useless,
a
right?
compatibilist.
Oh, sure, but the main thing is, the argument's useless against all that. And you're you're not just talking to like Armenians or whatever. You're
No, I hear you. So how you been doing? How you feeling?
really freaking tired. I've haven't been able to get much in the way of sleep. Now of course, I'm kind of stuck holding up the conversation, but still.
Yeah, holding up conversations, they can get heavy.
Yeah.
Why do you think there's so many people out there who are antisocial on the internet? It's like, you know how whenever you go out to a store or something, or you get into a conversation with somebody, and you're looking at their body language, you're watching them as you speak to them, and when they start yarning or they start going, oh, fuck, and all that, why doesn't people just stop? Why didn't that mechanism go off in their head that says, look, you're dull, you suck, shut the hell up? What's the deal with people like that?
I think most people conceal their body language and all that by shutting off their camera, at least since the big YouTube invasion. And in effect, they destroyed the entire, video conferencing community on Google Plus.
Yeah, when I'm talking to someone and I'm bored of what I'm hearing, I'll start rubbing my forehead, doing like face palms, and if that doesn't do it, then I'll scream out really loud, "Oh God, get me out of here!"
Don't you yourself rarely if ever use your camera?
Well, I'm talking about whenever we're out in public and the way people also act on the internet. You get my point?
Okay. Well, sure. Though body language may not be translated well without a camera.
I'm talking about the kind of people where they feel like they're so self-entitled and so important that even if you were to tell them, look, sir or ma'am, I've got to go take a dump, they got to sit there and follow you or stand there and keep on blabbing like they didn't even hear that you got something crowning.
Well, I try to extend some charity. I think the various forms of social awkwardness or similar are end up being very prevalent online here.
I hear you there. I'll be right back. I'm going to have a hit of my tobacco pipe. You going to be awake and talk to me for a little bit, or are you going to go into Sleeping Beauty mode again?
I can't really promise staying awake very long, though. Probably end up missing my morning medicine. It's supposed to be at 6 o'clock.
Well, damn, you get you some sleep then.
Well, fingers crossed. Okay, sure. Well, still. Yeah. The differences with the Lutherans are quite significant. It's curious how they managed to appropriate the moniker of the Reformation, given that effectively all Protestant traditions are, I suppose, in principle, reformed. guess anti-natalist also. Doing something here. Flyer and Co. Oh. I wonder where people ran off to. Yeah, if you get a look at me in person, you'll see, wow, how bad it really is. This being for John. Well, I guess I can also screen share for you. Well, a little bit of why I'm crying. I probably won't ever stop. Oh, that was me in 2012. That was the default from before kind of hormones or castration or thyroid failure. And that was I guess I was literally more often called a woman than I am now. I don't think you changed the sharing settings on the Google Drive link, but still. I lived up in Harlem, around 124th and Madison, by Marcus Garvey Park. It was.
Oh, goodness gracious, Nadia, are you there?
I can't see the pic you just posted, John, and welcome back, Brett.
Nadia, can you tell me something real quick? I'm going to change the settings on my mic, and I want you to tell me which one you like better, all right? What sounds more radio-ish? Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay, here we go. Hold on. All right, how does my voice sound?
Yeah, that's probably more radio-ish, yeah.
That sounds more radio-ish?
Yeah.
All right, let's try another one. Oh, there is no other one. It's just two switches. So why does this sound more radio-ish for?
I don't know.
Is it more bass here, or?
Might be.
You know what? These new microphones that they sell nowadays, it doesn't make really much sense. Like, for instance, this thing's got a fucking light on it that just keeps blinking. I mean, why would they do that on a microphone for when you're supposed to speak directly into it? It's just click, click, click. I swear I'm going to be hypnotized here soon if it keeps doing that. I'm going to put some tape over it.
Maybe.
You never seen one of those digital microphones where they sit there and go, bink, 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 the light over and over in your face?
No.
Here, let me see if I'm gonna turn on my camera for a minute. All right, let me see.
Okay.
All right, can you see me?
It looks dark.
Um, okay, let me turn on my webcam then. Let me see if you can. Okay, watch this. Do you see that? Am I still not
No.
shooting?
No, we don't see anything.
What the heck? Minicam video source. Alright, how about
Oh,
now?
we see you now. We see you now.
Look at that. Is that not annoying as hell? Could you imagine? You have to talk into it like this. And look at that light. Just dink, dink, dink. Isn't that ridiculous?
A little bit, yeah.
Could you imagine trying to concentrate and have a philosophical discussion while being hypnotized all at the same time?
It's could get tricky, huh?
Yep. All right. So you do like this setting on the volume better. It actually sounds cooler.
Yeah, it does.
All right.
So
I'm going to put a baby sock over it, and you let me know if it makes it sound different. Oh, goodness gracious. Was that a picture of you a while back?
yeah, it was video of me in 2012. When I got the surgery for castration, it triggered what was probably an autoimmune response against my thyroid, and that's why my thyroid failed.
So do you think you look better then or better now, according to your perception?
More feminine than by far.
I personally think you look better nowadays than that one. You look nice in that one, but you look better now. How's
The
this sound? Does
trouble
the baby sock
is,
make it sound horrible?
no, it doesn't. It sounds fine.
Really?
Yeah, the trouble is that I didn't rig any shots to really give ideas of my sort of general body shape, or if you might call it that. And that is that's probably where the vast majority of the damage was done, like around the midsection. Back then I had an hourglass. No, I don't have a good way of. I mean, I can't stage pictures to capture it back then.
You mean stage pictures?
Oh, I have to, I guess, you know, have full-length camera shots arranged somehow instead of selfies. And also, somehow know it was going to be an issue that I needed to record that fat or that part of my body or whatever. Yeah, back then I was about 130. Now I'm about 188. And the 60 pounds looks real bad. Like masculine. Basically, I got a trucker beer gut and oh dear. Well, hopefully it makes it back. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Well, the trouble with this thyroid failure weight gain is that instead of an hourglass, I have basically a trucker beer gut and hips smaller than my waist.
Something's wrong with my speakers. Hold on.
Mm. All right. Well. In other news, who knows what? I apparently have no breasts. Guess it felt like they were growing, but they haven't really gone anywhere. And I'm still, oh, disgusting. Let's see what John has here. Flowers. Let's see. I'm not sure how you don't know how to do permissions. Generally helps to do something like anyone with a link can view or whatever.
I'm sorry, what's going on?
Google Drive access permissions, but
Oh, you're getting a 403 or a 401 on the link John posted?
no, but it does have the request access bit.
Huh. Let me open that up in another tab, see what it gives me.
Mm.
It's like an image search for flowers. Oh, it is a search. It's a Google search.
That's a different link from the one with the drive.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, sorry. Ah, this is the one above that.
Let me see. India.
Yeah, you need permission. I wonder why. It's got a lock icon. Perhaps John tried to share a private file and you're not in an appropriate circle.
And it doesn't operate with circles.
Ah, okay. Yeah, option one.
Yeah, a lot of the I don't know, transition whatever stuff is a lot of times like weight loss and um, since that went in reverse for me because the thyroid stuff after the castration, whatever, um, basically I went backward. I got made more manly than ever before in my life.
Yeah, combination of age and not getting the
Wrong.
hormone.
No, there was no age.
Oh, you didn't get older? Okay.
No, age was not why. You understand cause and effect?
I understand cause and effect.
Well,
If age
why
is
are you
not
so
the
wrong?
issue, then
Age is not the issue. The thyroid failure from the autoimmune reaction against my thyroid, triggered by the orchiectomy, was the reason why. Have you figured that one out yet?
okay. I'm not a doctor. I don't know how all these things play out. I mean, for example, my understanding is for transitioning purposes, you're supposed to be taking female hormones. I don't know what they're called or anything like that, but I mean,
Estrogen and progesterone.
yeah. So, and obviously the thyroid is a nasty complication.
It's well known to defeminize people who, otherwise feminized well prior. And also, affects others with thyroid failure and or like women with cisgender women with thyroid failure. Similar kinds of effects happen to them too, and one can see in what is it? As it also happens relatively often for those who have orchiectomies for other reasons.
Okay. So I I don't know how effective whatever medication they give for thyroid failure is, or what its interactions would be with female hormones for transitioning purposes are. I mean, these are all unknowns to me, but it's sounds like all sorts of stuff that need to be in order for the transitioning progress to continue. And I'm gathering you've backslid because of your economic situation and so forth. Inability to get the appropriate medication.
Yeah, I think the what kinds of cognitive biases are factoring into the weirdness here? I There wasn't single factor causation when you threw rage in there, which, but there was. Looks like single factor causation's happening now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm largely ignorant of all the different interactions that go on. So, and even if I wasn't, all that would mean was I would be understanding of the medical issues without being able to do anything about them anyway.
Yeah. Oh. I shouldn't be forced to live through something like this. I should at least be granted euthanasia or something.
Well, I don't know what to say to that. Your actions indicate that you are still operating in a survival mode, though.
Yeah, the quote-unquote ways out are relatively horrific. Of course, they box you in, so anything swift or painless is, well, bakshish.
Well, I still keep hoping that the probability of you being able to get onto the track that you want to get onto is still greater than 0.
I'm not gonna live that long. And, like, you know, one moment where I can, you know, assuming even that happens, one moment where I would, on my deathbed, be able to look at my face and not see a man's face, and of course, not have a man sting in my crotch and speak and not in a man's voice. One moment of that on my deathbed doesn't mean shit.
I'm back. Sorry about that. My Windows system did something odd with my audio output playback.
No worries.
Oh, welcome back, Brett.
Yeah.
Nadia, you can forbid mirrors. That would solve one problem.
It's not a solution to anything.
I don't know any magic spells. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's see if I can show an example of the old atheism. Christianity is precisely the religion par excellence because it exhibits and manifests, to the fullest extent, the very nature and essence of every religious system, which is the impoverishment, enslavement, and annihilation of humanity for the benefit of divinity.
Marxist.org.
Absolutely.
Okay.
God being everything, the real world, and man are nothing. God being truth, justice, beauty, goodness, power, and life. Man is falsehood, iniquity, evil, ugliness, impotence, and death. God being master, man is a slave, incapable of finding truth, justice, truth, and eternal life by his own effort. He can attain them only through a divine revelation. But whoever says revelation says revealers, messiahs, prophets, priests, and legislators inspired by God himself. And these, once recognized as representatives of divinity on earth, as the holy instructors of humanity, chosen by God himself to direct the path of salvation, necessarily exercise absolute power. All men owe them passive and unlimited obedience, for against the divine reason there is no human reason. Against the justice of God no terrestrial justice holds. Yes, slaves of men must also be slaves of church and state, in so far as the state is consecrated by the church.
Is this in the Communist Manifesto, or is it just
No.
notes?
It's separate writing by Mikhail Bakhtin called
Okay.
God and the State. I guess he talks about the Catholic as whatever it is, but back then there's not quite so many alternatives.
Well, Marx was late 1800s, right?
Mid 1800s.
Mid 1800s. Okay.
Yeah, he was wandering around 1848, year of revolution.
So Protestantism existed then.
Obviously, yeah.
I guess at that time, though, Islam would have just still been Stone Age tribes in down in an insignificant desert, since it was
No oil.
no oil, no interest. It's like there's nothing down there but sand, and
Camels.
World War One had not yet occurred, and all that crap. So yeah, just your strange Bedouin folks that are from fairy tales on camels.
Yeah.
The only stories out of any significance from that region being Arabian Nights.
Okay, there's a little bit about 1848, and Karl Marx was wandering around that time. Exciting year.
So you a fan of Karl Marx there, Nadia?
Absolutely.
Jeez.
Yeah, I thought that would have been clear by now.
Well, I know that you state that you're into communism and all that, but I don't want to assume that you agree with every communist out there.
I think Marx was the one that got the ball rolling.
In some respects, but
a few others.
Yeah, only to some degree. Yeah, Marx's big famous quote there is, the Grundrisse are probably more crucial, but still.
least in the modern sense.
There's Marx's famous quip there. It's the opium of the people. But, I mean, there's a little bit more to really go on about. Let's see. So, there, man is the world of man. State, society. This state and the society produce religion, which is an inverted consciousness of the world, because they are an inverted world. Religion is the general theory of this world. Its encyclopedic compendium, its logic in popular form, its spiritual point d'honneur, its enthusiasm, its moral sanction, its solemn complement, and its universal basis of consolation and justification. It is the fantastic realization of the human essence, since the human essence has not acquired any true reality. The struggle against religion is therefore indirectly the struggle against that world whose spiritual aroma is religion. Religious suffering is, at one and the same time, the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is a demand for their real happiness. To call on them to give up their illusions about their condition is to call on them to give up a condition that requires illusions. The criticism of religion is, therefore, in embryo, the criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. Criticism has plucked the imaginary flowers in the chain, not in order that man shall continue to bear that chain without fantasy or consolation, but so that he shall throw off the chain and pluck the living flower. The criticism of religion disillusions man, so that he will think, act, and fashion his reality, like a man who has discarded his illusions and regained his senses, so that he will move himself around as his own true sun. Religion is only the illusory sun, which revolves around man, as long as he does not revolve around himself. It is therefore the task of history, once the other world of truth has vanished, to establish the truth of this world. It is the immediate task of philosophy, which is in the service of history, to unmask self-estrangement in its unholy forms. The holy form against estrangement has been unmasked. Thus the criticism of heaven turns into the criticism of earth, criticism of religion into the criticism of law, and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics. Okay. Idols of communism? Well,
I thought
tell
you'd
me.
like that. I mean, we heard about,
That is,
being delusion and opium and all that. I figured I'd throw in a cute one.
yeah. Well, tell me, how does socialism in one country amount to anything but an oxymoron?
Needs to be
The
worldwide to work.
U.S. of, well, it's not that it's worldwide to work. It's that it's about things that are worldwide. Yeah, the international order of colonial and yes, now neo-colonial domination, right? I mean, what was the UK without its colonies?
Yeah. Well, we're currently dealing with the fallout from all of that.
Yeah, and what is a nation state without territorial boundaries?
Well, you know what Carl Sagan had to say about territorial and political boundaries.
No.
He said it in his Cosmos series, particularly in reference to the photograph that was taken I think it was Lovell on Apollo 8 that's been known as the blue marble for so long until another picture was taken by satellite, a new blue marble. But at any rate, when you see the entire planet all at once in a single frame, he basically was saying it's very difficult to maintain the notion of national borders and ideologies. Kind of paraphrasing, I don't remember his exact quote.
Well, Brett, which quote-unquote idols of communism are you citing there? I'm assuming Joseph Stalin and Chairman Mao.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah.
Pol Pot, I'm sure.
I don't think Carl Sagan would have supported any of those people.
Yeah,
he
asking
did not
Brett about his
support
video.
strident nationalism either.
I was asking Brett about his video.
Well, it's not just about communism. It's we find ourselves in a situation where, and I'll give atheists credit where credit is due. Very, very good at propaganda and making people think they got a good system and way of doing things. But as soon as they get power, oh boy, I hope you have the Vaseline because it's going to be a dry humping.
How many
Well, that's
atheists? How many atheist prime ministers do you think have been in various European Union nations and such?
Nadia, I'm not trying to be nasty or anything, but there's literally, I would say, probably 10 atheists in my entire 12 years of personally experiencing atheists that I could imagine might be decent leaders or cool people and make good friends, but most of them I wouldn't give a bucket of piss. Especially in a government position. Oof. But don't get me wrong. I'm fair, Nadia. I think that there's religious people who do not belong in politics either. They scared the hell out of me just as much as Stalin did.
Brian Fisher, who says he can see Satan in my eyes.
No!
Well, that almost sounds like it comes from a song. I could just imagine someone writing a song about that. I don't know what kind of genre of music it would go to, but I see Satan in your eyes.
Yeah. There's hey.
Would you please give me some fries?
Anyway, yeah, people say, oh, well, he's just saying transsexuals. You can see Satan in transsexuals' eyes. You shouldn't take it so personally. I'm like, wait a minute. That describes me, though.
And Nadia and Mr. Bud
in my eyes. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not just a matter of an atheist or religious leader who may end up going nuts and thinking they themselves are God and start killing everything. It's politics in general. I don't trust politicians. In America, Fudmott, we find ourselves in a position when they line these people up to vote for them. Right now, our mentality is let's vote for the guy who does the least amount of destruction to our country, and that's a shitty way to do a voting system, but that's the way we got to do it.
Oh, I agree. I don't trust politicians any further than they would allow me to throw them on Jupiter. Or at Jupiter, I should say.
So, what do you think about Mars
idea.
water? What do you think about that, Nadia? Are you looking forward to having some Mars water?
I can't be arsed to give a shit.
Doesn't give a shit about Mars water?
Yeah, strictly speaking, though, they go on that categorically about politicians or whatever. It's like, well, assuming there is any kind of whatever sorts of leadership. I mean, you would, in effect, disclaim all leadership in politics. No matter what the doctrine or whatever of the leader. And yes, that's Flip's teddy bear. Have I got the link out to this thing?
I don't know. I'm not too thrilled with politics. I don't follow it so much anymore. It all seems to
Yeah.
boil down to a sort of a Lord of the Flies situation.
Is that grievance regarding the outcome of the process?
Uh, well, both really. Got a bunch of squabbling people. Occasionally, certain people rise to favor, and you'll have, they'll have their followers, and you kill off the competition as best you can.
What do you think politics is, though?
I think politics is just another face of religion. It's just dogma and ideologies, people dancing around trying to gain favor with the masses so that people will follow them and give them power to exercise their dogmas and ideologies on everyone else.
Well, I'd say that there's unavoidability to ideology. For instance, there is no really neutral ground regarding kinds of matters of, in some respects, how society should be organized.
Typically, when neutral ground is found, bad laws get passed.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
It's like the argument you can't be agnostic toward the Christian God. Right? You can't, have no ideology.
Oh, I don't know.
So,
I think it's possible to fall into a state of complete apathy about the human race. I wouldn't exactly call that an ideology.
well, you can't really about yourself. And yourself has ideological implications.
I see. So,
So,
you're denying your ideology in self-righteousness and
well, it's like
giving yourself over to a non-ideological mind.
a worldview. Yeah, your total belief set, right? At least in the things that acknowledge what a belief is, your total belief set, is there no matter what, even if it's empty. The set of all the things that you believe is there, empty or not.
Well, I can't deny that there are certainly things that I do believe, so it's not an empty set.
Well, it wouldn't matter even if it were. You'd still have a belief set that way. And I don't know what just rang at me. That was irritating. So I'd also oh shit, well, there went the theist. Conversation over.
And Brett just zoop gone. Technical trouble, maybe, or boredom. I don't know.
Boredom.
Find out. Art, are you around or are you playing your video games?
He's always playing his video games.
Yeah, I heard Seamus say something about that yesterday, I think. Pop in, go AFK for 10 hours. In an 8-hour chat room.
I don't remember. I wouldn't have any idea what the video game they tell me they're playing is like, even if they named it. So
Yeah. I'm not a gamer myself, so I have no idea either. I have seen some play video from GTA 5, but
yeah, I'm not very good at these video game things.
neither am I. My favorite video game was Lemmings.
Mm.
That kind of goes back a bit.
Tempest.
Oh, Tempest was cool. Only played it at video arcades, though.
Well, I don't think they existed for personal anything for quite some time. Pong was going around for quite a while too.
Some of the classic video games can now be played within a web browser environment using JavaScript, HTML, and CSS.
Pong.
Pong would work.
Display tennis. Yeah.
In a bizarre acronym, I saw a website for a program, did diagramming and such, interesting things. And here's the kicker. It did it using ASCII art exclusively.
Welcome, Slash.
Hello. Got about 20 minutes. Sorry.
No worries.
Where's everybody?
I
They're
don't know.
fled for their lives.
What you guys talking about?
I had Mikhail Bakunin and Karl Marx on religion and all that.
Oh, the opiate stuff?
Yep, that was the all the extra context around the opiate stuff is what was meant to be clarified. And
Yep, it's a fair bit of stuff, but I don't think I would object to opiate for the masses. Opiates for everyone.
yeah, was I think who was it? That guy Gudrun was buffing in the Raspberry Reich. But anyway, he said was I thought opiates were the opiate of the masses. It's also known for things like cornflakes are counter-revolutionary, and
Does that
join
include,
the homosexual and join the homosexual intifada.
does that include Frosted Flakes? Because I really liked those as a kid. They're
Probably,
great.
but oh yeah, I thought opiate was the opiate of the masses. Was a response to Gudrun saying heterosexuality is the opiate of the masses. It's supposed to be kind of a spoof of the Bader Meinhof gang.
I wonder what would happen if all packaged foods had very small quantities of opium added to them.
What the heck?
You think we'd end up with a hyper-obese population because eating food would stimulate the dopamine receptors and create additional pleasure?
Yeah, who knows?
Or would it calm everyone down and eliminate crime? And actually, it'd probably eliminate a whole lot more than just that. Everyone would just sort of sit back and relax. It's like, yeah. And then nothing will get done. It'll be like the PAX in Firefly. Everyone just stopped.
If there's one area of philosophy I wish I read more on, would be political philosophy, because I have never read Marx. I have never read the Frankfurt School. I've never read any of the literature of, socialism or Shavian social, or all the different kind of political, philosophical, communistic, socialistic political philosophies out there at all. And I think it's kind of like a gaping hole in my reading experience. Maybe I should start doing that.
Yeah, I don't think I've really booked up enough on it either.
Because it seems like they're talking about a lot more than just the reorganization of society. They're talking about, it seems like they're talking about something deeper too, like with, okay, I can't even remember the title, but didn't Marx write something about like the soul of man under capitalism? Where's that, Oscar Wilde or Shaw, or I forget.
Mm.
But it seems like they they're getting really, really deep, and they start with the individual and the sufferings of the individual under, I wouldn't say anti-communist, but just communist sort of governments, and then base the condition of man under these societies as some sort of, I guess, reason to reorganize society or something like that. I think it was Oscar Wilde.
Yeah.
A little revolution
recall
every
that.
now and then. It's a good thing.
I don't recall that in the works of Wild, but
Let me look that up real quick, actually.
Long since gone.
Well, let's see. It's a Friday morning. People should be in like a TGIF mood, and at least on the East Coast of the United States, getting ready for the daily grind.
Okay, here it is. It's The Soul of Man Under Socialism. It was written in 1891. He expounds a libertarian socialist worldview and provides a critique of charity. He argues that under capitalism, the majority of people spoil their lives by an unhealthy and exaggerated altruism, and are forced indeed so to spoil them. End quote. Instead of realizing their true talents, they waste their time solving the social problems caused by capitalism without taking their common cause away. Thus, caring people, quote, seriously and very sentimentally set themselves to the task of remedying the evils that they see in poverty, but their remedies do not cure the disease, they merely prolong it, end quote, because as Wilde puts it, quote, the proper aim is to try and reconstruct society on such a basis that poverty will be impossible.
Yeah, welcome, Sugar. Sounds closer.
Hi there.
Hey, Sugar.
Hey.
Hey, Sugar.
Hi. What you guys doing?
I'm actually reading a blurb of an essay called The Soul of Man Under Socialism by Oscar Wilde.
I love Oscar Wilde.
Yeah, he cracks me up. He's funny.
Yeah.
And but I haven't really read any of his straight like essays before. I guess this was one of them. I've seen it before when I was browsing different sites and stuff, and whatever. Remember, I had to read in school and stuff.
Cool.
I remember the argument against charity, but nothing about like souls or whatever.
Okay, here you go. Wilde's deepest concern was with man's soul. When he analyzed poverty and its causes and effects in the soul of man under socialism, it was not simply the material well-being of the poor that distressed him, but how society does not allow them to reach a form of self-understanding and enlightenment. He adopted Jesus of Nazareth as a symbol of the supreme individualist. Wilde advocated socialism, which he argued, quote, will be of value simply because it will lead to individualism, and substituting cooperation for competition will restore society to its proper condition and ensure material well-being for each member of the community. He examined the political conditions necessary for full self-development and devotion to art, arguing art is individualism, and individualism is a disturbing and disintegrating force. There lies its immense value, for what it seeks to disturb is monotony of type, slavery of custom, tyranny of habit, and the reduction of man to the level of a machine. And it goes on and on and on and on.
Somehow the Jesus part escaped my notice.
You got to wonder when he wrote it, right? since
Yeah.
he probably had to say something like that in order to appease the status quo at the time or whatever.
Yeah. He couldn't go around telling anybody he was gay.
Well, he did ultimately get convicted of that anyway.
I know.
Yeah, it was a crime. It's just unbelievable.
And it's amazing to think about living in a time like, well, I guess we still do in Iran, because they'll kill you there.
And then in prison, he wrote De Profundis, I think it's called, to his lover,
Mm-hmm.
which is Latin for out of the depths or from the depths. And it's really, really heartbreaking.
Oh,
There's a
yeah.
lot of hope in there, but it was really sad.
You hate to see anybody not be able to live their authentic life.
And then when I was in England, me and my wife went to the Bodleian Library, and they actually brought us into the place at the Oxford School where you actually defend your thesis and stuff, and right beyond the door into the next room, the tour guide was telling us that this was the room where Oscar Wilde was convicted of his homosexuality, and before he was sent off to prison and hard labor and all that dumb crap, they gave him like a lashing with a belt, or not a belt, but like a wooden kind of paddle. And they pointed us to the exact spot where it happened. And it was just like, and the room itself is so dreary and really like kind of depressing. It's just like kind of medieval. And it's just like, wow, I'm so glad I didn't live back then.
Yeah, we think we got it bad now, huh?
Probably in different ways, but it seemed really barbaric back then.
Very true. So what's been going on lately? Anything?
People keep leaving the room.
Brett's coming in and out. I think he's having like issues with his computer or something.
There's a lot of trolls out today, and a lot of porn bombing going on.
Is it really?
Yeah, I know.
In this room?
No. Rand Campbell is here, or back or something, because I went into Brett's room and there he was, and I'm like, holy crap.
Who is this? Who's
from
Rand
Costa
Campbell?
Rica?
Huh? Yeah. Well, I think he was calling from Costa Rica, and he was preaching, and it was Tommy was in there, and Teacher was in there, and I was in there, and somebody else, but it was an accident that I made my way in there, and I went because J.D. Kane had just treated me really badly again, and I just was like, I'm done with this place. I'm out of here. So I don't know.
Is J.D. Kane? He's the one that has the Morgan Freeman picture, right?
Yeah. They're the ones. They're the ones that bashed me the last.
I've never talked to him.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Yeah, let's please avoid name drops.
Oh, yeah, I forget.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Anyway, so there's just a lot of stuff going on today, and there's just lots of activity. There's lots of people out, and they're all getting a little crazy, and I already had to block somebody. I hate doing that.
I only had one time, I think it was, I forget who it was, and even if I remembered, I wouldn't say his name, but
yeah,
where I've lost my cool a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that, I kind of, based on that one experience, I kind of like, if I felt like tensions were being weird, I would just drop out. I wouldn't even really do anything, honestly.
Yeah, I don't block anybody for just not getting along. This was when somebody threatens your safety. It's like, what are you gonna do?
No, seriously. Wow. Yeah.
Well, I mean, not your safety. They're always going to be in your way, messing you up, and that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, you're going to cause me more hassle.
It's just like, I don't know. It's just like getting out of a spider web, and the more you try, the more you get stuff on you. So you might as well just stay away from the spider web kind of thing. So
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to do, because I got entangled in it a little bit, like for a day, and I was just like, wow, this can get out of hand quick. And so I just kind of took like a month break, and then I came back just chilling.
You have no idea what I just feel like I'm up against the world. I'm not going to name any names, but they have villainized me. They've demonized me. They've made me into something that I'm not even close to, and they just make it up, and they don't even care. They don't even care whether they're right. And it's so, huh?
Well, there's a lot of that goes around.
Yeah.
Yeah, main thing is, for as much as I like the, I guess, general thrust of social communist ideas, I am not particularly well researched or read in the subject. So I've got deficits there too.
Yeah, something is weird is going down around here. Something weird.
Really, like things are just building up out of control, or?
Yeah. Well, there's
Really?
that one gentleman that's come back that we haven't seen for a while. He finally lost it.
See, you gotta get to where I'm at, Sugar. Because like it's kind of like ignorance is bliss kind of thing. I don't even know what's going on. I just kind of
Yeah.
pop in the mornings and then have good conversation and then
That's 'cause
leave.
you have a job, huh? You're in the you're in the military, right?
Oh, that's true, yeah. Because I gotta go. I gotta go to my job. So
Yeah. I'm home taking care of the baby, and I'm just kind of stuck here. I mean, not stuck here. I could go out if I want to, but I am happy that I'm home with her.
and it kind of like in the corner of your eye, you see your computer, and you're like, I gotta get back on.
Well, yeah. Sometimes I try to.
It is addicting, yeah.
Yeah. When I take care of her, I usually am listening in on something, and then when I have time, then I can sit down and.
Well, it's got to be hard too if you're listening and then you hear your name all the time.
Yeah, right. That was yesterday. Two shows back to back. The boiled piss show and the TST Talking Shit Tuesday. It happened to be on Wednesday. You don't. We're not saying names either of the shows. Don't say that.
Most of the time, it's too close a connection.
Okay. Anyways, these two shows, they're usually on separate days, but the one show, the first one I mentioned, it was their second season, first show of their second season, and it happens to be somebody that I used to go out with. That's his show, and so they spent the entire episode just trashing me badly, and just horrible lies. I just can't believe the depths. And then the next show, they did the same thing.
Wow. You must be really important and influential.
I am not.
There's, yeah, as someone who can't really just back off from it, and someone who's trying to kind of survive from all this drama type stuff.
If someone doesn't stop these guys, if someone
it
doesn't stop
brings
them,
people
Nadia.
down on my head, and that you know, the kind of stuff that, like, you know, the rent for this apartment, the internet access that comes through my phone, what the money for that comes from.
Nope.
This channel.
Oh.
Right. This channel, you bring people down on my head. with drama.
So let me
And
ask something.
they
Let me
come
ask
and
you
flag
something.
they hang on. You bring people down on my head with drama, and they flag my channel down. One strike stops Hangouts, and the entire thing I do is 24/7 Hangouts. So
I understand.
drama can't be done. Period.
So may I ask you a question?
You could ask now.
It's really clear that there are some people, and I won't name names, that want to dominate. They want to tell people how they can act and how they can be, and I don't. And because of what's going on and how absolutely, look, if it was even partially true, I wouldn't even say a darn thing because stuff happens. But the fact that it is so blatantly wrong, this means they get to do this to anybody. So it won't even matter if I bring it, because if they feel like you're next, then you're next. And I'm willing to die on the sword. I'm not willing to let these people push anybody around.
People
And
already make really bad videos of their own channels about me.
somebody asked me, why is it that you can't let this go? And I said, because it's wrong. And that is the one thing about me. The bullies can't get away with it. They can't.
Yeah, the derogatory videos of Nadia. I think she should be getting a cut of those.
Yeah.
Every time
Sure should.
one of those is viewed by someone, she should get like 10 cents or something.
I agree.
Like random ones, actually not even random, on a relatively consistent basis. The 8-hour chunks of the 24/7 Hangout Mania I run get more view counts than a lot of the shit talkers who go on about me.
Yeah.
So, like, someone makes a bad video about me, it's total views. It's a bad video about me, or like lessons of kind of random 8 hours out of my stream. So, I think I've already won on that front.
Okay.
The thing is, that's kind of how and why I'm not out on the street and have any internet access. Now, bringing flag wars down on my head. Because people are naming people's names, or by implication, or whatever. Yeah.
Well, are you did you do it?
They kill my channel.
No, I understand. I'm trying to understand.
They kill my channel and they kill me, right? Because
Okay.
I require.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be interrupted.
I'm not.
I said I require refrigeration for the medication, or I die. So. That's the point.
Just trying to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Nadia's point of view, and she really has a good point. It's a life and death thing for her, not simply
I understand.
a question of internet bullying.
I understand.
And beyond that, I also tend to have relatively frequent medical crises, and part of the reason to keep the camera on. And so people can see if something's happening and call 911 on my behalf.
Mm-hmm. I have been in the room when that's happened.
Yeah. So,
I will make sure I keep drama out of your room. I'm just really concerned about, and it's just not just me. I got 427 emails from the people that had something to say. They're not happy about it either.
Well,
Yeah. I for, who are the names on the political philosophy again?
Political philosophy?
Yeah, Slash was bringing up political philosophy.
Oh, I don't think I was in here for that.
The only ones that I was saying was the only ones that I'm aware of is the Frankfurt School. Gosh, what's that guy's name? He wrote in aesthetics too. I forget his name, but it's basically the Frankfurt School. Marx, Engels, Oscar Wilde, George Bernard Shaw, the classics. But I haven't read. I even have a Oxford Compendium to Political Philosophy, where you have like the recent guys that are kind of the scholars of today of Marxist philosophy, socialistic philosophy, and stuff. I haven't even read yet. I usually mark up books, and this book is still in mint condition. I haven't even gone through it yet. I haven't had the time, or my interests, pull me in other directions and stuff. But I haven't investigated the ins and outs of this at all, because the only ways that socialism or communism is talked about that I've heard is through like conservative talk radio, where it's just kind of like complete straw man. Because I mean, it's a sophisticated political kind of philosophical system that specifies, the conditions for reorganizing society and, man's or the individual's relation to that society and all that stuff that I have not read about at all, and it's kind of annoying. I kind of want to get into it because I feel like it's just overly simplified for rhetorical ends and things like that. But that's pretty much it. Those are the only names I can even think of. They probably go back to Plato. It's probably kind of a communistic society in the Republic and in the dialogue and the laws and all that stuff. But I mean, it's a spectrum, and there's all kind of nuances that need to be talked about if we're going to intelligently talk about it. But I can't intelligently talk about it, unfortunately.
Yeah. I probably need to dig into that at some point myself.
I mean, it probably is contingent on, people not, like once you, I guess the one principle I'm kind of aware of, just the means of production is owned by the government or something like that. That's probably oversimplified too, but it's predicated on, people not, being self-serving and wanting to help out the community and being virtuous and things like that, and just not abusing that power that the government would have if it did own the means of production. And it's just like, it just seems like a big risk to me, because it just seems like the majority of people are just real selfish and just want power for their own. Well, I mean, you know all about all this, but that's the only kind of knee-jerk reaction I have to anything. But capitalism is usually set up as like a check to that, but it's not. That makes things worse in other directions. Like, what's that really famous quote by Winston Churchill? Like, it's the all forms of government stink, but I'm paraphrasing. But capitalism is the less evil of all the evil forms, or something like that. It's way oversimplistic and rhetorical, but
it's the worst possible system except for all the others, or something.
Exactly, yeah, or something like that. But that doesn't really tell me anything, or why, or anything. But I don't know. And there's a debate I read too between Shaw and G.K. Chesterton, because they were best friends and came from just completely opposing ideological backgrounds. Chesterton advocated distributism, and it's supposed to be some sort of middle ground between socialism and capitalism, but I'm not really sure about what distributism is. It's not really even mainstream anymore, but probably worth talking about if I knew anything about it. Sorry, I stink today. I think it's supposed to be something like the means of production are owned by small businesses. Small businesses specialize in whatever they specialize in on accident, just relative to their skill level or something. And it's supposed to be some kind of check on capitalistic monopolies or something like that, which is the evil of capitalism. It turns into sort of a meritocracy where it's kind of like rule by the rich, because the rich would own like the Walmarts and all the major corporations, and the small businesses can't compete. It's supposed to check that.
Now the plutocracy is Sydney more proper than meritocracy.
Oh, plutocracy, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, meritocracy is a mix of Latin and Greek again. I guess the old familiar word aristocracy is probably as close as it gets.
Maybe the best case scenario would be like rule by the virtuous or something. It's really what it comes down to. I wish people would who have the power.
Best.
They're the best, yeah.
Rule by the virtuous is aristocracy.
Because you just hope, the people that get this power, whether it be delegated or they win it over by revolution, they'd actually do good things once they have the power. It's just so rare. The Lord Acton quote.
No, that's the thing. The sort of power, hierarchical dominance, whatever relation is itself something to challenge. Yeah, it gets a little bit anarchistic, I guess.
That's another thing, anarchism. I have no idea what that is. When I think of anarchism, I think of that
Somalia.
Just chaos. And that's totally inaccurate, I think. I don't know anything about anarchism as like a sophisticated political philosophy at all. I feel like a lot of conversations revolve around political philosophy, and I just feel like a complete retard.
Yeah. Well, they should revolve around it, but they're really being ham-handedly done.
Like there's something called Christian anarchism too, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Yeah. There's a guy running around whose handle is Christian anarchist.
Oh, that's the name of his avatar?
Yeah. You picked Slash, and he chose Christian anarchist.
I got you. Okay. I just wanted Slash, and then somebody had Slash, and then I wanted Slash 2006 because I created the account 2006. Somebody had that. I'm like, okay, I'm going to put 2006 again. Finally got it.
I just filed a name change to a unique enough name, even if it was a combination of common names. I mean, strictly speaking, none of the middle, first or last names are uncommon, but it turns out the combination of these three is. As far as I can tell, I'm the only one in the world.
The only one in the world with this avatar name. I guess that would apply to all of us, avatar. Right? Otherwise, we couldn't.
Not just Avatar. Also, the name in real life too. Because of course, cool. This is my name in real life.
Yeah. How do you say the last name? Yvette?
That's my middle name.
Oh, okay.
My last name is Chambers.
Gotcha. Okay.
And yes, I did orchestrate my initials for that.
NYC, nice.
Yeah. I'll figure out something. I hope. Actually, I shouldn't say that because it's not really a question of figuring out what to do anyway. It's more of one of, well, will anyone else cooperate?
Oh, there's people that don't want to call you by that name or something?
No, it's not about my name. That's kind of done. It's rather, well, I have the sort of means to subsist. Pay rent. I guess do whatever else I need to do.
That's the thing. I kind of feel like a hypocrite because I remember I wanted to send you money like when I first got in here, and I never got around to it. So now I feel like a complete dork. So I did want to get around to doing that. Honestly, I feel like that's what's going to keep me from being a hypocrite. I want to help people out. I definitely have like a surplus, so I could definitely like send you something to help you out. Honestly, it would just be a matter of transferring the funds or maybe mailing it to you or something just to help you out. Because honestly, I mean that's what it comes down to. I mean, I had this guy come up to me the other day, and I was smoking by my truck, and he wanted a meal, and I was just like, yeah, of course, why not?
Oh, welcome, Brett, or welcome back, Brett. I don't know if you've met Sly.
I'll tell you what, I don't know if I should have took Sugar's advice. She told me I should try out Blab. That was a very odd place, Sugar.
I was going to introduce you to Slash because he's actually a pretty cool guy.
Oh, I think I've said hello a couple times to Slash. I went over to check out Blab, and it appears as though they fixed their feature, Sugar, which is real cool. Microphone's coming over well on it. But the problem is, I just wanted to test things out, the new features. So I went into this room, and there was 3 females in there, an older lady and 2 women that looked like they were like 28, 29 years old. And they say hi to me, and I said, hello, how are you doing? And they said, you got a very sexy voice. I said, well, thank you. And they said, can you do me a favor? Can you just sit there and talk dirty to me so I can do my thing? And I'm like, I'm going to head back over to Nadia's room. Hell with this nonsense.
Oh, dear. That's not encouraging at all.
That's kind of funny, though. Actually, though, regarding what Slash was talking about just moments ago, are you all aware that Patreon got slammed with a massive hack and their entire database and source code and shit were released to the wild?
Well,
What the heck? That's awful.
It happened a couple weeks ago.
It's not really much of
I'm just
not really
curious
much as big a factor as people are making it out to be, but still, or at least not that I can tell.
Well, yeah, my curiosity was whether Patreon was still functional for your purposes. Okay. Because, I mean, the database apparently contains a lot of rather private information and such. But
yeah, it's doing fine.
But I'm not aware of credit cards getting out.
Yeah, they don't seem to have, actually.
I'd recommend that if people are going to use Patreon, you should set it up to where it automatically sends to PayPal, not to a credit card, especially with the site being kind of fairly new.
Well, PayPal has issues too.
You mean a bank account?
Yeah, like PayPal. That way, if it ever gets hacked, I mean, the only thing you're going to get out of you is a PayPal email. Whoop-de-doo. You know what I mean? But if you've got your bank
Uh,
shit on there, you're going to be screwed if hackers get into
well,
that.
yeah, maybe this kind of stuff's all pretty well handled logistically. So as far as I'm concerned, so um, yeah, yeah, PayPal, Patreon, so on, they're all out there. And welcome, JD. Um, oh, may take a second try to broadcast you.
Hey, but Nadia, how would I
Morning,
how would I
Nadia.
do, how would I do that?
Morning,
Like,
JD.
do I physically mail you the money, or how do I?
You can use PayPal or Patreon.
Okay,
I've got links in my event descriptions and all that.
okay, I'll
So
just research that. I gotta get around to doing that because I've wanted to send something for a while, so I need to
I
get
know
around to doing that.
PayPal takes credit cards. I would expect Patreon to as well.
yeah, they all do.
The question is who takes the biggest cut off the top.
Yeah, if you don't like the cut, I can give you my address too. But anyway, the political philosophy and such um, comes up a lot because a lot of the sort of I guess objections, etc., getting raised are social and political issues. That is to religious doctrine and all that.
All right, ready to hear one of my new comments I got on my channel, Nadia?
Woohoo!
I'm gonna start doing like a hate mail series or something like that. This person says, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to find out where you live and fucking kill you." Wow, that's my latest comment.
Ooh, you've just got to give them your address.
Well, I think that most of the atheist community out there already have that. I don't have to give it out.
I have to speak speaking for the atheist community. 99.99% of them have no idea who you are.
Yeah, I
Well,
have
that'd
no
be
clue
great
either.
if that were true. Go ahead there,
We have
Slap.
a tiny little corner of the internet, and that's good. So do I. It just most of the community has no idea who I am or who you are.
Now, I've heard rumors about Brett, but you know what? I really don't.
Well, yeah, Brett has a slightly longer history from his old days as an atheist. But other than that, you kind of left the community and people moved on to the next thing because that's what they do. And so you and I are both, for the most part, completely anonymous. I mean, what do I have? 1,400 subscribers. Woohoo! That's a little nothing. It's nice, it's fun, but I have no aspirations for like changing the world.
Well, my YouTube isn't even a great debate channel. I don't do that there. I got here through a circuitous route that is, well...
I have aspirations. I have aspirations for changing the world, but I'm probably 60 pounds beyond being the next Jacqueline Glenn or transgender Jacqueline Glenn or whatever.
Got to start aiming for that Ronda MMA woman.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, shoot.
Ronda Rousey.
MMA transgender.
Ronda Rousey.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like an undefeated female UFC fighter.
All right.
She actually recently took out a Marine to some kind of dance or something. So I'm in the Air Force, so everybody's trying to contact her and say, "Oh, why don't you go for the Air Force too?" It's just like, wow, all right.
Well, she's got a fan base.
No doubt. Anyway, the revolutionizing the world is hopefully communistically revolutionizing the world. Will could fall out somewhere, but I'm a bit more realistic than that.
Yeah, that's a really difficult thing to do, especially if you want to achieve it in your lifetime.
Mm.
I mean, a lot of the people who changed the world, the real effects tended to be post-mortem.
Okay. We get the idea. So, anytime, it's a fuzzy teddy bear. Thank you, Flip. And
A new mascot, Fuzzy Teddy Bear.
Wasn't it like in Chomsky's book, Manufacturing Consent? Didn't he make the point that revolution itself is kind of improbable just because the corporations, own everything and they kind of give people too much leisure and too much like satisfying immediate impulses, and as far like, for example, like being preoccupied with what's going on in football right now. So people are so concerned about like keeping up on sports or their hobbies, and the internet's everyone's fingertips, and whereas back in the day, what's that?
Bread and circuses, yes.
Yeah, and so like back in the olden times, you didn't have all these distractions and things like that, and poverty and different things were more immediate, and you didn't have all these distractions, and so people could come together a little more easily and overthrow whatever. Whereas today, Chomsky's point is that you have all this technological progress and all that stuff, and so you're like, I don't really want to go out and cause a revolution. I'm just going to sit in here and do Google Hangout or something. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff is in the way of actually motivating people to actually get out there. So you'll have like protests and stuff, but nothing's really going to change. Maybe it's incremental, but
well, not that many people really have jobs anymore, and that number is going to keep going down. Yeah, and of course, without the job to pay the bills, people will be in very deep shit in very large numbers.
And then from there, you probably have like the voting thing. Like a lot of people don't vote because it's just one vote, and you want to know that everyone's voting like you, so you think your vote's going to make a difference. Same thing with revolution. It's like, why do what I'm doing if I don't have, like what J.D. Kane is saying, he only has 1,400 people. He's not trying to change the world or anything, but you're just thinking like, if nobody's going to be acting with me here, I mean, your motivation can only be so strong, and you're not going to have like a bunch of Scots behind you if you're William Wallace or something.
Yeah, it's nice. You get 100 or so people watching when you have that. I mean, that feels good. But yeah, I'm not gonna have. It's not like this is eventually gonna become like a political movement. I'm not gonna be the next Matt Dillahunty or anything. And I'm okay with that. Be a little fish. I got other priorities anyway. Family, Minecraft. Okay, not really Minecraft. Or well, maybe. Anyway, yeah.
Like if I was in a room though with 1,400 people, I mean that's a lot of people. But who knows? Maybe a chunk of that is just like watching for entertainment or something.
Oh, I've got
I just know
3 orders of bacon. Sorry.
No, it's alright. I just know Sugar's picture: anarchy, atheist, vengeful agenda, or vengeance agenda, with a kiss on it.
Who knows?
Pink lipstick, not really so anarchy-ish. I'm out for vengeance. Kissy. Don't get me wrong, it's a good lipstick color.
Last time I checked, anarchism wasn't about vengeance, but still.
You're right there. Kind of about other stuff. Hey, Sugar, how you doing this morning?
Oh, whoops.
She might have just fallen back to sleep. Like, hate is so exhausting. I hear she's really mad at me right now.
Yeah, I tried to.
What did I do?
Oh boy. Yeah. Why would she be mad at you for, J.D. Kane?
I don't know. Exactly. I am just a breath of fresh air. I'm
I
like
think there's something
rainbow,
about
pearls,
discussions
sunshine.
about her on your show.
Well, yeah, well, she was. I can give some context. It wasn't my show, but Talking Shit Tuesday, we gave her an hour and 15 minutes to say her piece, which apparently she still didn't really say much of anything. It was more like emotional rants, which is fine. But she had her shot, and I was as polite as I could be for the fact that it was kind of taking on the show and making it shit. Afterwards, I believe she came on here, talked to Michael Ann, where apparently I ambushed her. Okay, I ambushed you for an hour and 15 minutes of free time to talk.
That's a terrible ambush.
Well,
Ambush
aren't you
is
both
done in 10
non-believers?
seconds.
Why would you two have that kind of issue for a conflict?
Well, I mean, the thing is, do you get along with every Christian, or even most Christians, or theists, or anything like that?
Well, we have our disagreements, obviously, and there's some individuals I'd prefer not to be around sometimes, but I usually don't pull them on for an hour and a half and give them hell.
Morning stuff. I'm apparently,
You've
not.
got a life and shit to do. Get off your freaking chat.
Yeah, what she said.
Oh, is that where the background noise was? I thought there was a TV.
Yeah, that is the ball and chain, and she's right. So I'll be back, and I'll continue the story.
Yeah, there was, it's probably too late to mention it, hilarious scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where Eric Idle's describing how they're part of an anarchistic commune and going through this whole bit about how they run their the castle and the property and all that stuff, and and of course Arthur's there and it's like, but I'm your king, and it's like, well, I didn't vote for you, and blah 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 blah. You should be able to find that scene on YouTube. I'm sure it's there.
Nadia, would you mind doing me a favor real quick? I don't know what you're running around the house like that for, but would you be able to do me a favor?
Well, depends if I need free hands to do it, but
No, it won't involve you doing really too much. What I'm wanting to do is, it looks like whatever issues I had with Blab before seems like it's working, and I want to see if I were to record a video through that thing, if it would do good on a conversation piece, because I've been trying to find something different besides the Hangouts. Would you be willing to come in, say a few things to me real quick, see if this audio works?
That's actually probably going to need free hands. And
free hands?
Yeah. I also probably won't really have them while smoking.
Are you not able to have your cam open in two different browsers at the same time? And still, even if you're not talking to me, even if you're talking to your own room, I just want to see if it picks people up good, as well as my own voice.
Yeah, it can be done. Just, a little bit awkward. Free hands and all that.
No, all you gotta do is click come in and dock up on the thing. That's it, and just talk if you want to talk to your individuals in here. I just want to see if the audio goes back and forth. Before, when I tried it, whenever I was using Windows 7, it cut out my voice a whole bunch. I just want to see if it works.
Yeah, I'll be down in the smoking area shortly. And
is there a specific type of title you'd like for the room, like transgender communist or something?
That's possible. Godless communist transsexualism or something.
It's a bit long. Can you type it out so I don't have to do it? Just kidding. All right, hold on a second. Let me see if this thing
It's
works.
also, what is it? I recently titled one hangout, Transsexualism Falsifies Christ. It was a joke title of sorts, but anyway.
All right, I'm going to call it Transsexuals for Jesus. Hold on.
Oh dear. Please. There is a transgender Christian site. Like, that is probably one of the not a very convincing exegesis regarding, I guess what you might say is, Matthew chapter 19, verse 12. Yeah, there is more to transsexualism than.
There you go. I got the link. See it? Communist transsexuals for Jesus. There it is.
All right. Gonna assume I can mostly just talk in the Hangout, and so I'll be transmitting to both places at once. It won't be such a overhead or burden. Taking a bit to load, though. Oh dear.
Your bandwidth does seem to be holding, at least right now.
Well, yeah, it's 4G LTE.
Yeah, my AT&T LTE. No, sorry. My company that I will not name, so-called LTE 4G type service, provides rather less bandwidth than one would hope for in my area.
Yeah, I've not really had issues with that. I don't know if.
Yeah, I have it. There are certain apps that run on my phone that are effectively run on a server, so the phone is simply an interface to them. And even though the bandwidth requirements are very low, it is sensitive to latency and such. So,
yeah, that's not too big a deal. Political philosophy, on the other hand, is maybe a bigger issue than. Oh, sorry. Absolutely. Yeah, political philosophy. Oh, well, partly the difference in sound quality is from the headset and so on. Bluetooth has some limitations on bandwidth, and I guess A2DP support in both drivers and their particular implementation. So the thing is, the
I return.
All the issues are really. Oh, welcome back.
Hey.
Yeah, given that the contentions in many respects are truly political, political philosophy and such is worthwhile to investigate, and I'll check out LibGen or some such to see if I can track down some references. Oh, I hear you, Brad, but I'm two things at once. Yeah, the whole changing the world thing, or sorry, what? All right, excellent. So
this is where Nadia appears to have voices in her head and talks back to them.
So anyway, I will share my story now if you want, or well, clarify the whole bit with Sugar.
yeah, I don't know if she's... Sorry, what?
Well, I was gonna continue where I left off.
Hopefully Sugar reappears, but she doesn't seem to be back here yet.
Well, I mean, she knows all that she was there for the room. This is more for everyone else.
Anyway, I don't entirely know them, but
Yeah, that's kind of the one weird thing is I really have no idea who Sugar is. I know she's an atheist, kinda, but she's not really particularly interested in talking about it. When she comes in a room, she tends to wait until the other stuff is over and then like let me tell you about my love life. It's like okay, it's kind of odd. Then again, I do that too sometimes, so I can't say it's too odd. Hey, let me come in and tell you about the Sugar.
Go ahead.
Anyway, so yeah, Talk to Tuesday took over the show. Her and Gus went at it for like an hour.
Well, the
Yeah. I'm sniffling a lot because of allergies, so I'm muting a lot.
yeah, the trick with bringing in drama is it tends to bring people down your head, and if you're especially kind of as reliant as I am on this channel,
Yeah.
the risk
It
can
kind
get
of depends.
high fun.
It kind of depends on who the drama's aimed at. If it's other people, it's okay. If they're aiming at you, well, that can be frustrating. The drama was aimed at me the last time because my show was so bad. Like, oh, well, people either loved it or hated it. Like, oh, I would have nothing but Sugar. Other people like, best drama show ever. So the people who were there to hear, more issue-related drama rather than whatever the hell that was, were upset. Anyway, this spilled over into who had the. I don't remember who started the channel. It was like Cerberus's channel, which I believe is still going as far as I can tell. Just all day, every day. They were trying to have fun with Rob Beasley, who's back in the community and still insane. But then I came in, and Sugar literally told Fabio to shut up so that we could apparently yell at each other or something. And I'll be honest, at this point, I was just tired of hearing the phrase, I'm just going to give you the truth. I'm just so used to hearing that from theists. And virtually every time it has nothing to do with the truth. None of this is true. Yeah, some of this is true. I'm not really big on lying. I may have a different perspective. It may be biased, but bias is not the same as lying. So, yeah, a lot of this is true. So anyway, I came in and she was very mad about, well, she could tell you herself if she wants, but I apparently, well, I know I did. I told her, I mentioned, I used the F word a few times. I told her, to fuck off in the side chat. I'm tired of this shit. Just do whatever you're going to do. Because she was having a lot of internet trouble. This is more my perspective. And so she kept getting in the chat, leaving the chat, getting in the chat, leaving the chat. And finally, enough of this shit. Because people in the side chat start filling up with, gee, how can we fix shit? I'm like, who cares? I don't even care enough to write the message I just wrote about her fucking. I know. We're here for great debate issues, and she's not. And so I'm not really interested. So after 10, 15 minutes of her coming in, coming out, all right, just boot. We're not talking about it really anyway. And so then I dedicated 3 minutes to talking about Sugar without her there. How dare I? And she got pissed about it. How dare you not let me defend myself? Okay, we didn't say anything new. We're kind of going through the old stuff. And no one really cared. Mark especially doesn't care. He's just cackling in the background I can't believe we're still talking about this. I haven't really seen much of anything from Annabelle. Pretty much everyone's silent about this except Sugar, the spurned lover, except there was no lovin'. So I said, okay, well, I'm done with this. And so she still was I'm going to tell you the truth and you get to listen. Or I'm like, okay, this is not where these rooms are not devised so that you can give long speeches about your love life or about how people are so mean to you. And so I was like, yeah, at this point, just fuck the hell off. Enough of this shit. The worst part is, it was fun. Let me just explain this to you, and so I did this long explanation, and then she comes back from whatever she was doing, I didn't listen to any of it. Well, then fuck you then. I'm not listening. And so I interrupted her. I'm not listening to you either. You're gonna be like that. And she gets all in a hissy fit and rage quits. Show me your. I'm just reading the side chat here. How do you know this? I don't know, because I'm friends with Mark, or at least internet friends. We get along, we chat. He doesn't give a shit. I mean, as far as I tell, Annabelle just doesn't talk about it at all, so I'm sure she could give a shit. As others have said, by the way, for anyone that was watching, this is Sugar in the side chat I'm responding to. Yeah, so as far as I know, none of them care about this except you at this point.
Yeah, that's probably more drama than I can really handle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even I'm trying to move away from like enough already. And, let's if it was like a huge like blow up over like young and old Earth creationism going at each other, or I mean, I just had a wonderful chat with Pillbox. It wasn't much of a chat, but a bunch of sort of back and forth with Pillbox about his new flat Earth beliefs. That was interesting. It's funny. All of his rebuttals were just crap. He kept rebutting things that I hadn't actually brought up. I said, well, what about shadows and sticks? He went, oh, well, that's a problem for you. I'm like, really? What is? Well, whatever that thing you said there, that's totally a problem for you because, yeah, you don't get it, you Evo-tard. And so his responses were cliche and had nothing to do with what we were talking about. We're talking about Pillbox if you missed that bit. Keep inviting you to what? Does your mic work, Sugar? Ask him why he keeps inviting me. Sugar, I can read the side chat too. Yes, again, I can read the side chat too, Sugar. You don't have to talk in third person. Anyway, why did I come here if I'm tired of you? You're not the only one in here? Hi, Art. How you doing? Hey, Nadia. Yeah, I know other people in here. And also, I heard you were talking shit, and that's my specialty. So as tired as I am of you, I'm still willing to rebut bullshit you bring up. I want to ask, why are you in this community? I'm not saying you should leave. I'm not saying you're not welcome. You're not, but I'm not going to say it. What are you here for? I'm here for great debate discussions and a bit of drama and a bit of interesting issues and things I can look up and confirm for myself that are interesting. That's kind of what it first got me into creationism was, I started listening to arguments and then trying to figure out, what are they talking about? What makes that true and that false? And I had to research it all. Didn't really know. That's what I like about this community. I like that my show is popular and that it entertains people. I'm a comedian at heart, so I like people to laugh or enjoy the time. So that's good. That's why I'm here. So why are you here? Apparently it's here to, I don't know, dangle babies in front of people and yell about Mark. That's not healthy, especially for the baby. So this is not the most entertaining sick of talking to side chat here. I guess her mic's not working, or she's too angry to.
Welcome back, Brett.
Hey, Brett.
My original kind of involvement was, I guess, I don't know, I was more of a passive Usenet reader back in 93 and, well, throughout university and such. And anyway, I signed up for alt.atheism and I guess saw some various kinds of recaps of the issues and ended up, focusing more on the actual study instead of going about studying the issues pertinent to atheism. Before that, I guess, never really been educated at all, and didn't get that much education out of that either. Where I kind of really ended up digging into things was only basically early 2014, like January, basically. And I probably picked up more about like the Bible and stuff, and real atheist philosophy per se. There's, I guess, been some atheistic philosophy dug into at various points. Different kinds of atheistic arguments. Of course, I knew about infidels.org from way back, all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still seems like it's got audio issues, Nadia. You came through perfectly. The last, like, 10 seconds of my sentences would get cut off. That sucks.
So the question is, how many villages are running around? Oh,
How
that's
does
quite
what?
a few. Nothing. Completely unrelated. Just ignore me.
I kind of got involved in this because I was already into philosophy and stuff, but I was in Pal Talk, and Pal Talk is just awful because you have to raise your hand and wait, and people go on like half-hour monologues, and I was like, I saw these Google Hangouts on YouTube, and it's just free discussion. It was like, oh, this is really cool. That's kind of how I got into it, but.
Yeah. It's evolved a bit for me. It somehow turned into I don't know, sort of means of survival in a way. So it was it's not what brought me to Google Plus. What did for that was that back in January 2012, right after I had my heart attack, I said, okay, well, after transition, I better go seek information about how to actually start making a move. And there I found on IRC some people who were doing Google Plus Hangouts and that could do voice coaching. And well, I sound a little bit better now, but not not really as fun as I really hoped to be. So.
And my experience with IRC was limited to freenode.net, and that was primarily in the Lisp channel, so no politics or any of that.
Nadia, I think I know what went wrong. I think that I'm so used to Hangouts. I always mute my mic immediately after I get done speaking. I think there might be a 10-second delay where I'm muting too fast, and that's why it's cutting me off. Would you be willing to do another few-minute test here in a little bit after we get done talking?
Actually, I was curious about something, BK.
All right.
Are you still doing the atheism is a religion thing? I believe you had a video up about it. If it wasn't you and I messed up, I apologize. Just trying to remember who it was. But I'm pretty sure it was you.
Well, I know that people made arguments about it in the past, but the courts actually declared atheism a religion due to some atheists pushing it.
Right. Do you know what court? I believe it was 7th Court of Appeals?
I think it was either the 9th or the 5th District, and I believe it was because of free speech issues.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone's explained it to you. It's just one of those things that, it's worth correcting.
Over on the Richard Dawkins website, Richard Dawkins says he supports what the court declared. He wanted that because he felt like he'd get more benefits like Christianity does, being a religion.
I'm pretty sure he was being snarky, but of course, who cares what Richard Dawkins says or what any American court says? The world is bigger than that. And the American court does not decide how things are defined or whether something is a religion or not. Because if the court decided that bowling was a religion because of some weird 5th-minute reading, that doesn't actually make it a religion. This means that the law is protecting it as if it was.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I wasn't.
Well, you don't have to apologize. It's nothing special. I mean,
it's still a religion, though, according to the court. So.
I actually disagree. I don't think that's what they said. They said it was protected under the same statutes, which is kind of where some statutes they protect things. They protect one thing, they also protect the opposing thing. Like you have the right to be religious, and you also have the right not to be religious and to practice your not being religious. And the problem is, of course, that wording is kind of sloppy. And so one of the justices, the one who kind of was against it, said, "Well, atheism is now a religion." And another one's like, "Well, no, not really. That's not really what we meant." And the thing is, it's like, who cares? It's just. It doesn't make. I mean, I don't practice religion. I don't go to any churches. I don't have any creeds. I don't have any dogmas. But I am an atheist and a philosophical naturalist. So it's just one of those things. Like it's one of those arguments. You're like, you wonder why people are even bothering to make the argument, because religion is supposed to be a good thing anyway. So why try and paint it as something else? Like, oh, you're an atheist, that means you're religious. Okay. Even if it were true, it's trivial. So
Non-denominational.
Well, it doesn't matter to me. A bunch of rapist, pedo, murder, atheist prisoners wanted it that way, and it got that way. There's a link to Richard Dawkins.
There were atheist pedo prisoners?
Yes, it was actually...
I'm sure there's plenty of pedophiles that are, atheists, just there are everything else that's an atheist. That's an atheist. Atheism doesn't really encompass a lot of the stuff.
I have a question. Why are you saying this kind of thing, rather than just one thing?
Well, Mr. Nate, we're having a discussion about how recently the court stated, it's not super recent, it's been actually a couple of years now, but they declared atheism a religion, and some atheists are a little pissed off about that.
It's like
I'm not angry about it. It doesn't really affect me. Like I said, just like 99% of the world has no idea who you and I are, 99% of the world doesn't really know about this religion, doesn't care. So I mean, most people who are atheists, like my dad, is like a hardcore. I would call him a hardcore atheist, except he doesn't advocate for it at all. He just is very much a strong atheist and does not give a crap about God or books or anything. However, he also has no idea about this ruling, as do most people. People are not following court rulings in an appeals court. They don't care. It doesn't affect them at all. And this ruling, I mean, whether they decide, whether Joe Schmo or a court says atheist religion doesn't really affect anything, does it affect the not practicing part of the religion? The fact that I don't go to church, I don't do any of the things you would expect someone to do if they were religious. So that is unchanged. So what puzzles me is that it's something that's talked about at all. Because it really has nothing to do with the important stuff, which is, does God exist? What does he? If he does, what does he want you to do? What are his powers? Where does he live? What's he made of? What does he want? All the important stuff of the great debate. Instead, we're talking about semantics. Like, well, are you religious? Because if you are, I mean, it's just like there's really no. I don't see the upside to the argument, to the whole atheism is an argument, other than what G-Man has been trying to pull, which is, well, since you're a religion, I'm showing that it's crazy for you to attack religion. Well, I don't get that either, because even if I were religious, that doesn't mean I don't have a good reason to think that other religions need to go away, or that are crap, or that are not, or just not true.
Well, in my opinion, like gay marriage and whatnot, marriage it should be just a civil union, and then have your religious union as a different thing. Government, a government union, and then a completely separate.
Nadia.
I mean,
that's just.
I mean, I think that would fit.
I think you're talking about something different there, Nate.
I offer you a suggestion. I offer you a suggestion. Can you not hit up so much alcohol before coming to a live broadcast, please?
I disagree. Alcohol it up, dude. It's all good. Don't listen to them.
I was just going to say that atheism doesn't seem to be a rich enough sort of
I was going to say
belief system in order to qualify as a religion.
I mean,
it seems
not
like
even a belief system to begin with.
It's constituted by, I mean, depending on how you define it, it's constituted pretty much by one proposition. Either you lack a belief in a God, or you positively believe that there is no God, and that's pretty much the only common denominator there. And then from there, you have all different kinds of atheists. In order to qualify as a religion, it seems like a religion is a complex, interwoven kind of collection of propositions regarding modes of worship, position towards the transcendent, community among like-minded believers, cognitive assent to certain dogmas. But like atheism is such like a denuded, I guess, in terms of religion, it's just kind of like one position, and then there's different kinds of atheists out there. So,
right.
I mean, it just depends on how you define religion, I guess.
Yeah. They got different denominations and churches.
The closest thing you can get to it, I think, out of it, and maybe what could psychologically explain it in terms of motivation, is that maybe some people have the perception that people hold on to atheism with something akin to religious fervor. That's the closest I could get to it, but even there, it wouldn't qualify as a religion to me.
Well, how about this, Slash? What do you think about this? And Stephen Hawking, he was asked by his future wife. She said, "What is an atheist?" When she first met him, she didn't know what it was. She was a hardcore Christian, and he said, "I'm an atheist." And she goes, "Well, what is that?" And he said, "It's a religion for intelligent people." How do you feel about that?
Again, I mean, it just depends on what you mean by the word, or what she meant by the word religion. I mean,
No, that was Stephen Hawking who said to her, "Atheism is a religion for intelligent people," and he's an atheist.
Like, I don't know what he meant by it, but I mean, my hunch is that he was using the word religion rhetorically in order to appeal to something in her, in order to, put it on an even keel with all the other religions out there and distinguish it by the property of intelligence. But I think he was using it rhetorically and not in terms of concise or precise conceptual analysis of the actual word religion.
Yeah,
That's just my hunch.
Excuse me. Yeah, I feel compelled to say at this point, Stephen Hawking has been known to be snarky and mischievous and joking on numerous occasions. It's a well-known trait of his character. So he could well have just been joking, and the joke got quoted and taken out of context, or what have you.
Sorry, I had to walk away for a second there, guys.
Yeah, well, that's what he said. Snarky or not.
Yeah, I'm not debating that he said that or not. I mean, if he said it, he said it.
I missed it. Who said what?
Stating that, don't always take him entirely literal on certain things. I mean, for example, he was on stage doing a Q&A, and obviously because of his conditions, all the questions had to be written up in advance so that he could do his answers. But anyway, there was a question about, some band breaking up, and is there ever a chance of them getting back together, and what should I do? And then he goes, finally, a question worthy of importance, or something. Finally, an important question, which the whole audience laughed at. And then he said, I recommend you start studying theoretical physics, and then did a little comedic shit.
Yeah, I think the mere philosophy, about like metaphysics or ethics, whatever else. They're not the. It's not those only aspects, and that's where I think there'll be quite a bit of difficulty even posing some kind of I don't know, philosophical ideas that could be I don't know, quote unquote, part of an atheist religion, so to speak.
And it being a philosophy might be necessary, but not sufficient, right? I mean, atheists can be like consciously philosophical or unconsciously philosophical. And there's all different, there's a spectrum to atheism, and I think it could be construed as a philosophy if you qualify it with philosophical naturalism.
But, I don't know if there's a spectrum to atheism, but there's a spectrum to just beliefs in general. Some people have really good justification of the beliefs, and other people just hold to them rather flippantly.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
See, I've only recently tried to become more philosophically literate. I actually used to go with the lacktheist term, and now I realize lacktheism is kind of crap. So yeah, I mean, things change. It's important, the people who grow in their beliefs, I think it's more important. Like when you're able to accept correction on certain things, that's the important aspect. But I still don't think there's really any way to make atheism itself a religion. You still need to add something. Just like theism can never be a religion. It's just, there's not enough there.
Right, or solipsism.
All right, Sugar as well as Nadia, can you do me a favor so I can do that few-minute test? The room will be called Sugar is Hot, and I need to test this out. Is that okay?
Actually, you should change it to Splenda is Hot.
I was going to put J.D. King Smells Like Fish, but it's too long of a title. People wouldn't understand.
Okay. I gotta take
Artificial
off,
corn
guys.
syrup is hot.
Take care, everybody. I gotta go to work. Later.
Yeah.
Slash.
By the way, if anyone's curious what I'm
Fine.
doing here, I don't know why you would be. I'm undoing something I did last night because I thought it looked awful. I had brick and glass at this hotel, and then I looked at it like, okay, that's just ugh.
You
I don't do
actually
that.
you actually like playing that game?
I do. I'm on a friend's server, Rainbow, which is part of the community. She's invited me, or actually, I kind of invited myself, and I found out, like, hey, Dragnot's playing? I was like, oh. Like, we got other people in the community playing? This is cool. I want to join in. I'm a fan of the game. So. Just, and The Sims, and that's kind of what it is. Sims and Legos.
Well, in beta versions of, I know this is a little off topic, but in beta versions of Minecraft, some people on certain servers did some rather remarkable things. There was one server that nearly toppled when a group of people effectively produced the most accurate Minecraft rendition possible of NCC 1701D.
Which is?
Star Trek
Enterprise.
From the Next Generation. I mean,
The D, yeah.
they had the whole blueprints and everything, and they did it in detail. And that's
awesome.
It had the server basically falling on its knees. There was another clever individual who modeled an early Texas Instruments microprocessor.
Yeah, most of people making calculators or computers. I mean, apparently they've got like the first Apple computer in Minecraft with the way I think it's the way Redstone works. Where it basically it follows like basic electronics rules.
Yeah, if you can do a 6205 processor, that would be certainly quite a feat in Minecraft, considering all the computational power Minecraft wastes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So it's just impressive. Like, damn, dude, you really did that.
Yeah, but I've seen some of those in gameplay videos. I was like, wow, that game's going to be some serious shit when it hits the streets.
Well, I'm just amazed some of like the little things. Like some guy made a 10 by 10 door, which made of almost 7,000 blocks. That is some complicated redstone computations going on there. And he's like, oh, here you go, boom. No, just making a piston door that does all the stuff requires some ridiculous combination of redstone. The way it works, like you have to have a block on this angle, and this kind of block has to be here, and this is how you make it move up. And like, holy crap! How does he know this stuff?
Yeah. Another program that had an impressive beta run was, of course, Kerbal Space Program.
Oh, yeah.
That one, and Kerbal is pretty damn cool.
I heard it's like, if you're not super into that stuff, you'll quit, download it, quit again, download it, and then you'll finally just become obsessed with it.
Yeah. The thing with Kerbal is they went to a great deal of trouble to make the physics real.
Yeah.
Using real Newtonian mechanics. So the simple act of manually flying a rocket and getting it into orbit in the early betas was a massive challenge that virtually everyone failed at. So it gives you, if nothing else, it gives you some real respect for what NASA was doing in the late 50s, early 60s after Sputnik. They had to try and play catch up, and then there was the Mercury program getting the first, which had the first 7 astronauts, and getting John Glenn into orbit. I mean, there was a long track there, and you start to respect these things when you see that these missiles, blowing up and everything. And it's like Kerbal has a lot of stuff like that in there. But the really cool part is the little picture-in-picture view of the 3 astronauts. The guy in the middle is always smiling and happy, and depending on the quality of the rocket you build and how well it's doing, the other 2 are basically freaking the hell out. I mean, it's just comic. But yeah, I've never gotten a chance to play it because unfortunately it's a Windows platform game and I don't run Windows. Anyway, that's as far off topic as I want to go. I mean, but yeah, I would certainly anyone interested in Kerbal should. I mean, anyone interested.
What do you run, Linux or Apple?
I'm on Apple Mac. Running OS X. I have a machine that's potent enough that I could set up a virtual machine or use Boot Camp and partition for a Windows install, but Windows is expensive purchasing at OEM, and I really don't want to install pirateware because I don't trust I don't trust it as far as I can spit.
I had for a while. I had a boot camp or whatever, and I used Windows.
I've had a pirated version of Windows, but I was running it in Parallels virtual machine. But that particular machine that I had it set up on with not enough memory to run Windows and then pile on Kerbal or whatever as well. And in fact, I was primarily using it to run Linux, even though it had more Windows support. But then I ultimately ended up giving up the whole virtual machine concept because the programs from Linux that I was using frequently all had perfectly good working OS X ports that I could either build or were pre-built. So, I mean, I've got essentially a fully functional Unix development environment because OS X is Unix. It's just a bit different from Linux, that's all. It's closer to FreeBSD because that's what it's forked off of.
I have no idea what that is.
FreeBSD is one of the several BSD forks. BSD is the Berkeley software distribution of Unix. AT&T and Berkeley collaborated to create the Unix operating system. It was initially done at AT&T at Murray Hill, New Jersey, at Bell Labs, and they had source distribution. They were forbidden by Congress from going into the computer business because they at the time they were the telephone company, monopoly. But at any rate, so Berkeley also added to it, and before the BSDs came out, Linux started to blossom. But what was holding the BSD distributions back was a lawsuit from AT&T, and they got monumentally embarrassed in court when it turned out that most of the lines of computer code were written by Berkeley, not A&T. But C programming language, C++ programming language, they also come out of New Jersey. And C programming language is probably the most commonly used programming language on the planet. I mean, everything runs on it.
Say otherwise. It's certainly used for systems programming, but not for everything or the majority of software that's out there.
Well, the high-level applications stuff is usually written in higher-level languages.
Still, there was...
and I kind of conflate C++ with C.
How did I wander off into a question like this?
It's a question of tangents.
Don't know where Outbound or Mark went, so... Anyway, yeah, tangents are difficult to manage. Not everyone's up for long attention span theater.
Well, you know why ST3K failed, because people didn't have the attention for short attention span theater either.
Oh, and there went the participants in the hangout. Did any discussions scare them away?
Well, hopefully they'll
Probably.
be back. Wait a minute. Oh, wait.
I know. Oh, welcome back, Outbound.
Hey, Joe, what you up to, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Boy, you guys went on for a good long time last night, huh? Unfortunately for me, I ended up falling asleep. There
Yeah.
was some lady and guy in my room that was carrying on and just dragging on for so long. I was tempted to stab myself in the neck with a dull spoon. It was ridiculous. So, Joe, I hope when you came in later you had somewhat amount of entertainment, but I almost went into a damn coma.
It got pretty intense. There was like a pretty sophisticated presuppositional apologist, and Ocean started I started discussing the problem of evil, and then it turned into a morality epistemology debate between Ocean, Veckel, and I think his name was Jason. Yeah, Jason Peterson.
All right,
So they got pretty
now,
good.
Joe, you were in there for a while. Nobody pulled out their wee-wee or anything like that. Things kept calm.
Yeah, I didn't even. Only one other guy who no one recognized came in, and we didn't even give him a chance. We were like, "No, you're not going to be broadcast unless you like are active in the chat for like 20 minutes."
I appreciate that. It's hard to get good help, you know what I mean? And when you got those live hangouts, when an individual like myself or Nadia, we've got our health issues, sometimes we just got to go into the Sleeping Beauty mode. We just want to mod some people up and be able to have some responsibility. Ain't that right, Nadia?
Yep, you bet.
Need to figure out how to turn up the volume. I don't know what it is, but it's real quiet. I turned my audio all the way up, though.
You do sound more quiet than usual.
I sound quiet?
You sound you sound like you're far away from the mic than usual. More.
All right, how about now?
That's better actually.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
We were trying to make up for your lack of presence, so we all did our own Brett impersonation.
I'm listening. There we go. Turned up my speakers. Level. Turn this to 75. Dun, 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 dun. All right, how's this sound? Is it good? Is it good?
Yeah. Let me see if your repeat is because of
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
We hear you.
Oh no. Hold on a second. Damn it. What has happened?
I don't know.
Alright, I think I'm actually going to try and sleep, but I'll be back in a couple hours. Bye, everyone.
Well, anyway, I do already have a few references on political philosophy. I should probably get started on them after get through some ethics.
I think Brett crashed. I'm sure he'll be back in a moment. your laser-like focus on philosophy versus my complete ADD on everything. Oh, squirrel!
Does he come on your channel a lot, Nadia?
He has been able to visit from time to time, but he's not like what I call a total regular.
I'm just surprised because I mean you self-proclaimed as godless right there on your video, and I don't know. My experience with Brett is that he's really kind of Nazi-ish as far as shutting out opposing views.
Mm.
I'm just surprised to find him in here. I've
I
had
don't
very
know.
I've had very brief stints on his channel, and usually when he'll start questioning me, and when my answers don't go the way he wants them to, I'm kicked.
Odd. I don't know. I have I suppose how would you describe it? Demeanor or way of saying things or something that maybe just doesn't set people off.
I didn't say anything that, I mean, you know, I'm a person that tries to use as much tact as possible as well, especially since being on his channel was actually like my introduction to this whole fucking world of Google Hangouts. And like when I first came in, since I was new, like I came in saying nothing, just sitting there listening, and he like singled me out and was asking and questioning me, and I was just answering his questions and got kicked.
Oh, weird.
I don't know, maybe he's not always that way, but
I think he's
maybe he was having
not
some bad days.
I think he probably does. I guess relatively strictly manage his channel.
Yeah.
I'm probably seen as one of the more lax people in terms of around my channel, but still.
Yeah, I've heard you actually being accused of under-moderating.
Yeah.
But the interesting side effect of that, though, is rather interesting discussions, even though they're not necessarily on your particular favorite topic group, do come up. You know, especially when you're asleep.
Yeah. Too many times I wake up and people are talking about like video games or movies. It's like, what on earth?
Yeah. You know what? You know, if your right knee gets better, you can do that quadruple face palm one of these days.
Yeah, there's a. Oh, and welcome back, Brett. Good to have you on.
I don't know if I was the first person to trigger a triple face palm or not.
I am extremely happy. Nadia, it works. It works. It was just a matter of me muting myself because I'm so used to Google Hangouts muting it immediately after I talk. But if I let it go for about 5 seconds and then I mute it, then I'm good.
Excellent.
So yeah, I'm going to be able to use this. I like it because you know how even if someone just wants to come in and type, they end up taking up a panel. You can only get 10 people in a room, but in this thing you can have an unlimited amount of people. All you have to do is just simply choose who takes the panels. And that's pretty sexy, and it makes a video, and you can pause the recording anytime.
Well, anytime there's Michael Martin's Cambridge Companion to Atheism. I'll put it back up so you can see it too.
Yay!
Yeah.
What's
You
what's
get the
the Cambridge? What's this book? Can you give a like a short version of what's in this book?
well number of I guess arguments that there are no such things as gods, and I think also a few associated philosophical positions.
Ah, so it's like a everything you need to get involved in the debate from an atheist's perspective.
Maybe not everything, but a bunch of useful stuff.
Have you heard of a manual for creating atheists by Peter Boghossian?
No, I haven't.
I've got a few videos from Peter on my YouTube channel. You might find those interesting, and I can I'll pull it up a link to the book here in a second.
Yeah, there's okay, it's called Boghossian, and how's that spelled? Boghossian.
It's Boghossian.
Okay, I got that much right.
Yeah.
What's the title of it? Creating Atheists?
I'm about to send the link here. It's a manual for creating atheists. Here's a PDF version.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
And you know, one thing that I mean, I don't know this for sure, but from what I understand, there's been a bunch of research done in regards to like changing people's minds, and this comes from both sides, from converting atheists to Christians, or converting Christians to atheists, or even just converting someone in any position. And the research shows that like taking this approach of like looking at it as a debate and trying to present reason and facts and evidence, for the most part, people it just doesn't work. It actually, most of the time, it actually ends up solidifying their current beliefs even more.
Yeah.
But this manual for creating atheists is a totally different process, which involves the Socratic method, and involves well, it's kind of like you kind of exude the behavior that you want to see in others. You kind of show the possibility that you might have your mind changed, and that you're curious about how they came to the belief that they have and the claim that they hold. And it allows you to disseminate their claim, and allows them to critically analyze their own beliefs and poke holes in it themselves without them even realizing it. So you don't have, because if you approach a person like, you're wrong because I have these reasons, and you present your side of the story as like in the debate approach, what you're doing is you're painting a story that the other person can poke holes in. Whereas when you use the Socratic method and you inquire into their version of the belief, like I said earlier, you're kind of forcing them to poke holes in their own belief.
Yeah, I like the Socratic method myself, because you're just simply asking questions. You're not dictating any conclusions. And I think it's, well, like you said, it's a nice way to basically make them start thinking along the lines that, if you have carefully crafted your questions, can cause them to potentially doubt their own position, or maybe not. You never know. I mean, I don't think in general philosophical arguments are going to ultimately convince people, or at least not everyone, of everything. But it's still a useful technique for a monologue or a dialogue.
Peer-reviewed studies have shown that, like the evidence argument debate approach is a lot less successful than the Socratic approach.
That doesn't surprise me. In fact, I think one of the, and I don't know if that phenomenon is uniform through time or not, or if news media using unsourced bullet points for sound bites and such has anything to do with that. It would be interesting to understand, at a lower level, why that is so. Although it is certainly useful to know at a high level that yes, that's the case.
Being that it's a Socratic method developed by Socrates, it's at least been in practice since then, and when Socrates implemented it, it was extremely successful, even to the point in his community inspired the leaders of his community to put him to death because he was changing their minds. So that's how well it worked for him.
Yeah.
It was
well
working so well. It was an extreme threat to those who were in power and had a reason to keep people from questioning their current beliefs.
Fast forward to the late 14th, early 15th century, Galileo's, what was the exact title? Not remembering the exact title, but it was on the chief worldviews of heliocentrism versus geocentrism, or heliocentric model versus geocentric model, something like that. I don't remember precisely the title, unfortunately, and I lost my link to it. I had an English translation available, but not anymore, unfortunately. But essentially, Galileo used the classic Socratic method, with the student simplicito and who else? Well, I'm sure you know who. But the teacher asking the questions and the two students answering them, and that was his dialogue using the Socratic style, where he established heliocentrism as a model. Not that he, obviously he didn't invent that model, but he was advocating it, and he had permission to do that paper, that is, papal permission, but apparently there was a falling out somewhere along the line, and he was forced, something along the lines of, I may have been a little too strongly biased towards the heliocentric model. But yeah, that's the problem with being in Italy at that time instead of up in the Netherlands. But at any rate, yeah, it was a very effective.
No, heliocentrism goes back to Aristarchus, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, Aristarchus's actual writings are lost, so we don't know the argument he used. He was cited by Copernicus, but Copernicus erased the citation, and because he had some drafts that survived, and Copernicus's theory was not published until after his death. I think he knew the consequences of publishing such a view. Copernicus also used circular orbits.
Right.
By Galileo's time,
needed Kepler.
Kepler had established, well, not just Kepler, but Tycho Brahe had direct observational evidence, and Kepler formed the mathematics showing that they had to be elliptical orbits, particularly with Mars, because Mars has a fairly eccentric orbit compared to the Earth.
I think, what was it, Ptolemy and the Almagest, I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a bit, whether it was supposed to be predictive of what one would observe from the Earth, or whether it was supposed to be like representative of the structure of reality, because the heliocentrism had been floating around
Yeah,
back and forth
Ptolemy.
at that point.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Ptolemy had a geocentric model, and when he added the epicycles, for some reason, people were in love with circles. You know, they served a Platonic ideal of perfection, and even Kepler had to struggle with that. You know,
but even considering,
but
even considering though, yeah, the model was used Earth as a frame of reference. You know, whether that was being proposed as the sort of structure of reality as opposed to being aligned with the view one has of observations is actually unclear.
Yeah, I would agree. Although Aristotle,
welcome, Rob.
Yeah, Aristotle carried along Ptolemy's model, and the early Christian church adopted it as not simply a model, but also, the ontological reality.
So hopefully to bring everybody else in, welcome, Rob, and I hope Brett and Outbound have had a chance to meet Rob too. He's got some interesting views. Rob, aren't you in favor of the complete abolition of Islam?
Evolution or abolition?
Abolition, yeah.
Yeah, abolition, yeah, absolutely. Complete. Absolute, complete abolition.
Right.
It's enlightenment for humanity.
One religion down, we got to convince you to abolish the rest.
Sorry, say that.
He's for that. He is for that. He wants to abolish all of it. He's on board with you on that one, Nadia.
Oh, in Hinduism?
I hold the view that all belief, in total, whether it's religious, whether it's a false idea in your head, emotional idea, what you might call the ego, anything that's a belief should be discounted from, the human awareness or knowledge, everything, completely. So if something's held to be true, so if say in Hinduism you actually have some spiritual teachings that are actually verifiable, you can experience them, and they're valid, then they get to stay in the mix. But anything that's based on a belief that doesn't have a basis in reality should be completely discounted until it's proven.
Oh, goodness gracious, and we're going to have to denounce the atheist religion then, too.
Well, actually, you're right, because atheists hold, for certain aspects, they hold ideas that are based on beliefs. They simply do. It's a fact.
Sounds good to me.
What do you think a belief is?
Sorry?
I guess it really depends how you define the word atheism. I would say that generally people, when they use that word, they're not using it in the same context, the same definition that it is described by the standard academic definition.
Well, atheists have a great deal of powerful beliefs themselves. I'll give you an example.
That's a
When one's
semantic
when
argument
well, you haven't heard my argument yet. You're already jumping on it.
because you're defining the word.
The definition of atheist is lacking a belief in deity, but depending on if you're a weak or strong atheist, according to Nadia. But if you lack a belief in deities, it means that you believe that billions of God believers throughout time are wrong and that they're false. That you believe that everybody is wrong about what they're stating.
Okay, see that I would say that the academic definition doesn't match what you just described. Like that's your definition, which is a semantic argument. You're basically saying that that's what it means to you, because if just because I say that I don't believe in any type of theist view doesn't mean that I'm saying that I assume they're all wrong. I can consider the possibility that they may be right and still not say that I believe them.
Okay, so you believe in the possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if I hold the belief that I don't know if God is real or not, then that means I don't believe that 100% for sure he doesn't exist, and I don't believe 100% for sure he does. So I'm lacking a belief in both of those. If I don't know, and that would be if you look at the academic definition of agnostic, that's an agnostic, and if you look at the academic definition of an atheist, that's an atheist as well. But if there's also a Gnostic atheist, which would mean you absolutely know 100% for sure there's no God, and that would be something you could call a belief. I don't know if you could call it a religion. Again, that would be a semantic argument too, because it depends how you define the word religion. And I don't even know if there's a fucking, or if there, I don't even know if there's an agreed academic definition of that word. But yeah, I mean, it's what like these terms are really meaningless, and a lot of times people get into arguments, and they might even agree with each other, and still argue about it because they don't realize they're just defining the words differently.
Right. Nadia, I got a question for you. Do you believe that Christians, Muslims, and Jews are wrong?
Yeah, I think all are wrong.
Okay. Well, there you go. Lacking a belief in deities equals to believing one has superior thoughts and beliefs over other Abrahamic faiths. There you go.
Oh, I guess anyone who thinks they're right thinks any view is wrong. So.
Nadia, you're not coming through. The audio's lost.
Yeah, she said that all the Abrahamic faiths were wrong, and God took away her audio. It happens.
How do you know that God did that and it wasn't just a glitch?
Yeah, you're right. I'm just sitting there assuming and being goofy. I apologize. Sense of humor wise.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
She did say that everyone tends to think that they're right and everyone else is wrong. So that's, I think, by implication, a affirmation that, well, she believes she's right and you're wrong, but not a confirmation of superior thinking. Not really. Nadia's audio is working. I'll let her speak for herself.
Well, it's not that my audio wasn't working. I muted because I was talking to Nana real quick. So a affirmation of any given proposition entails the denial of all contradictory propositions. So there's no real mystery to that.
Right. I'm just practicing for a new irritating video for atheists. I hope you don't mind. Just practicing right now.
Yeah, well, you're possibly the only theist in the room, so there you go.
I thought that Rob believed in God, but he just didn't like religion. I guess I heard wrongly.
No.
Yeah. Let me define my position. It's not a common one. So I wrote a book. What is this thing called God? That was my effort to understand religions, and I find that Jesus is a real person, and that he has an excellent understanding of the human condition. So he's of extreme value to humanity. But I don't hold the view that, and he didn't either. You know, he didn't hold the view in the the concept of a God that basically lives in the sky. Now I know you'll say omniscient being, but it's essentially the same thing. He didn't hold that view. His view was that the concept of God was something within us all. So it's more like the fabric of nature than it is about a creator God. Now, you might say, well, hang on a minute. You're talking about Jesus, and that doesn't match with Christian or Muslim thinking. The reason is that I take that the true Jesus is found in the Gospel of Thomas. And if you actually look at it, it's not really a Gospel of Thomas, it's a Gospel of Jesus, because it's just a simple collection of 114 sayings from Jesus, 61 that are actually used in the New Testament. And there's an interesting explanation for that.
Right.
So 61 are used in the New Testament. And when you look through these texts, he talks about, so they're authentically from the era, it's debatable at what date, but what he talks about is he talks about coming to know thyself, more of the Buddhist sort of line of thinking. And he does deliver on the, the enlightenment phenomena. So these 114 sayings show you what that means and what it's all about, and quite accurately. So I say Jesus is real, and he's extremely important to humanity, extremely important, because this Jesus actually bridges the gap between Islam and Christianity, because Islam says that there was an Injil, a Gospel of Jesus. They actually acknowledge that. So, and the teachings are for all humanity. It applies to every human on the planet, these conditions that he sort of talks to. So Jesus is real. That's my position, and I'll never back down from it. I hold it very strongly. There's an alternate teaching that he gave us, left us as a legacy, but the concept of gods that are all-powerful beings that are distinct from humanity and the creator gods, I don't hold that to be true. And the reason I say that is all through history, there's a thing called cult of personality, and there's plenty of examples of where we see leaders of communities deify themselves and create a state religion, and they use that for control of the population. I think there's a fair amount of evidence that backs that this is most likely what's happened with Christianity, and probably the same can be said of Islam.
Right.
Mikhail Bakunin is
Sorry, go ahead,
not in
Nadia.
the state. Oh, sorry?
Go ahead, Nadia. Sorry, I accidentally talked into you.
Oh, it's a Mikhail Bakunin's God in the State. I think is somewhat pertinent to that analysis. But anyway, I was screen sharing that one. But I'm down anyone saw it.
Well, I was going to say to Rob that I agree with you, but I don't think that we just need Thomas in order to have this view. It didn't seem to me whenever I was reading Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that Jesus was actually trying to promote some kind of new organization of religion or something. It seemed like he, to me, was a tabernacle. He was the walking temple, the walking church.
Correct. I
It
agree.
it was Paul that pushed all the ideas that are usually used for organized religion nowadays. I'm not a big churchgoer.
Yeah, I agree with that statement too. Are you familiar with the three mysterious people that were identified at Qumran? There was the wicked priest, the liar, and the righteous teacher.
I'm listening to you. I'm sorry. I'm still waking up from earlier, man. My brain's oatmeal. Go ahead. I'm listening though.
Yeah. Well, I feel that the wicked priest was Herod Agrippa the Great, who was given the dual role of King of the Jews, plus he held the title of, the High Priest. So I think that reference that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls as him. The liar, I think, was Paul, because I think Paul acted more like a Pharisee than anything else in his teachings. And then the third identity, the righteous teacher, could possibly be, but may not be, could possibly be Jesus or his brother James the Just.
I got a
Okay. One thing I'd question there
Yeah.
is, well, basically bringing a guy, Richard Carrier, Robert and Price, and how you answer them.
Yeah, I've not read those guys, so I don't know what their position. So are you able to give me a snapshot of their position? Oh, okay, hang on, wait a minute. I do know Richard Price holds the position that there was no Jesus, correct?
Yes, as does Richard Carrier.
Okay. How do I answer it? Well, I answer it this way. Academics hold that there are 7 genuine Pauline letters. Those letters are dated 50 through 57 AD. They are letters that go to 6 communities, religious communities. That's their function. The content of the letters is interesting because it basically talks about those congregations having a pre-existing knowledge of a teaching from Jesus, and then Paul is imposing what he says is a new teaching which he received from Jesus via a vision. So it makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever that those letters would be written and they refer to Jesus and to a community that's been experiencing a Jesus teaching. It makes no sense to me that that wouldn't be about an authentic teacher, a spiritual teacher, with the name of Jesus, because it's too close to the time of his death. So the letters would have little credibility if they were about a fictional character. So that would be my response.
I suspect, well, seeing Paul believed his own vision that, well, he
What's that,
took,
sorry?
I guess the thing conveyed to him in the vision is real. Now, on the other hand, that doesn't establish that there was a sort of historical, physical person, and the analysis
Yeah.
of Carrier and Price suggests it's even more likely that the opposite was the case.
Yeah, but there are only 2 academics. The majority of academics hold the view that Jesus existed, so they're in the minority.
That's true. They are a minority position.
That's an appeal to authority, though.
Well, I hear that, but I dismiss that comment because we've got the bulk majority of people that are professional in the field, and they draw a conclusion. That's valid. It's not an invalid body of knowledge.
Well,
It's. I mean,
in case.
that's the definition of the appeal to authority fallacy, though.
I don't care.
It's actually not. He's making a valid appeal to authority because he's citing experts that are actual experts in a field and they are a majority. That is, there is a consensus. So, yeah. This should be recognized in any philosophical discussion as a valid appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, I would.
Well, here's the question. Here's the question. Where's the fallacy?
Because it's basically saying, well, just because these group of guys over here say it's true, it's true. Instead of analyzing why they say it's true and what their basis is. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not true, but instead of like approaching them and looking at what they're basing this claim on, you're just assuming that it's true because they said so.
The proper appeal would be to say that because the vast majority of experts agree on this issue, that it's most likely it is the case. That is not fallacious.
I would reject that claim because it's an appeal to authority.
No, you can Google it. The appeal to authority fallacy occurs when the person that is used as authority is not actually an authority, or he doesn't represent a consensus view, or the conclusion from this appeal to authority is a necessary conclusion, i.e., because a consensus of experts says X is true, therefore X is true. That would be a fallacious appeal. But if you would say majority of experts, right, a consensus of experts says that X is true, therefore X is probably true, then that is valid. That is accepted.
I would say that when you throw the consensus in there, you're just adding, what is it, the populum.
You mean argumentum and populum? No, argumentum and populum is fallacious because it doesn't include experts. It just includes humans as a general. Okay, sure, it does include like experts as well, but it includes opinions of humans who have no clue about the topic, and they're just not likely to be right about this issue.
Who gets to decide who's an expert, who has a clue, and who doesn't?
Experts.
Yeah,
so they're self-appointed.
No, it's
the consent of the interlocutor is usually required.
I mean, it still sounds fallacious to me. I would say you would examine what they're basing their claim on specifically instead of just following it because it's an expert consensus. I think
you cannot say that because you have a valid authority that therefore you are absolutely just your position is absolutely solid. No, it's a weak inductive inference. It just justifies you to believe the claim prima facie. If somebody presents an evidence, empirical evidence against the consensus, you should look at it, right? And actually, some philosophers think that you should include the evidence that convinced the experts to have this consensus. So, yeah, we can talk about the evidence, sure.
Yeah, I think without that, it's kind of worthless because there's been numerous times in history where the consensus of experts has been later found to be wrong. So
that doesn't negate the appeal though, because that would only negate the appeal if the conclusion was argued to be necessary, that is deductive, right? And then you bring up a counterexample of look, when we have the same argument in history, used, it turns out that these experts are wrong. Well, that just means that they're not always right, right? Which is why the proper appeal to authority has to be probabilistic inductive, i.e., in most cases, they will more likely be right.
Okay, but Rob's belief is with 100% surety. It's not probabilistic. He's not saying it's most likely true. He's saying he knows with 100% surety that it's true. So in Rob's case, it's a fallacy, in my opinion.
Yeah, Rob, are you saying this?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, yeah, then you kind of, well, saying that you know something for absolute sure, like for 100%, that's just unattainable, and I would challenge any philosopher to cite any philosopher. or rather a consensus of philosophers who agree with you, because this is epistemologically impossible.
Okay. So let me try. So far, what we've established is that the body of scholars at the moment hold the view that it's more likely than less likely that there was a Jesus, and we've established that the appeal to authority doesn't really apply at the moment, but we still haven't really done anything worthwhile to establish that there was a real Jesus. The next proof was the seven Pauline letters and the proximity to the time of the death of Jesus, and it just doesn't seem logical to me that that would have talked about a Jesus and made him a centerpiece to a group or a population of congregations that followed Jesus, and it spoke about that congregation holding an alternate, when we talk about Paul's teaching, an alternate Jesus teaching. Paul's teachings in the letter comes and superimposes over the top. So we've got a state where those congregation are in place. They've been following a Jesus, so that's got to be prior to the letters arriving, and then Paul comes along and he says, no, there's been an update. I had a vision, and the vision from Jesus says this is the teachings. When you look at the teachings, they look very much like a Pharisee type modification. So what I propose is that what happened was there was a real Jesus. Those churches followed him. Paul came along, superimposed more of a Pharisee model, and that was to draw these congregations back closer to Judaism. Now, well and good. And to beat me on that point, what you'd have to do is offer a better explanation, or an explanation why Paul would use the name Jesus so close to the time, and why that congregation, wouldn't, learning from a guy Jesus, wouldn't have had a mythical person in their theology. Anyway, moving on from that, the thing that gives me the strongest confidence that there was a real Jesus is the actual Gospel of Thomas. What I did in writing the book was so there's only 114 sayings. The first thing that jumped out at me, they were all about Jesus's philosophy. So it's a misnomer to call it the Gospel of Thomas. The proper title should be the Gospel of Jesus as recorded by Thomas. That's the true state of this document. I went through all of the 114 sayings and I interpreted them, and they're philosophically understandable. They match the philosophical condition. They start with a saying that says, and he said, that's Jesus, whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death. Now we know from Plato that one of the hallmarks of a philosopher king was that they had no fear of death. And in fact, we can actually test that in our own communities, in our own families. There'll be members within the family that will be what I call authentically selfless. And those folks, if you go up and ask them without prompting, and ask them, do you fear death? Without hesitation, if you read the person well, without hesitation they'll say no. Not even a moment's thought. It's just a simple no, and then they're ready to talk about the next thing. That's what this is about. The spiritual journey is about overcoming this fear of death. So that's what he offers. And when I saw that, I thought, well, that's really interesting, because what he's done up front, he said, this is the test case for all of the philosophical content that follows. So in other words, if you get through all the content, you understand it, interpret it accurately, you should achieve the state where you lose this taste or fear of death. And I've been through that exercise, and I think that in my experience, that's the actual outcome. The second saying is really interesting too. And the other thing that struck me about these sayings was their elegant simplicity. They seem to embody so much in such simple sentences. So the next one, pardon me, Jesus said, those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. I found that interesting because we didn't have this concept of belief anywhere in the document. He's talking about gnosis or knowledge. So there's something that you must find. When they find, they will be disturbed. When they are disturbed, they will marvel and will reign over all. And after they've reigned, they will rest. Well, I've experienced all of that. I know exactly what it means. When they find means, it's that self-awareness, authentic self-awareness moment. You are disturbed. Why are you disturbed? Because as we go through life, we grab these notional ideas in our mind about reality or about our identities to reality, and they're flawed, they're inaccurate. And this is the basis of the ego mind. And the disturbance is that you confront that, those basically errors and lies about, the things that you form to be reality. You confront them with reality, and it requires a reconciliation. So it might be that you've been a selfish individual and you've lied to get your own way, and that causes discomfort for someone else. And at the time when you're operating selfishly, you give no respect to the other person, but what you've created is harm for that other person. So you've now got to, now that you know the real story, you've got to go back and apologise and set things right. When they are disturbed, they will marvel. Well, that's true too, because when you get to this understanding about what the human condition is, you realise it actually applies to everybody. And that's actually a marvellous recognition. It's the true sense of equality arise. And you also, and then it says, will reign over all. What that means, it's not that you become an emperor or anything. What it means, though, is that you've got a better understanding of the human condition, and therefore, as a consequence, you're better able to understand people's behaviours and their actions and why they do what they do. Although with internet trolls, I tell you what, that's a stretch. Well, I understand why they do it, but getting them to stop is a bit of a problem. And after they have reigned, they will rest. So the search is over. The enlightenment moment has arrived, and the mind's at rest because, if you're unenlightened, your mind's quite active. It's always trying to work things out. But when you reach this stage, there's nothing. You realise that there's not. Life's a lot simpler than it might seem, and so therefore, the mind's a bit freer. You live more in the moment, present moment, and
This
life's
almost,
good.
sorry to interrupt on your elucidation, but it almost harks back to Eckhart Tolle, right? The power of now, living in that present moment.
Yeah, well, there's a saying. There's actually a
Feeling that
saying.
kind of vibe anyway. You know what I mean?
No, just say it again so that I affirm correctly.
Well, I'm just referring to Eckhart Tolle and his book, The
Oh, yes.
Power of Now, and his journey into enlightenment over one fateful night.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you see, the condition is what it is. It's locked in. Nothing's added, nothing's taken away. It's a matter of awareness, an authentic awareness is what it is to be a human. And it would come as no surprise that things like Eckhart Tolle, Buddhism, Hinduism to a degree, you would see a common pattern. And why would it be any other way? Because it's the inquiries about these conditions which are, the fabric of who we are.
So, it sounds to me like a bunch of vague niceties that have really no meaning and no pragmatic use.
Well, I would expect that from you, young fella. You have an ego.
But Rob,
Hey?
Rob,
I
I
don't
think
have an I don't have an ego. I'm just aware of what vague
No, you do
niceties
have an
are.
ego, my friend.
No, I don't. I'm just aware of what vague niceties are. I don't think you even
No,
understand what I mean when I'm saying that.
no. I
So,
know
so,
stuff, my friend. I'm telling you, you have
so,
an
what,
ego.
so what's the pragmatic use of this philosophy or this enlightenment that you have?
Yeah. Okay. Firstly, I just want to read something for the benefit of our last speaker. So, this is a saying in the Gospel of Thomas too, and when I saw it, I thought, oh my goodness, this is Zen, very Zen. It says, they said to him, tell us who you are so that we may believe in you. Now, this is the only time the word believed is used in the text. And interestingly, it's the followers that are using that reference. You got to remember, these are people that came from the Judaism following. So naturally, you'd expect that would be their context. His response, he said to them, you examine the face of heaven and earth and see, this is you. You're looking everywhere for the answers, but they're actually right in front of your face. But you have not come to know the one who is in your presence, and you do not know how to examine the present moment. That's actually very precise, because reality is held, or time only has the now. There's no such thing as the past or the future. The sensation of experiencing reality occurs when the senses engage in the now. We cannot go back in time and use our senses to check any information that's past, and we cannot go to the future to do the same thing. So, he's very accurate in what he's saying, and, of course, we see that other traditions reflect that teaching.
I would say I don't go around looking for answers as you claim. I would say that my questions
Yes, you
come.
do.
No, I
Yes,
would
you
but
say
do.
Rob,
I would say that my questions come in response to your claims of knowledge, and I still didn't hear any pragmatic use for your niceties. All I heard was just another vague nicety.
Oh, okay. No, well, I didn't answer you though. Remember, what I responded to was the other gentleman's inquiry that was relating to basically the concept of now. So I've just demonstrated that Jesus taught that principle, which you would expect, because that's the reality. We're dealing with the reality of humans. Now, to your question, just explain pragmatic.
I mean, I could just rephrase it without that word. Like,
Okay.
how can I apply that to a real situation, like a real like like how do I know how to apply that to every real situation in every single different context that I run into in my life?
The simple answer is this, right? The simple one, make a conscious decision, right, to be authentically selfless, and the rest will follow.
How do I be authentically selfless?
Well, it's just what it says.
Okay, well, see, that's to me that's another vague nicety.
No, it's not. It's very
Rob,
precise and specific. Yeah,
Rob, can I comment on your observation?
absolutely, mate. Absolutely, yes, you may.
Understood it. In the Orthodox Church, they will emphasize. They do not emphasize original sin. They actually don't think there is a original sin.
Correct.
This is so this is before before Augustine, and that's where I see the main theology. But at least so they emphasize more what you said. So they emphasize the death, the cross as a way of defeating Satan, and defeating the lie of Satan, and the big lie is that he convinces people that they are mortal, and that is what happens also on the cross. Then that this lie is defeated.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's like
when
Satan.
you
It's like sorry.
no,
So
you're
it's
right.
like people
Just
held
inquire when
held.
you're told, Balthazar, you always provide me with much wisdom. So I have a question. When they're proclaimed that they're being tricked to believe that they're just a time limited being and not an infinite, a being of infinite multitude existence, always extant in some sort of big theory type situation,
Yeah.
obtaining grace, all of these sort of things that I'm loosely associating. Is that meant to invoke some sort of fear in the person to say you're time limited, so you have tasks to do right here?
Exactly. Exactly. And even and that is the big lie of Satan, is to convince people that they are mortal, and even after that he is defeated, his lie. People have been so long terrorized by this lie that they have this pattern of still believing they are mortal, and that is this is a common Orthodox view. So, like I said, they do not believe in the original sin the way Catholics or, of course, Protestants do.
yeah.
But
Well, there's no original sin. That's not the truth of our reality. The teachings from Jesus are that what he says, again, short and sweet, but straight to the point. Jesus said the person old in days, so this is the person nearing end of life, won't hesitate to ask a little child, 7 days old. So you could imagine a 7-day-old baby, there's no communication going on really, about the place of life, and that person will live. So for many of the first will be last and will become a single one. So at the end of life's journey, it might be only at that point that we actually get back to attaining unity again, but we're born perfect. And that's what he's saying. The old guy would ask it of a little child because he knows that the essence is with us for the whole journey. And I know specifically what that essence is now, or I think I've worked it out. So we have this concept from Jesus, and we have this concept that he says the teachings are all about losing the taste of death. He goes on to say, there's another thing he talks about when it comes to the death phenomena. He says to his disciples, Jesus said, look to the living one. So his concept of God is this living entity within us all, both within us and outside of us. That, when I think of that, I think of, this is the nature of things he's talking about. Jesus said, look to the living one as long as you live, otherwise you might die. And then try to see the living one and you will be unable to see. So, sorry if I'm going to offend some folks, but I just don't tell porcupines. I just say it as it is and let the winds blow wherever they blow. When humans live one life, that's it. At the end of that life, they die. That is it. There is no afterlife. There never will be. Does it matter? Well, remember, he's saying that the enlightened ones won't fear death anyway, so they just don't care. So you just live your life. There'll come a point when you'll die. Your consciousness will cease, and that's it. Game over. Yeah, maybe that's probably enough on that.
I think that's still a contentious claim. I think that's still up in the air.
No, I'm very
Whether
sure. Well,
there
me
is some.
personally, I'm very confident that's actually right.
Yeah, personally, but that's fine. Yeah, yeah. I'm just not. I'm not sure that that can even be known. Like I remember seeing a debate between theists and atheists, and the opening line was, "Okay, welcome everyone," and guess what? I can tell you the end of this discussion, and it'll be that yes, we don't know, and then they presented their arguments because I just really can't see how you can know if you're going to take anything from personal experience, it has to be your own phenomenological representation of the experience that you're going through. Not to use too many highfalutin kind of terms, but you won't
Yeah,
know
but you
until
can
you know.
you can extrapolate from what we know and what we witness through time. What we know is that when a person dies, the person gets buried and the body decomposes. You
Okay,
can
so
draw.
Evan Alexander, Proof of Heaven, Bumpkus, his claims. That's the most famous NDE book that's come out in the last few years. It was a New York Times bestseller.
Yeah.
Catchy title too.
Yeah.
Dr. Eben Alexander, he was a neurosurgeon who had a near-death experience, and he actually got involved in some discussions with Sam Harris. You can imagine
Yeah.
how that went. But I think he brought out another book too that I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind reading and seeing how his views have changed since he wrote that book in the immediate aftermath of having bacterial meningitis. So that was a very interesting one. But yeah, I'm a fence sitter, and I probably lean more to this is it. The senses tell me that when it's over, it's over. I've experienced dreamless sleep before. I think it might be a lot like that.
Yeah, but if you just think about it rationally, when you die, now I'm pretty sure about the notion of the lack of fear in death in people. That I'm pretty sure that works. Sounds quite good. But when you die, I mean, what does it matter? It just I can't see what it matters. Whether we have an afterlife or not. It just doesn't seem to. What's the point? Where's the benefit?
I think that for some people it's very hard to conceptualize nothing, and nothing being actually nothing. I think
Yeah,
that
but
can be very hard to wrap one's mind around, you know.
yeah, but I mean, if you could sort of just wave a magic wand and have people be enlightened, the whole question becomes academic, because I can promise you it's just not something I even bother with, and that would be the same outcome for any other human. It's just the way it is. So the whole question. So here's another thing to throw into the debate. The Jewish faith or religion had a concept called Sheol pre-Babylonian days, and that was just this idea that everyone gets thrown into a hole. Didn't matter whether they're good or bad. That was what happened when you die. It's only when we come forward in time and past the times of Cyrus the Great that we see the resurrection, a Zoroastrian concept, enters into the storyline. Right? So it doesn't make any sense that if resurrection was the real story, why isn't it there for the whole story? So I think the simple answer is, well, resurrection is not real. There is no concept of an afterlife. Oh.
Yeah,
Anywho,
I'd be happy to hear what Balthazar or anyone else has to say on these topics. I'd be like a bit floating in the breeze if I tried to tackle that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a simple world. I'll tell you, while they're waiting or thinking, I'll just explain what I think the duality, the absolute moral thing is. So what's good and evil? The Cherokees had a great little story that I use often, probably too often for some folks. And an old Cherokee told his grandson, there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. And the other is good. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. The boy thought about it and asked, Grandfather, which wolf wins? And the old man quietly replied, the one you feed. So if that's true of the human condition, what we have is we have the duality concept of good and evil. We have egos and lies associated with the evil side or the selfish side of a person. And we now know the source of joy and love and peace and kindness, empathy and truth. That's coming from this second side or this second wolf. And we have this notion of free will. So the person has to decide about these two wolves inside us all. But the bigger question is, what are these two wolves? I think what they are is two survival instincts. So in nature we have two survival models. One about survival of the individual. You can see that in the alpha animals, like lions and baboons. And the second survival model we see in nature is the herd. Now, if you think about a herd strategy to survive, what they do is they have to stay together, grouped tightly together, so they look bigger than what they are. And to do that, they actually have to keep a close eye on their neighbour. And when I saw that, I thought, oh my goodness, and it's tied in with the good side, the God, whatever. I thought, my goodness, that's the golden rule, the love thy neighbour principle. And it was really interesting to see how Jesus described it, because he did something interesting. So,
and it might also explain why cows have their ocular, their vision is more skewed towards looking sideways for each other than a predator. The eyes are closer together and always focused forward.
Yeah, the wildebeest. Well, even shoals of fish, they bundle together in a tight ball. And, the survival strategy requires that they actually keep a close connection, close eye. So Jesus says this of the golden rule. He says, love your friends like your own soul. Protect them like the pupil of your eye. It's interesting that he actually used that pupil of your eye, which is distinct from what you see in the other texts. Oh, pardon me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to comment on this survival thing. So,
yeah,
I think you can extend this survival mechanism to the non-evolutionary part. I mean, the non-fleshly part of it, also to the ego. So, to survive, it's not on. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just acknowledging, the fact that you brought ego in is very much
because
a part of it.
that is also people are afraid of that their ego will die, so they construct an ego, and if that ego is attacked, it's like dying, and people will do everything to protect their ego, and I think that is the same in all religions, Christianity as Buddhism. It's the main thing is first to just get rid of the ego in that sense.
Okay, so it's like your dog. It has a lack of shame, obviously. It doesn't care that it's got its, its bits out and about. There's just no shame. A dog will take a donkey in the middle of the square, and Diogenes will walk around and masturbate in the middle of the public square with a lantern, looking for an honest man. So what is this ego that we're talking of? Is it just a protective mechanism? It's a self-protective mechanism. I'm trying to
Yes.
figure this out as I
Yes.
talk.
Yeah. It's
And we all know
it's
biochemistry, right? Yeah, I think
but
we're on the level.
it is self-protected, and it's like also what you say. It's built up in this tribal environment. So you build it up not on truth, but by comparing your environment. You compare to your environment. So you're comparing, and that's where you get your ego. That's not where you get it, but that's one way, or one of the way you construct it.
Yeah. Well, the
So,
way I understand it, so the way
yeah.
I understand it, right? So you've got these two survival strategies going on. One's the source of goodness. The other one, let's call it evil. Now, the evil side is really about selfishness. It's really about the interest of the self. The
Yeah.
second one is really about the interest of community, of the other. Now, as we go through life, right, and assume that these are instinctual things that are part of the fabric of being a human. So every human, male, female, doesn't matter what race or culture you are, everyone's got this same design, if you like. Christians would like that comment. Going on. Now, what happens as a baby comes into the world, and then they go through life and various stages of life. What they're doing all the time, their form, or the selfish side, the self side, forms an identity, a mental notion of who that person is. Now, that's error prone, because anything that occurs in the mind is error prone. What's the ultimate measure of reality? Well, it turns out it's actually our senses, because the senses can't make faults. They just do what they're designed to do. All the errors occur up in the head. So, assumptions and all manner of things go on in the old brain, but not really complex, when you understand stuff, but through life, there's a notional idea of who we are as an identity, and they're false ideas.
Yes.
They have
I mean,
to be false.
yeah, it is, and people are. It's very reasonable to be afraid of losing identity and losing the self, because you think you will then get lose yourself, and that is a situation that is very, how to say, difficult and unbeneficial.
Yeah. So
But it's actually I mean, it's actually what is strange about it is actually the opposite. So you will be more yourself when you lose yourself, because what you says, like when you grow up, what people tell you, and people tend to take that as reality, and they construct, their identity on that, or how they achieve, or how other ones are, and so on. And it's basically it's not reality. It's just a construct.
exactly, and it's certainly not reality. It's got to be flawed for certain things that we actually observe. So you've got this false idea in your mind about your identity. There's mechanisms, I think, that are even subconscious, I'm pretty sure they are, that then protect that identity from the truth. So if the mind is confronted with the truth, the true story, what happens is, the phenomenon called cognitive dissonance, where you have a false idea in mind and a true idea at the same time. That cognitive dissonance then has some very interesting and very, very common and uncontrollable behavioural patterns. It's the flight-fight response, which I think you sort of touched on before. and that is, so if you confront someone that has a false idea about their reality and you give them the truth, what happens is they will start with personal attacks. And they're actually quite cunning and very nasty personal attacks. And this might come from even a professional person. You know, they kick into this mode and these behaviours follow. And it's handy to know this because you can then, you know, chill out a bit and say, I know what's going on here. This is really not the true person. This is the ego mind at work. And so they start the personal attacks. Then what they do is it's almost like the shutters go on. They avoid anything to do with the truth story that's coming to attack them. So there's a close down there. Then, if the truth keeps being presented, they next make a face-saving exit move. So they don't want to get out of the room and lose face. So it's important to them to try and save face in the group. And the next step is then they exit the room. They just run away from the threat. And that's the old... And that's such a... Now, so I hold this view that all beliefs are a problem. For, you know, if you can't know something, right, then don't bother with it. Don't entertain it unless you can come to know it.
Yeah, and I think all kind of aggression from also what we experience in in normal life that everyone experiences is always an attack on the ego and a way to defend it. So you feel under attack and lose how to say set free aggression to protect the ego.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's actually a nightmare for humanity.
Yes.
Not knowing that and not teaching, this sort of awareness, or like the gospel of Jesus. If you taught that and everyone accepted that as the truth, we'd reduce to lots and lots and lots and lots of issues around the planet. I'll give you an example.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, even, on the internet, you get these trolls that come around. Well, they're guys that are operating on an ego identity, and, they're being selfish, and, they're getting their fun out of, upsetting people. They get a big high out of it. So they create a lot of drama, which, be nice to see the back end of. Here's the other thing.
I would say for people that haven't experienced this loss of ego, that is, like I said, it sounds frightening, but actually it's not a loss of ego, a loss of identity. It's a stronger identity. But the thing is, in that moment, that's my opinion. One should be very conscious of how to fill that up. You don't feel something in for the ego, but it's a very delicate moment, because it is a moment. It is a moment where you can, where you are very, how to say, it's difficult. Where you can really, that really matters, because it's a very good, it's a very special opportunity when you are in that.
Living in the present moment.
Yeah, you can do it. I mean, everyone. I mean, you fall back into that ego all the time. I mean, at least Christians does. I mean, or other religious people. It's not that, So,
Yeah.
but to keep. Sorry.
I was just going to say those two primitive instincts are in every human. Every human. It doesn't matter who they are. So the wonderful thing about that is it means that the potential to achieve the enlightenment phenomena is available to every single human.
Yeah. I think you brought up the wrong the word I was seeking for, potential, because with it's better to say it like when you lose this ego, you find your true potential, and that is because that's people are afraid to they are losing something, you know, they lose some kind of, you know, their energy or power, or who knows how to say, or you know, but then you find the true potential.
Yeah, that's absolutely
And,
correct.
and it's counterproductive because you know, who wants to lose their identity? It's like extreme frightening, and it's like a loss. But like I said, it's actually the opposite. Your potential just you see what you really are, you know, and it's much greater than what you were fooling
Oh,
around with.
you certainly it elevates the quality of life. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
phenomenal.
And I
The other
think
thing,
that is where I mean, that's where I'm not a new age person, but this is knowledge that most religion have, and also new age make use of. So there is a reality. I mean, but I don't think what new age does. They don't feel this potential up with the right. They misuse it sometimes, you know. That's
yeah.
why.
Oh, well, that's the, you know, always the two rules are in play, start to finish. But the other thing I wanted to mention was when you create this notional ego mind, if you like, this is the home of all lies. So when a person lies, it always comes from this place, because if you think about it, a person that's on the enlightened side, and if you remember the Cherokee saying, they put truth on that side.
Yeah.
Think about it. If you've got no ego identity, there's no cause to lie. If you've got an ego identity, it won't match reality, so it forces you to actually have to tell a story to try and match the ego mind back to reality.
Yeah, and you see it also. You can observe this this thing. You can observe by, you know, Christian monks and Buddhists and Taoists. You know, it's very
All the
obvious.
same. All the same.
Yeah,
All the same. Yeah.
but a lot of New Agers, some have it. I mean, I think Eckhart Tolle. I think he's a great guy, and I think he can really save a lot of people that have really problems. I think he's amazing in that way. And mindfulness, I think it's. I haven't seen too much into it, but people can get some people get vulnerable when they experience this, and there is a chance also that it will boost their ego in a wrong way. So you have a even more boosting of the ego that happens in that place, you know,
Well, this
from
is where
side of
it
New
comes
Age.
down to, this is where it comes down to having the proper education, the proper teacher. You don't want to go to a ontologist, right? You'd want to go to someone like John Kabat-Zinn, who actually runs, you know, he has his own building at, where does he work? Is it Yale, Stanford, Harvard? No. MIT medicine, I think he works. And he has like the premier research lab into mindfulness, and he's coming at it as a molecular biologist of all disciplines. But yeah, and so there you go. If you have a whacked out teacher, if you go to Charles Manson for your mindfulness, then you might get steered the wrong way. But let's hope that you have enough faculties in the beginning, or you have the right guidance to find the right people.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so
Rob,
sure. I don't think
sorry.
it's that complicated. Oh, sorry, pardon me.
No, sorry, I interrupted. Sorry.
I just wanted to say that I don't feel it's that complicated. I think that here's the thing, like, so I've written my book.
No, hold on. Just let me interrupt for 1 second, and I'll mute myself. It can be very it can be, you know, that can be very important for someone who's had 3 heart attacks and they don't know how to calm their own body. You know, they don't know the procedure. If they have 6 months in mindfulness training, it can really change their whole outlook and life and health and everything. So it is
But it's,
important, you know.
no,
to
it's
see.
not. It's not that complicated, though, mate. I'm telling you,
All
it's
right.
a really simple concept, and it's actually quite true. I think too many people just simply don't understand what it means to be enlightened, and you know what are the components of that. What it means to be. But anyway, that's just my view. What was I trying to say now? I've lost my train of thought. Okay. Oh well. Too bad.
What's so bad about having an ego? I mean, the ego is simply referring to the self. It's
Yeah, okay.
That is a Tom, can I answer? It's very, I understand it. It's so counterproductive to counterintuitive to say get rid of yourself or get rid of your ego, because everyone, I mean, especially today, not before.
why get
not
rid of
be-
it? That's what I want to know.
let me
I
just,
don't understand.
yes. So first you have to understand what ego is. First, you know, this idea. It's a very modern thing. Also before Christianity, you know, in a, let's say, pagan culture, this ego was also something negative. You know, you didn't, you know, this notion of self-identity and individuality. That's a pretty modern idea. Has never been or seldom been some kind of big virtue, okay, or something to strive after. Actually, unselfishness have always been the goal. And before Christianity, it was more unselfishness. Uh, um, when you look at family, okay, you are not important. The only thing that is important is your family and the name of the family, how it lives on.
So by ego you mean being selfish. That's what you mean by ego.
No, you can can I answer? So
An autistic person lacking empathy would therefore be consumed in their ego. They can't relate to other people. If you want to equate ego with ability,
there is many aspects of the ego. It's ego. Of course, you can think about it. Okay, this says he's egoistic, he's selfish, but it's much more. It has much more elements than that. So ego is also how you construct yourself, and
yeah, that's right. The construct part's right.
and the way you construct yourself, don't.
That's the problem, but I don't think that you do construct yourself. I think it's an illusion that you construct.
Yes, exactly.
Hang on, guys. Hang on, guys. I can solve this, I think, if you let me have a chance.
Yeah.
So, think about it, right? Just think for a minute, right? We're born perfect, no drama. You're going through life and you're having certain experiences. Some of them might be traumatic. And from those experiences, you create notional memories in your mind that are faulty. They don't match the reality, right? This is what the ego mind is. It's faulty ideas. If they were true ideas, it doesn't matter. There's no problem. It's only when the ideas do not match reality. You know, like bulimia.
I've met a lot of selfless schizophrenics, and their ideas don't match up with reality.
Question.
I don't believe you when you say that.
Hang on, let me finish, guys. 1 second, let me finish. So as we go through life, right, we form these notional ideas of our identity, what the self is. The enlightenment process is simply correcting those faulty ideas. That's it. It's nothing more.
Okay.
It's not getting, nothing's lost, nothing's gained, right? You still have these two instincts in the body, so the form of the human doesn't change one bit. All of the, it's the way to describe it's like this. It's about authentic awareness. So imagine if you've grown up and somewhere down the train, the the track, you decided to punch up another kid and pinch his lunchbox, right? So that's a bad thing on your part, very selfish thing. And it's also a wrong thing to do spiritually. So down the track, you reflect on that event, you realize your error. You were selfish in that error. And you make the adjustment so that you choose going forward not to do that again. That's a simple example, but that's the process.
All right.
You have to reflect on yourself and your life. So your life's different from someone else's. Your ego identity is different from other people. You have to reflect on what's happening, sort out the good from the bad, and then make amends where you've done wrong, and then you're on the right path. You choose to feed the good wolf. So it's still always about free will.
Yeah. Isn't ego a Freudian concept, and wasn't
No.
most of his work pretty much debunked?
No. First of all, Freudian is debunked by all psychologists today that are professional psychologists.
So modern psychology does have a concept of ego then?
So ego is a extreme old concept. Like I told you, it's as old as most all religions. But the one who pays most attention to it is like Buddhism.
Right. Think about this, right? Think about this.
And okay, mysticism, but also in Christianity, in the gospel, you find actually the same thing.
But
yeah,
does
think about this.
psychology have a concept of ego, or
well, one second. Think about this, right? Just think for a minute. Aren't we products of evolution? Isn't evolution a slow-running affair? You know, so people of 2,000 years ago would probably, more than likely, have these two survival strategies that we currently have, because there's not enough time for any evolution to change that sort of design. So isn't it likely that we would see whatever people were thinking about 2000 reflected? So the condition should not only hold true for the current population, male, female, race, culture, doesn't matter. It should also hold true because of the nature of evolution, you know, because these are instinctual parts of the human design, should hold true way back in time as well.
I agree.
So we would expect. Yeah,
I agree that it's an evolutionary trait. It's what you say. It's survival, and you have two times. You have the tribal survival, and you have your own survival, and it's about propagating your own. You know, so it's. I really I totally agree with that. But I don't agree with everything you say. But I mean, the concept of ego, I agree with everything.
Well, mate, I'm right on most things, so. But challenge me. I welcome any challenges. Go for it. Yeah. Well, see, the reality is it's actually quite a simple concept. You know? Now, where I'm at in my study, I'm really studying that cognitive dissonance event. So when I engage these internet trolls, I know their behaviours, I know what causes them, and I know what to look for on the outside when cognitive dissonance occurs.
Do you know about the misattribution of like problems that you may make though? Do you make room for that? That you may, you know, be making misattribution errors in your assessment of other people's characters or motives, etc.
No, well, the thing about these, you know, when you look at the human from the perspective that they've got these two survival instincts, what you then begin to observe is the patterns of behaviour are very consistent. So what I'm doing is I'm not prejudging the person, I'm looking at the behaviours. And the behaviours tell me what's in play. Are they, you know, an enlightened individual, you know, or a person that's of good nature, or are they a person that's got an ego? It's quite accurate. It's very precise. And why would it not be? Because there's no control knobs. So, you know, it's got to be what it is.
Now, a very healthy thing about like religion, though, is like when you achieve something and are have a belief, you don't happen always. Mostly, it actually don't happen, but your ego will not get blown up because you don't your achievements or what are not, you don't mistake them or build up your ego with it. You attribute them to not yourself, but it can be God or just how it is. And many people, they when they achieve something, that's where their ego get boosted, and it's mostly a wrong construction.
Yeah.
And then when it's challenged, when it comes to reality, and suddenly everything, yeah, they get problem with it. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah, but not only for them. Invariably, they cause problems for other people.
yeah, yes, yeah.
It's the root of all evil, is the ego. Or, and let me restate that, the faulty ideas that come to form the ego. So it's just an error position that needs correction.
But that's why I also think C.S. Lewis is so interesting. His point, his emphasis of self-pride as the number one sin, and this the movie The Devil's Advocate with Pacino, when it ends, and this toilet scene when you think what is called Keanu Reeves, the lawyer there, the protagonist, when think everything is okay, and then he falls into this self-pride, the ego that he had in the beginning, that led up to everything. And then Pacino said, as self-pride is my favorite sin. And the reason is that's where he get them all. Yeah, Christians and non-Christians,
Yeah.
or believers and non-believers. That is the most easiest way trap.
Yeah. Now we spoke about ego mind being a faulty idea in the head that can't be matched in reality. Well, it turns out, by extension, religions are the same phenomena. They have faulty notional ideas of reality. So like the idea of a God in the sky, and angels and devils and demons and all the rest of it, those are faulty notions in mind. So
but that is notions, that is folkish. That is not the real notions. I mean, the Christian God is not a sky daddy, and there is a reason why, like in Judaism and Islam and so on, it's forbidden to make any images. And the Greek or the pagan tradition have their mingled with the Christian tradition. So, and then you have
Sorry, Balthazar. Go ahead.
yeah, and then you have also the iconography, from the Orthodox Church. The reason was people couldn't read that time, so you had to make some kind of way to explain the story, and then God ends up being the man with the old beard, and I don't think that is.
No.
I think more it's the unbelievers. They really think Christians are going and believing in the sky daddy with long hair. And I've many times confronted this, and people think, how can you believe in this? This old guy with a long beard, and Christians don't believe in it.
Yeah, I know, but the reality is, I mean, the text says quite clearly, Isaiah 40:22, that Yahweh is placed atop the dome in a throne, watching the grasshoppers below, which is classic mind control. It's like the Kim dynasty in North Korea, how they told the population that they were gods and that they could read minds. The reason they do that is because they take basic mind control. Same thing happened in Isaiah, and that's where we find the birth of the Sky Daddy model. So it's actually written into their text, so they can't deny it. It actually
Yeah, but
says
some parts of the Bible and many parts of the Bible is more a narrative. You have a story, and when you have a story and not philosophy, I mean that's when Buddhism is there is it's not a history, it's not a story, so you have more can be more appealing to the intellect, because you have philosophy. Like let me finish. Like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gnostic tradition is one of intellectual and esoteric knowledge, so it's more appealing because you don't get this. Okay, it depends on which Gnostic gospel you read, but you don't get this pictures that you are talking about, that can be interpreted with a faulty interpretation. But I think the most stunning thing with the Old Testament is how it describes God in "I am that I am," and also Asian mystics and Asia, today they are really thrilled with this way of looking, of explaining God, So, and
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about, who are you? And you get the answer, I am that I am, and it's a
yeah, I understand that concept.
yeah, and that is, I mean, if you want to know what God is, I mean that is the right answer. So there is really the question, who are you? And the answer you get, not the only, is that. And it's not like I'm a, this and that. I am that I am. So God don't exist. He is.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you say that, but no, no. I can be very specific about this. All through history, right, there are many examples where emperors have deified themselves, or their family or whatever, in the interests of power. And the Kim dynasty is just one, contemporary one. No one outside North Korea believes that the Kim leaders are gods. And if we could get them out here and get them to show us how they read minds, they'd fail that test. They just wouldn't be able to do it. It's, part of political control. And there are plenty of examples through history where we see deified leaders using the concept of a god for control. If we go to, when we read that book of Isaiah, it is very specific. There's no esoteric meaning behind the description at all. It's sort of like, I have this same sort of argument with Muslims. When I look at the Quran, it just jumps out at me that, hang on, this is written by a person with a 7th century mindset. It's just so obvious. When you argue that point and show the Muslims the errors within the text, things like pure water and seawater being separated by a physical barrier, that's a lie, that's not accurate. But to a 7th century person, that's perhaps how they thought. And now you take that argument up with a Muslim, and what they turn around and say to you is, they say, yes, but it's the Quran is not a scientific text. And of course, then there's other Muslims that say, yes, it is, it's a scientific marvel. But they say it's not a scientific, it's esoteric, and you've really got to study it for a long time to work out what's going on. But no, it's bullshit. It's just talking about God being all powerful, and he provides, salt, fresh water, puts a barrier, and salt water. Now, and there are other things about the relationship between the star and the moon, what stars really are. So there's a multitude of errors in the Quran that clearly show that it's written by a 7th century mindset, not a all-powerful creator that knows the whole universe. So that tells me straight up that that's a load of a lot of hogwash. But so that's that book. I'm just trying to collect my thoughts again. So, oh yeah, that was the point I wanted to make. The statement that no, it's deeper meaning and it's esoteric is absolute bullshit. And why do I know that? Because I'm pretty well versed in what spirituality is all about, and I can tell that there is nothing in that wording that's poetic or anything that would lead to anything deep and meaning spiritual. Its design is just to fool the reader that Allah the Wonderful, does magic and He controls everything. That's what all it means. Same when we come back to the Christian story, the book of Isaiah, it specifically sets up a mental idea in a person's head that they are being constantly watched by an angry God that has just punished a couple of generations of Jews by sending the Babylonian and Assyrians down upon them. So it is, I promise you, it is mind control, nothing else. Oh, I didn't ask you.
I don't get the idea of this mind control. I think it's just not right because and that is with all these religions. They are not put up to control people's minds. They are used, of course, to keep they are being used to control people's mind, but that's not their origin. That's not their intention. They are revelations. If that revelation is true and or not, that's a totally different thing. But they are revelation. They are not constructed to manipulate or to control people's mind. That actually make no sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. There's a lot more.
Yeah, no, and not really, because I say they can be used to control, but that's not how religions come to be. Revelation, it's just not that. It's not one guy thinks, okay, I will I will start a new politic and control people's mind. It's not it's not like that. I mean,
no, it is. I'm afraid, and I can prove it if you want me to.
So you really think Paul went through all this work so he could how to say? What did you say? Manipulate? No, what you say? Control people's mind. I think because he got knowledge, he got a revelation. You don't have to believe it, but this revelation was so important to him that he just had to give it to everyone.
Not true, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Can I give
what happened? What happened?
How can you know this? I mean,
well, because I did the research.
Yeah, but if you see modern cults, I don't know the name of this, but you have some couple in also in US, going to another country and then establish. It's always the same, you have this leader and he is a god character and he has all his, everyone is worshipping him. He has sex with most people in this cult and so on, and this is really mind control. But that don't apply to Christianity, Buddhism, or Islam.
Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
Because
I can explain if you wish me to, if you want me to.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So here we go. Remember I said to you about Islam and how my position on Islam is that it was written by a 7th century mindset, not an Allah. Right. If I go back to the book of Daniel, now this is academic. Now backed academically, and I can give you the link to the Yale University. The Yale University's position on the book of Daniel is that it's prophecies that were about events that occurred up to but not exceeding 160 BC. And we can actually list out exactly what each prophecy refers to and match it off to a history. So that's the end of the book of Daniel. The Yale position is that at 164 BC, someone sat down and wrote that book post-mortem. So in other words, they were fraudulently creating prophecy. It wasn't real prophecy. That should make sense to us all, because we know that, you know, that there's no real evidence of any real prophets. It's just coming out of the biblical stories, but there's no real evidence, right? So what we've found and what we can say is that the book of Daniel is a forgery. That means, right, the word of God comes under immediate suspicion. If we go back to the book of Isaiah, scholarship really has a crack at that, and we come forward to the book of Revelation, we've got an explanation for that as well, that it's post-mortem prophecy. But here's the real kicker. Here's the really interesting part. The angel Gabriel, and no one I don't think's picked this up yet, but the angel Gabriel is first entered into the doctrine in this book of Daniel. It must follow that if it's true that the book of Daniel is a forged prophecy, which makes sense to us because now we've got a logical, rational explanation for how these guys made up prophecy, Angel Gabriel no longer exists. So now we can go back to the Quran and we can really significantly argue that the Quran is a false document on two fronts. First front, the mindset is 7th century, so it's not Allah. Second front, the angel Gabriel didn't exist. So Muhammad's story about talking to angel Gabriel is a load of bullshit. When we go back to the days of Cyrus the Great, and we look at Cyrus the Great, the book of Isaiah, a bit more seriously, we find quite a few bits of information that tell us that that too is fabrication of prophecy. It was a political move, but there's another thing. There's a thing called the Cyrus cylinder. The Cyrus cylinder tells us, and that's a clay tablet that we actually have that was made in the days of Cyrus the Great. And what it says on that tablet is that Cyrus was deified to the god Marduk. That's that cult of personality form. So he used that to not only own the Babylonians, but he also had control over their religions. Doesn't mean that he wasn't, you know, putting on a show as a good guy, but he created bullshit and took over their religion, you know, and deified himself. When we come to the book of Isaiah, exactly the same thing happens. There's things like in the Babylonian story, Marduk. What did Marduk? Oh, they defiled Nabonidus, the leader of Babylon. When we go to the book of Isaiah, they defile Jacob, a leader in the Jewish community. So there's a commonality of factors. We find Cyrus again deified, right? That allowed, and you've got to remember, he owned the Jewish people. They were owned before by the Babylonians, and they were owned before that by the Syrians. They were just slaves, basically. Although the stories tell us a different tale of freedom and, you know, wonder, but nonetheless, they were still slaves to these empires. So he owned them. He owned them. Yep, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Well, I think this view of religion manufactured in some way to mind control people is like every other conspiracy.
No,
it's just
it's based on facts.
Let me finish.
Well,
It's a conspiracy theory.
You've got to attack the facts. You've got to argue against the evidence.
Yes, and I will explain
another.
it. You know,
another philosophy.
Religion, also what you are referring to. It's if you, let's say from a secular point of view or a historical point of view, okay, so we left religion out of it, truth of it out of it. So it's always what are described is always a critique of society. It's actually a critique mostly of authorities. That's the same in the old Bible. That's what the prophets do. They critique the authority. But you are telling, or and many that okay, it's a way of authority to manipulate people. That is just totally, how to say, makes no sense, or it's illogical. And
well, hang
it
on,
has always
North Korea. North Korea.
North Korea. What? North Korea is an atheist state?
Yeah, but they use the God concept.
Okay, I can explain you the mechanism there. It's like the same as in let's say in China. I've experienced that. You know, Mao, he got a statue of a god after a while, and he
Yeah.
didn't. He actually had to people how to say, made him a god without him having to do it, you know, because he was just just what he had achieved. People are religious, and this is this old kind of religious thought that there must be something about this guy, what he had achieved, that there's something supernatural with him. And then the taxi drivers in Beijing and so on, they would have a picture of, they would be no communists, you know, they are private enterprises, but they would have a picture of Mao hanging in their car because as a talisman to protect them against some kind of accident, you know. So this is this primitive notion of having a protector. This primitive notion of religiosity. But North Korea, they are not putting up a religion. And just that you make this comparison with North Korea to Judaism or Christianity, it's you cannot compare it to each other. It's like it's not even apples and oranges. It's like totally crazy.
No, it's not. It's
Yes,
not
it is.
crazy. Well, hang on. We didn't cover Christianity. I'll explain Christianity to you as well, if you like. Why that's a mind control religion.
I say you can use religion to mind control people. Of course you can. And authority has also used religion to justify. Just one sentence. They have used religion to justify their authority. But by nature, if you look into these religions, they are opposed to authorities. And that's the whole story. They're always complaining about the moral of the society, the moral of the rulers, the authorities. They are pointing out something is not right in this society. They are not on the team of the rulers trying to mind control people. They are pointing out the flaws.
Okay. Well, what I did, right? I took the time to actually look. So once I'd worked out what I thought had gone on, well, I probably need to explain Christianity. So Christianity starts with Paul, right? But he's doing it for the Pharisees because we have Claudius in power. Claudius got to power with the support of Agrippa, and it was on the back of killing Caligula. Now, Caligula was supporting the Greeks. Claudius comes to power, the support went back to the Pharisees. They were released from jail, a guy called Alexander, who had a son who was one of the big names that was in the fall of Jerusalem and all of the rest of that. But the Pharisees had control of religions. It wasn't something that Rome bothered with at that point. So what happens is Paul gets sent out on the rounds to rein back in the people that had left Judaism. So when you have a look at his letters, they smell of Old Testament and Judaism more than anything else. So he's trying to rein back in the people that were lost to following Jesus. So that's all well and good. Then we have a couple of events. 65 AD, the Pisonian Inquiry. There's Agrippa's son is on trial for being part of a conspiracy. So he, at that point, was the king of the Jews, or at least holding, the authority position. So he's on trial. The trial's conducted by a guy called Nerva, who later becomes an emperor. Nerva is credited with uncovering a conspiracy against Rome. That's 65 AD. Then we get a period where all of the bishops of so-called Christian bishops, 69 AD is the year, they all seem to get wiped out. And then there's the attack on Jerusalem, 70 AD. It's just after 70 AD that we date the Gospels of Mark, Matthew, Luke appear on the scene. Nerva, the same guy that was involved in the conspiracy, that Nerva gets a mysterious award. No one to this day knows what that award is. But I suggest he got that award for being the lead architect, and he developed the Gospel of Mark, Matthew, Luke, or his team did, the Book of Acts, the works of Josephus, and it was Roman propaganda to deal with, put a better spin on the massacre down in Jerusalem and out at the Essenes. And it's at that point that we actually see all of the magical stuff, the miracle stories emerge. We don't see them back in Paul. There's no mention of, the walking on water or those types of miracles, the raising from the dead. We only find that when we get to these new Gospels. There's plenty more I could say, but I'll just try and keep it sweet. What I'll say to you is, right, the Romans, right, had a history of deifying leaders. They did it with Caesar. So they've got this cult of personality thing going on with Caesar. It's in their blood and their makeup. What I'm proposing is that the Flavians, using Nerva as the lead architect, put together the mystical Jesus. And they're the ones responsible for they deified him. Now, when you then have that perspective and you follow history forward, what you see is the church moving beside the empire all the way up to modern times. Empires accompany these big monumental churches. They are part of that structure. What I'm saying to you is, it is absolutely, definitely more likely than less likely that the empire that was started in Rome and the Roman Catholic Church have been basically a empire, and they've moved all the way through history.
Yeah. So you made a perfect example how to create a conspiracy. So most of the things that you say are wrong, are right. You have some knowledge there about Roman religion and so on. The thing is that, and that's typical by conspiracies. You start like, I remember you started like Paul started what did you say? Paul started Christianity. Did you say that?
Yes,
yeah.
I did.
That is a easy fact that is just outrageous wrong. And when you start with these kind of wrong facts, normal people, of course, that don't have knowledge, they buy them and think, okay, it's not so that important, and then it's like the Da Vinci Code.
Wait a second. You need now to prove why that's wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So my memory is a little bit bad, but I think.
You don't have to do it now. I mean,
I think in Acts, where is the first use of just the word Christians. I think it's not Paul. It's not the epistles. So there you have describing what that there are Christians, and that is before Paul. Okay, that is just one kind of normal historical evidence, not theological, historical
Okay.
approach.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that position, but it doesn't change mine too much because it's really, was it branded Christianity at that particular time? That's all we're talking about.
It was branded Christianity.
It was.
They used the word Christians.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
So
semantic.
yeah. No, it's not semantic. It's history. But at
No.
least
Wait a minute. Hang on. We can clear this up here. Don't. Let's make sure we get a definitive resolution. It is true to say. It is true to say that the Pauline story, regardless of what titles or what are they called, those Pauline letters were dragged through into the next generation of the Christian development. Yes?
yes, and he is the most important figure. I mean, for Christianity, of course. I mean, without Paul, historically, I mean, if you take God into calculation this differently, but without historically seen without Paul, of course, Christianity, he is the main character. Of course, he is the one who, yeah, how to say, gave it its form mainly. Yeah. Or not its form. That's wrong to say. I mean, the Gospels. That's. But of course, he's the most important figure in Christianity. Of course.
Yeah. Listen, I might have to call it quits. It's getting a little bit late here. I've really enjoyed the time chatting, and maybe we can do it again sometime.
Yeah, we can. We can. I would love to one time just get behind this because, like I said, it's a kind of conspiracy thought in principle. You know, it's like the Romans suddenly made Christianity for some kind of with a motive to manipulate or to control people. It's just the same thing that you find in moon conspiracy or most conspiracies, and it's not to me. It's just, and then you manipulate some small facts or make, and then you have a lot of everything is the other facts are historical, and it seems like oh, this must be true, but it's actually totally wrong. But
well,
sorry for
I disagree, but we can certainly have a strong and healthy debate on that, perhaps at another time.
Yeah. Do you know? Do you know? I would like to look into. I never looked into this stuff really. I mean, Richard Carrier. I don't. I just don't like it. But the other guy.
Yeah, I know who you're thinking about.
Price, Robert, something with Price.
Yeah.
I like the guy, but I think he also has like, as I can recall, a little bit like this political explanation of you know that there are political power here engaged, and that's why it's.
Well, when I reflect back after finishing writing the book, I was really annoyed about one thing. Why the hell didn't the academics do a far better job? Because these are important things. I think that we've been given a bum steer, if you like, in terms of the spiritual reality. And, you know, I mean, that's a globally affecting event. The world would be...
Well, yeah, I agree with you when you talk, what you said about spiritual reality. I very much agree with you. Yes.
Yeah. All right,
and
mate.
it is sad that people. I mean, it is so sad that this is not more made common, and I like also this David Lynch approach. You know, that start with the schools, let children meditate and so on. You know, I think that is a very good thing to do.
I think you will have it will have some impact on society and medic use. I mean, now today most people have use antidepressive and so on, and you know.
Yeah. All right, mate. Catch ya.
Yeah.
Haha, I'm the last Australian standing. You can't beat me.
Wait, Bob was Australian? He sounded like a New Zealander to me.
And what? He might be, actually. No. I don't think I've confused. I think I can tell the difference. I think he's Australian. If I'm wrong, it'd be a bit of a surprise, though. So
Oh,
they
you
don't
could be
seem
right.
to say mate quite as often over the pond in NZ, where we greet the morning sun first. We decided.
Well, yeah. Oh, is New Zealand on the eastern side of the date line?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like yeah, that's where we've decided pretty much the day starts is about where New Zealand. I think they get the first sunlight, yeah, because a lot of rich people flock there to see like the millennium come in and whatnot. But no, he's a good conversationalist anyway. I enjoyed Rob. At least he can easily, meander his way through something that's fairly tight knit, and we can all sort of grok where he's going. So, and as always, Balthazar is worth his weight in gold. He's taken off too.
Yeah,
So yeah,
unfortunately.
no, I enjoyed that. That was good.
Oh,
So
yeah, I
now,
mean, it's unfortunate that Baltazar decided to also leave at the same time.
yeah, but Balthazar does his own thing. He's a good man.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah, I'm going to mute myself, and we can have a minute of silence for whoever we wish, whoever we wish to have one for. It's always a good practice.
There's not a lot of talkers here right now. So have you heard the good news about God not existing?
There's always this phenomena I notice, and I experience it too, where the last person to speak, if they finish, and then they mute themselves and no one responds, there's this uncomfortability that can be felt, sort of tension. It's interesting. It's an interesting social experiment as well, I find these hangouts. And I guess the main problem is the delay. If you were all sitting around in a bar, you'd probably get a vibe that, oh, this person's just about to speak over me, so I'm just going to put a little tacky smile on my face and watch the show, Whereas here, if everyone isn't on camera, and that's only a partial help too, then there's a lot less cues. Yeah, that would be the word.
Yeah, that's true. So you don't know whether to hit him with a boomerang or not.
God, you too. You and Pom's all talking about hanging upside down like Batman, but he's making jokes about my position on the polar. Like north and south, it's quite arbitrary, right? You'd agree with me, Fodmotten. You know about positive and negative
Oh, yeah.
charges, push and pull. It's quite arbitrary. I could be on the top of the world right now. So screw you, Pom, and your little hamsters. Not really, I love them. I think they're great.
Yeah, of course. If you were on top of the world, we'd be orbiting the sun in the opposite direction, and that just cannot be.
Yeah, it's just a sort of frame of reference issue.
Yes. Pretty much.
Wow. I think I might have just blown my mind a little bit. Anyway, that's what contemplating large-scale sort of
Oh, you want a
macro,
large? How large a
macro
scale do you want?
events can do that.
So I'll start on a small scale. Imagine, okay, you're standing in your yard looking at the sky, and the sun rises and sets, the moon rises and sets, depending on time of year, what time, or time of the month, when it rises and sets. And you
And
see
Venus does it twice.
stars going by as the Earth spins on its axis. But the sun is moving along with its local group of stars around the galaxy. So the Earth is not tracing out an ellipse, it's doing a helical ellipse. As
Oh my God.
as the whole solar system moves around the galaxy.
Is there a drain? And there's a big supermassive drain hole in the middle, isn't there, that we're all sort of floating into?
Well, we can't see it because there are too many stars in the way, but yes, it is there. But, that whole mess is swirling around. We're tracing our path through the solar system. But here's the thing, we're not on the galactic plane. We go up above it, and then below it, and above it. And it's not really a sinusoidal wave, it's parabolas joined together as we go up and down through the through the plane of the galaxy, as the moon has an inclination of about 5 degrees with the Earth, and is going through the plane of the ecliptic as it rotates around the Earth, orbits around the Earth. The Earth is at an angle, of course, so but it's wobbling a little bit. So our current North Star was not the North Star 20,000 years ago, and will not be the North Star 20,000 years from now, because the Earth is wobbling like a top on a table.
Yeah, that's that slight bit of deviation makes all the difference, though. That's I'm still a bit caught up in. I'm trying to imagine it. I'm utilizing my spatial reasoning here.
Yeah.
I think Einstein, who they found had the massive amygdala. No, it wasn't his amygdala. It was his hippocampus. Yeah, he had a massive one.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but yeah, something.
Yeah, it was a hippocampus, and he'd been indulging in just contemplating, these abstract, not just numbers, but how to plot them in a space in your mind, And I guess that's where I really take joy in some people's intellects and their working memory, where they can hold so many various concepts in their mind at once and be able to manipulate them and find insight into that, not just do it merely as like a Rain Man, looking at and instantly counting the pencils, but being able to link these various data points and draw some insight for just about anyone to grasp. But,
when you come up with a concept, an idea, that the laws of physics must be the same in all frames of references, that is a monumental thought. That is, the speed of light is a fundamental constant, regardless of your frame of reference. And that leads to all sorts of strangeness.
Yeah, like when people mention I'll tie this in with the common discussion that we have around these parts, the problem of induction. When we say that, it's not as though tomorrow the moon could just randomly fall out of the sky, and we have some predictive power. That term is thrown about quite a lot lately too. But
we have a lot. I mean, we knew
Yeah,
a long,
we
long
can
time ago that on
literally
September
see.
23rd, 2015, the moon would enter a fourth lunar eclipse at near perigee, aka a supermoon, and because of the diffraction of light through the Earth's atmosphere, it would form a blood red color. And this was all timed to the second many years ago. So everyone was ready for it in advance. It came as no surprise. That is the predictive power.
But we still, as far as I know, we still have that chance that extinction event of of a massive meteorite plunging towards Earth. I don't think that we would be able to see something that was big enough and fast enough with enough time. I think by the time we saw it, it'd be too late, right? Does that hold up? Because I know you know a bit about this stuff.
Yeah, a fair number of the so-called near-Earth objects have been cataloged. Most of the ones, I mean, in fact, a rather famous one a few years ago passed. We were watching it because we saw it well in advance, knew when it was coming. It passed so close to the Earth that it was closer than the telecommunications satellites. And while we were watching it, another meteor came out from nowhere, one we had not seen or accounted for, and exploded over a city in Russia.
Yeah, that's a famous one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it happened the same day, and it's totally unrelated. It came from a completely different trajectory. And if it was just a kilometer lower when it exploded, that city would have been destroyed.
Oh my God, what a state we have to live in. It reminds me of my mother saying growing up during the missile crises. And she'd actually go to bed as a little girl thinking, oh no, the Russians are going to bomb us. We're all gone. You know, the propaganda and that was played at the time. Everyone was very concerned.
Oh yeah, the
Really, we're not that secure at
I
all.
remember growing up early on at my young age, and I was hearing about that, the nuclear nightmares. But yeah, and well, there's another one too. In 1908, a comet exploded over Tunguska. Massive explosion, leveled trees for some, what was the distance? More than 20 kilometers radius. Just blew them down like matchsticks. And they're all laid out in a radial pattern, which you can see to this day. And no crater, because it was apparently a comet. So it exploded high in the air. Incinerated reindeer herds and their shepherds. Caused damage far away. Shook the rail line running across the tundra. The sound of it circled the Earth twice. It left a fingerprint on barometric readings so that its exact location could be could be worked back. Also, there was eyewitness testimony. It lit up the sky, brighter than the sun. And here is the remarkable thing. If it came just 1 hour later from Earth's rotation, that would have put it directly over St. Petersburg. At the time, population 500,000 people. City would have been wiped out.
Yeah, well, to loosely tie into that, it catches me in the throat when I think of Robert Oppenheimer and that quote that he took from the Bhagavad Gita
I
after
have
he'd
become
figured it
death,
out.
the destroyer of worlds.
Absolutely. And you could see in his eyes, you know, there's video footage of him saying that it was said with much gravitas, you know.
Indeed. Well, once the Trinity explosion was done, you know, it was just, you know, that was
I
it.
think I think some of his last words were to one of his younger proteges as well, where he just said to them, "Don't ever take up smoking," because that's what got him in the end, right? He was he needed his nicotine, so.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that'll check out. Yeah, he said on his sort of, not on his deathbed, but he said in sort of those last days, he said to one of his younger colleagues or maybe a family member, I'll try to open way so I don't make an error. But yeah, that's what he said. He was sort of just don't ever take up smoking. But a lot of smokers have said that, I'd say. It sort of reminds me of
Including Leonard Nimoy.
the people who may have confessed God on their deathbed, which is usual. That's a great myth. A lot of them actually don't.
Yeah, I'm sure. Here's a bigger scale for you. All right, the sun contains 98% of the mass of the entire solar system. Jupiter contains approximately 68% of the rest, or 60% of the rest, right around there. And most of the rest is distributed among the gas giants. Only a tiny fraction goes to Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt.
Can you give those numbers again? That sounded like you might have slipped up. You said the sun is how much of the mass?
Approximately 98%.
And Jupiter?
About 60% of the remaining.
Ah, of the remaining. Okay, I got you now.
Yeah, don't worry. The percentages don't add up to more than 100.
Wow, that blows my mind, that number. Yeah, that's pretty... I didn't know that the sun took up that much mass.
Virtually all of it.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Now...
It's a sinkhole.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The escape velocity from the sun at Earth's orbit is much higher than the escape velocity from the Earth itself. I don't remember the number, but from the Earth itself, from the surface of the Earth, get rid of the atmosphere, it's 11 kilometers per second. Neptune, that's the furthest planet out. That's 4 light hours from the sun. Nearest star system, Alpha Proxima, it's like 3.4 light years, if I remember correctly, or closer to 4. I don't remember the precise figure, but essentially turn hours into years.
Yeah, poor Pluto. We had to change our, what are they called? Anagrams, or whatever. Not an anagram.
Oh, yeah, they demoted Pluto to a Kuiper
previous
whatever.
My very easy memory jingle seems useless now. That's what it changed to.
That's okay. There's only 8 planets to worry about.
Yeah.
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And then we've got little ball Pluto out there. I think that I might have seen something across the ticker on the news about potential discovery of ice water on Pluto.
Pluto is basically a big snowball.
Right, okay, so that's, yeah, they might have brought in some extra data that I just saw like a very broad brush, you know how they do on the news tickers.
Well, yeah, the Horizon mission, I believe it is the one that was to Pluto, or is that the one that was to Ceres? Because, doesn't matter. We've got a very nice set of high-definition images from a close flyby of Pluto now. I think it was New Horizons.
Yeah, a month or 2 ago, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah, and those pictures will be available on the NASA website. And perhaps the ESA as well. I don't remember if it was a joint project or not. I know the Cassini-Huygens mission was a joint effort. The lander was the European Space Agency that landed on Titan, and Cassini was JPL or NASA, you know. But anyway, so I'm just basically trying to establish a scale of the distance between nearby stars. Because there's another galaxy coming towards us called M31 or Andromeda, which is about the same size as our galaxy, roughly 100,000 light years across. And if you were able to see the entire thing, it would subtend 7 degrees, or 14 times the diameter of a full moon.
Oh my God! It's reminding me of the cover of Hume's. What was his book? It had well, anyway, it had billiard balls on the cover on a pool table.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So essentially what I'm trying to emphasize here is that the stars in our galaxy are spaced so far apart, even though it shines as a single light to other galaxies, the same as M31 shines as a single light to our eyes, without, magnification of very good telescopes. It's like a wisp of smoke spiraling through empty space. And when M31 comes and passes through the Milky Way, and the stars gravitationally scatter themselves, it's very unlikely that any of the stars themselves will actually collide with each other. It'll just, one will pass through the other, like, two wisps of smoke passing through each other.
Oh my God, guys! I just spent half an hour upside down on my head, and I just
Really?
realized that Fred Mutton is his ego. Finally understand it now.
All that blood to your brain, it does wonders, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, that's why Rutherford was from New Zealand.
Wow. Yeah, there's a hint of ego that comes into talking about being so egoless, which I find, more than a little bit ironic.
Well, okay, when Voyager 1, which is currently the fastest moving man-made artifact, and also the furthest human, man-made artifact from our sun, when it passed the orbit of Neptune, Carl Sagan had this idea to, turn the thing around, point the camera back at the Earth, and take a photograph. Carl Sagan was on on that team, and they're like, okay, let's see what happens. And they snapped a picture, which doesn't look hugely interesting because the camera, from 1970s technology, even though it was bleeding edge technology then, by today's standards would be considered utterly crappy. It only took a 1,000 by 1,000 pixel image, 1 megapixel. Your phone can do better than that.
And once we uncover, with better instruments, we discover more clarity, better data, and I'm reminded, my mind conjures up Christopher Hitchens' documentary on Mother Teresa, where they used this new Canon, or it might have been Kodak film, that was very good for low lights, and they used it in the buildings where she was treating, these poor suffering dying children that were left over. And when the pictures came out and everyone was like, "Wow, how can you see with the light's so good?" And it was proclaimed to be a miracle. So,
Yeah, Kodak.
yeah,
Yeah, Kodak did make a film that was very good in low light. A candle would be sufficient to illuminate a subject within a few
one
feet of the
lux, in
candle.
other words, one lux.
Yeah, it was good, and it wasn't so much the low light sensitivity per se as the lack of noise when you try to develop it so that you can pull a picture from it, from the film with such low light. Because they've made faster films since then, and nowadays, with the digital sensors, they're even more sensitive. But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, the new generation do not have any idea. Like, yeah, it wasn't that long ago that slates were the iPads, So there
yeah.
you go.
But anyway, that
Get rid
picture
of the
that was
slate.
taken by Voyager, I'm of course referring to the one that inspired Carl Sagan's book, Pale Blue Dot. The Earth
Yes.
was a single pixel out of a million pixels in a ray of sunlight. The ray, of course, was caused by the lens flare, but the Earth was caught in the lens flare and could be seen, and it only occupied a single pixel of the whole entire image from
And they
4
were
light
able to
hours away.
extract that much clarity out of one pixel. That's amazing because I've used that photo before as a profile picture, as I'm sure uh, perhaps verging on a million other people have.
Probably a
So,
lot of people have. It's an extremely famous picture, but it just showed, to this day, in spite of, water being discovered to flow in liquid form on Mars in the summertime from certain places, the Earth is still the only place we know with absolute certainty that life exists. And you've got this one pixel out of a million from the camera pointing back from its origin of launch. Let's see, how long did it take to get out there? It was launched in 1976 or 77? I forget. August of 77 or 76, I forget when exactly. And that picture would have been taken 1980 something. I mean, because it took like 3 years to get to Saturn, and then, the spaces between the worlds just continue to increase. But at any rate, it was way the hell out there.
yeah, if there's anything that can remove your ego or humble one, it should be that image. Have a look.
Absolutely.
You're one little speck in this one pixel.
Yeah. You've got a small bluish pixel, and everything you have ever known, everything you've heard about in human history,
Every
every
conqueror,
human artifact.
everyone who's ever lived and died, as Carl Sagan said, so poetic too in his words. Such a great communicator.
Yes, he was indeed. Probably the best. And yes, everything in that one pixel. All of human history in one pixel. It's really very humbling indeed.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Bud, for those few little factoids too. I'd certainly feel the presence of the numinous at the moment. That takes me out of my mind anyway. Those models and just imagining them, however incorrect they may actually be in my mind. Very cool. One of the better human abilities we have.
Yeah, it makes me really wonder about your young Earth creationists is, in a way, they totally shrink everything to a very.
Sorry, am I broadcasted? I have some problems here.
You appear to be broadcasted. We're hearing you.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, this notion of humility and so on in face of the great or these big distances and sizes and so on. This is interesting, and I wonder why that is so.
It's hard to describe.
Because it's actually the measure stick. Because I mean, everyone has these feelings. I also have this feeling, when you are on the top of a mountain and you see some really big stuff in nature, you just shrink, and it's a spiritual moment, or can be. It don't have to be, but mostly it's a very, very some kind of. You feel the awe or what
Yeah, that's the word.
yeah. But however, it is also, I get this feeling by the small things, so
they have their wonder too. Yes.
Yeah, and that's my this question about it is that when you were making jokes about ego and so on, because this thought builds on the grandeur you measure in size. It's just like, I think it was Lawrence Krauss. He said, "Isn't it a much more holy concept, or how to say, a building or fantastic idea that makes you awe, like have some kind of transcendental experience, to think that you are stardust." But the idea here,
Balthazar, I see where you're coming from, and I think that it's not so much the scale of things. I agree with you that it's just almost that magical sense of, go back to one of the big questions: why is there a thing and nothing? It just seems completely, well, it is just so baffling. And also, I'd say not so much the distance, but it can be just a very plain fact. Like, I've described to someone, hey, look at those stars up there, and it's like, it's so remarkable that you're looking millions of years at the past, and you are seeing it right now. That's a simple fact, but if you didn't realize that beforehand, that might just, it's sparked that sense of mystery, I'm seeing the past right now.
Yeah, but there are two notions here. One, I mean, like if you, people, like John the Baptist or Jesus, and so that you have this tradition. You go out in the desert, and then you will feel small, like just being on a boat without, where horizon is just the only thing you see, and you are just this little speck. And then you see the Milky Way, the stars. I mean, in these places, it's just like you cannot compare it. It's just like you just got blown away. And so there is also a beauty.
And then you might have a panic attack, and then that's a whole different experience of reality, right?
Yeah, on the sea, yes, exactly, yeah.
That would be an unfortunate experience to have.
Yeah, I think I have been sailing a little bit also, like with, but I have never been on. Friends of mine have been on, in the middle of the, where it's nothing, going to other continents and so on. And I don't think I think I would panic out, perhaps. But I guess it's a way to It would be very interesting to experience that, this to come to the place where you don't care anymore.
I wouldn't necessarily say it that way, because when you, I mean, what you see with the naked eye is only a small fraction of what can be seen at all. And with the Hubble Deep Field, all those dots in the Hubble Deep Field, several million of them, not sure the exact number, each of them are galaxies that are as big as ours.
Yeah.
And it makes, I mean, even, it is possible for even a person who is purely naturalistic, such as myself, to just, be in complete and total awe of that. And I end up finding that when people claim, Earth is 6,000 years old and created, and the whole universe is created exclusively for humans, and there's just those stars, a few stars out there or whatever, and some of the more extreme, claims that have been made by people. I won't bother going into names, but it just strikes me as extreme hubris. I mean, the exact opposite of humility. It's like, you're putting yourself on a very high pedestal.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking now about, I think it was amongst Chinese, I think it was Confucianists, or, yeah, I think so. And there's a saying there that the intelligent man, he enjoys to look at the fish in the river, and the moral man, he enjoys to look at the landscape from a mountaintop.
Mm.
So I feel more like the one who likes to look at the fish in the river.
But Balthazar, I'm just a humble messenger from the creator of the universe. Come on, I'm humble. It's as humble as you can get.
Yeah, and you are. I know you are. I mean, you are the humbleness itself. You are so humble that you are not humble anymore.
You're like a rodent.
He's a humble little hamster. Leave him alone.
It's like, hey guys, the creator of the universe sent me. Hey, I know the truth.
It turns out that the universe is nothing more than an elementary particle that's made of that is a piece of an atom in a much greater universe.
No, but I mean, for me, it's just the fact if you think you are nothing, you are not afraid of things, So it's like if you are not that important, you are not afraid of all kind of stuff.
Mm.
So that is a fact. And when you are not afraid, your how to say, your potential or you will not be so distracted by fear and so on, So it's a very, don't have to be religious. I mean, it's just a reasonable, logical consequence.
It would be nice to not be afraid.
Yeah.
Well, God,
oh yes.
I'm gonna take off anyway because I need to lie upways because down here on Australia it's really getting to me. Just the angle I'm placed on. But luckily, I believe in a flat Earth, so I'll be fine. Yeah, and Balthazar, I really enjoyed some of the concepts that you've touched upon. Even though they might be unspoken at times. And tonight, as I fall asleep, I'm gonna have a meditation on the concept of boundless freedom. We'll try that one. Freedom without bounds, and I'll see where my mind takes me.
Yeah, have a good travel.
That should be interesting.
It'll be it'll be what do we call them? Not astronauts, psychonauts. I'm gonna go on a psychonautic journey.
Traveling the astral plane.
Sorry?
Traveling the astral plane?
No, a psychonaut. You know, like an astronaut, but someone who travels the psyche instead.
Oh,
Something like that.
well, don't lose your tether.
No, 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 no. I'll be back. I'm gonna go sit under a Bodhi tree, and I'll probably be back tomorrow to see how our godless goddess is doing. So take care, everyone. Best wishes. I'm out.
Good
You
night.
too. You too. But Fred Martin, I'm sure you have seen this. There's a YouTube video with Feynman when he gets this God question, and he gets unbelievable angry, and it's just like, and how can you believe that God could care about Christ could come to this small speck and care about us, you know, in this what you described in this enormous timelessness or space, you know. And have you seen that? You know,
I have not.
okay, it's an interview about his beliefs, and you should. It's just what you know. He's getting angry of this non-humbleness that people people should be humble in the face of this. You know, the size of the universe and how small we are. But he gets really angry there. And that's, I think it's very, I thought it was interesting because why does he have so strong emotion? I've never seen him so angry. He just like, you see his whole face, it's like, so much aggression.
Yeah, I'm not sure what there is to get angry about, except that, you know, if I was, for example, if I was a believer, I think I would still have to acknowledge that, you know, the universe is as it is perceived.
Yeah, of course, and most Christians do see it like that. I mean,
basically, you know, the creation is far, far, far grander than anything communicated in the Bible or any other religious text, pretty much.
Yeah. Yes.
So you would be diminishing your God by trying to shrink it all down to, you know, the old geocentrist model where with the spheres and, you know, the crystal spheres and all that, you know, the ancient, you know, the ancient classical idea from Ptolemy and Aristotle and the early Christian church. And
yeah, I totally agree. Yes,
you're just, you know, it's just being shrunk down to nothing.
Yeah, it's a little bit also why with this opposition against evolution. I mean, you also shrink down God's possibilities to create. I mean, you know, it's much more elegant, you know, to create by evolution than every second go in and change some genes. You know, it's so it's yeah, but.
Yeah, I think the processes that nature operates by are certainly, well, they're for the most part beyond my ability to compute. I've only got a classical physics education. I don't know the mathematics behind quantum mechanics, for example. Nor do I actually know the mathematics for even general relativity, which is still, you know, classical. You know, general relativity is the last of the great classical theories. You know, the old clockwork universe and such that Newton envisioned, or has been blamed on Newton. I don't know which. But things are when you look at things closely, examine them and scrutinize them, turns out there's far more beauty there than you initially are likely to give credit for.
Yeah.
So, if there is a creator, he did a bang-up job.
Yeah, no, I mean I was also decades ago. I was also very interested in this Taoistic idea of the macro, that you can turn everything around, and you have your brain is also a universe. It's just a matter. It's pretty reality, not in the sense that to being more important than the universe or something like that. But that is also a thought, when you think about the synapses in the brain, it's just,
But it is a universe.
Yeah, and it's big. I mean, it's just.
It asks big questions that it cannot answer, or at least has not been able to answer.
Oh, yeah.
It's the most fundamental questions that cannot be answered. Other things can be described based on things that we cannot answer. For example, going back to the aforementioned general relativity, we've got a beautiful predictive model of gravity that describes very well how it behaves on a large scale. And yet the origin of gravity itself is a complete mystery.
Yeah. Yeah, the ontological nature of it, that is not understood. So, I mean, what it is. But,
yes. And of course, every question that gets answered, the answer brings forth new questions.
yeah, that is a great thing about it. I mean, the gaps just gets larger, and I don't see why people have problem with it. I mean, that's a fun thing, that you just knowledge just leads to even more questions, and it's mostly, of course, it goes up and down in history. So there are points that we think we know much more than we do, and have this feeling that we have almost got it, and then suddenly we have to revisit everything again. So that's.
Yeah, well, Newton's gravitational model, which NASA still uses, by the way, for purposes of rocket launches and stuff, because, a rocket is not very precise. So it works well within the Newtonian mechanics. But Newton's model of gravity has been around for over 400 years. Imagine what it took to overthrow that. 400 years of successful predictions of celestial events like eclipses and so forth. The success of putting satellites into space, landing people on the moon.
Yeah.
I mean, all that was done with Newtonian mechanics.
But I mean, also is it the geocentric view that you have when you have the world in the center?
Yeah, that would be the geocentric view.
Yeah, that has also. I mean, they used it and came to very precise predictions for even longer time.
Well, for a while, back in the days when you had no telescopes and didn't make very precise observations, Ptolemy's model was sufficient for the observational capabilities of the time.
Yeah, it must have been enough to navigate and do some kind of primitive astronomy, or I mean, it made sense. That's why, or it was it worked. That's why it was upheld. I mean, if it didn't work, they would just throw it away, or
Well, it turns out everything gets a lot simpler with the heliocentric model.
oh yeah. But I mean, just when you said Newton's the Newtonian mechanical route for 400 years.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, Ptolemy was certainly his model was used for a lot longer than 400 years.
Yeah.
But he had no theory of gravity or anything. It was strictly bookkeeping and whatnot with no mechanism behind it. The mechanism behind Newtonian celestial mechanics is gravity, but the origin of gravity itself is unknown.
Yeah. We when I in school, I can still remember it because we had to draw a picture of it. We had to draw a picture of everything in children's school, and when we learned about gravity and Isaac Newton, we really learned about the apple falling down, you know. And I thought, I don't know when I.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's
Yeah, no,
such a
and
nice
was the idea, you know, and I thought, was that so? And I didn't understand, like that time. Well, was that such a great thinker? I mean, but then you realize how he got his idea. I mean, that is a different story.
Yeah. Well, you know that story is actually a myth. The business of the apple
Sorry?
hitting him on the head.
Sorry, what did you say?
That story is a myth.
Yes, but we learned it in school, and we thought, okay, that's how he was sitting there philosophizing under a tree and asking himself, why did the apple fall down and not upwards? And I believed it all the time. I mean, but
yeah, but
you know what you learn in school, you don't question.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that, which is a shame.
Mm-hmm.
But before Newton, Galileo had already timed the rate of acceleration for falling objects. Newton's real contribution was extrapolating, say, a falling apple from a tree to the moon orbiting the Earth.
Yes, and that is amazing. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah. That was the big
Sorry,
leap,
continue.
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, and that story is really like mind-blowing. I mean, but I guess it was because we didn't understand. Children are not. It's too difficult to understand the interesting part of it. So just let that out, and what we've got is just the Apple story. You know.
Yeah, it's a shame too, because
Yes.
Newton's.
And it would be so interesting to just as a teacher or in school try just to learn this concept for children, because you know some of the children will actually understand it.
Oh yeah.
Most not, but yeah.
Newton's formula for gravity. By the time you've had like what 6th grade math or 7th grade math, Newton's formula for gravity is totally understandable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so simple. You know, force is equal to the product of the masses and a constant. That is, well, proportional to the masses, product of the masses and a constant, and inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It's a long-winded way of saying what is written in a few symbols of mathematics.
I meant also that the story of the when he makes a comparison of the moon orbiting Earth and the apple, make this this sees it through comparing this, that I guess some children would also understand that, you know, not only the but we take it for granted that children cannot. I mean, it's too much for them, and I think that is. Of course, it shouldn't be something that you have to be examined about, but one could.
Now, I'm not a developmental psychologist. I don't know when children are capable of understanding, particular concepts, because the brain keeps developing until like your very early 20s.
Yeah. No, I just remember. I thought it was. I remember drawing this, and I thought it was a little bit stupid. Like, just this. Why is this so fantastic that this guy asked the question? Why is the apple falling down? Of course, that's also. I mean, it is a important question, but then you only learn this myth, and the truth of it you don't. You have to learn when you are older, and that's. I don't know.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I don't like that kind of pedagogic. But perhaps you have to. That's the way it works. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that people have basically chosen to lie to children.
Yeah, it's not a lie, but it's taking away the important part of the story, and of course it becomes a lie if you take away. Yeah, it becomes a lie, right? But it's not. I mean, it's not. It's a lie with intention to be enlightening or bring knowledge. So we have to learn about Newton. So we put up this picture. People remember it, and children think, "Oh, yeah, this great guy." But they're actually telling something that is not true. It's crazy when you think about it.
Yeah. It is.
And, yeah.
But I don't know. It's a bit late for me to go back and complain about those things.
No, we had what I remember. I didn't like mathematics. I wasn't good at it either. So, but I can remember it was just like buying stuff in the shop, and how much did how much money did you have left, and all this kind of stuff. It was pretty boring.
Yeah. Boring accounting stuff. Okay, so you're at least able to tell whether you've got the correct change or not.
Yeah. I mean, it's important for life, of course.
And actually, most people do not use much math in their day-to-day lives.
Yeah, and today, I mean, with the yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
No, you don't even use calculators. I mean, if you're, say, a typical American consumer, I know you're not, but say you were, you go to a store, you buy stuff, you pay for it with your credit card. So there is no worrying about change or whatnot. You're just, assuming that the charge is correct and.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, we do the same here. We do it even more than you. We use credit cards for everything. I mean, you also when you buy one beer outside, everything is with cards. So we don't have any money anymore. I mean, and the poor battlers in the street. I mean. It's really out, but yeah, I've never thought about that. Of course, you don't make any calculation anymore, and that is, I never thought about that. But at least when I grew up, we had to do this, and buying goodies, we were always calculating how many of this kind of sweeties could we get,
All right. Yeah.
And that is not the case anymore. You just go there and yeah. We have also given up cents in my country.
when I was small, we used even 5 cents, and of course 10 cents, and also 2 cents, and no, it's just you don't use cents anymore. It's too small. So everything is just rounded up, downwards or upwards. It's crazy, actually.
Yeah,
It's just yeah.
The United States has something that's pretty crazy. At our fuel stations, we still have 9/10 of a cent tacked onto the price of every gallon of fuel. So instead of it being say $2.34 for a gallon of fuel, it would say $2.34.9
Really? Okay.
And there's no such thing as a 9/10 of a penny. There never has been in the United States. It's a weird holdover from federal gas tax. It's like, why don't they just round it up to the even cent?
Yeah, no, but the price tagging is with cents. But it's always, if you use cash or something that you mostly don't use, you will never get any. You pay. It's not 2.99, it's 3 crowns, and that's it. But they use it, of course, for pricing to fool people.
Yeah, $2.99 looks cheaper to you than 3.
Yeah, and people are really,
and yet it's almost really the same.
But have you taken yourself in, like, when you tell someone I bought something and you say, oh, it was only 299, instead of saying 300.
Yeah, 299.95.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I actually round that nickel up and say, yeah, it was $300.
Yeah, I do that mostly too, but I have also taken myself in doing, or like,
But I do find
not by cents, but by crowns, by dollars. You said $2.99,
or euros or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It's you're looking at the numbers, and I don't know. I think it's a marketing thing. I guess there's some psychological profiling or studying behind that to make it seem like things are just a shade, or cheaper than they really are.
Now, the strange thing with cash here is also the public transportation. So they don't want to take any cash anymore. So if you don't have a monthly ticket or bought your ticket through your iPhone, everyone has some kind of smartphone. You have to pay. If you pay it in cash, you have to pay the double price of the fare. Yeah, so I think that's horrible. I mean, it's forcing people to buy in advance or use their, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's typical in my country. That is, people are do very easily, don't protest. There's no protest. They just do what,
You do what
just do what. Yeah.
I think there's a Peter Gabriel song that has that refrain in it. Which one is it? I think it's from the Melting Wax Face album. But I don't remember the name of the particular song. But it's got a refrain in there. It's like, you do what you're told. You do what you're told.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's both. We have a very strong individualism, like in US, in some areas in society, but then in other areas, and that is typical late years. We have been bureaucratized enormously in the last 20 years,
Well, that's socialism for you.
Huh?
That's socialism for you.
No, that's not socialism. That is I don't agree that. I mean, the country was much more socialistic before. I mean, before we had only Labour Party governing, so it's not only socialism, but it's okay. It's I don't know. Politicians, they have to do something, and we have it's running. Things are going so good now. So sometimes I have the feeling they do all this bureaucracy just to have something to do. It's like
That could well be true. Who knows?
yeah. I mean, yeah.
Every government on Earth has bureaucracies. I mean, they have to. They have to hire people to handle, shuffle the paperwork around, or do data entry on keyboards, or whatever it is they do.
Yeah.
And they can't go and automate them away.
Yeah. And people have become so good citizens. The young generation. When we used to, like, when we went fishing, we didn't pay. You should pay, but we fished just without paying a fee. And that was normal. My father learned me that. Okay, we don't pay. I mean, it's
not their fish.
Yeah, no, but that kind of stuff. I mean, of course, that was not in the Salmon River. I mean, that is something else. But just fishing trout in a lake or something, and black fishing or something. But no, this is like people, like, if you tell that no, everyone is so obedient, and we have an old saying that you should how to say, to stretch the borders. So my father always said, yeah, but we have to stretch the borders sometimes, or stretch not the laws, but the rules. And but that is not today. It's like, and if you are fishing without that it's not black fishing, it's flora, zoological or flora crime. So
do they give you a ticket for it, or do they arrest you?
No, you will never get caught. I mean,
so you can.
Yeah, but people are still so obedient to it, and the problem is you have you also pay that with a smartphone. So if you are someplace, and I mean, these are also lakes where you will probably not catch any fish, so you don't want to pay money for it, And but then you have no excuse if someone because you have the smartphone, so you cannot say, oh, I forgot my license at home or something like that, So
it's amazing how quickly smartphones went from being a luxury item to a daily thing that you're expected to own.
Yeah, and I last time in summer when I was traveling, I was going from Berlin to Dresden, and with the bus you pay almost nothing. It's like 5 or 6 euro. That's nothing, and compared to the train. But these tickets was impossible to get. You couldn't buy them. You had to have your iPhone with you or a printout of your ticket. So you couldn't just go there and with cash and go into the bus. You had to buy the ticket in advance, And it's mostly like that now. So you have to have an iPhone to be able to, not iPhone, but a smartphone to use this kind of services.
Yeah, as long as it has the appropriate apps on it and such.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't have a smartphone. When I was there, I had just how to say a Nokia cheap phone that never goes out of battery when I was traveling, and I had to then some friends had to print it out for me. So, but now I have. I mean, you have to have the smartphone, at least in Europe. You have to have it if you want to travel cheap.
because you cannot, like I said, these kind of services you don't get with cash.
Yeah, you get rid of the cash, and then every single transaction is now recorded.
Yeah. No, but here it's also, like I said, you pay the bus ticket with smartphone, and I guess in some years everything will be on one station. So you also go to library. You don't have these different cards anymore. You do everything through your iPhone.
Yeah. Well, you know, the Apple Watch will do the same thing that the iPhone does with the Apple Pay service. So you can just wave your wrist over the machine, and the Apple Watch does the work.
Okay. Well.
So you don't even need to have. I mean, you can keep the phone in your pocket and just wave your wrist over, you know, the sensor.
Actually, with face recognition, you probably won't even need a smartphone. The camera will just scan your skeletal structure and your face.
Yeah, they'll blast you with X-rays enough to microwave you, and cashiers will start dropping dead from cancer. So they'll have to get rid of the cashiers.
It's a camera. It's not really anything. It recognizes your face.
Yeah. Well, the facial recognition right now is easily foiled and is still not as reliable as one would like. It's spooky when it does work, but it's also rather funny when you see false positives come up. Because I mean, like, for example, when an object that isn't even a human face is identified as an individual.
Mm. So we use fingerprint by airlines mostly. So you just give your fingerprint and then you.
Yeah. And remember, change your fingerprints monthly to keep yourself secure.
A friend of mine, he bought a new laptop and it was facial recognition to lock it up, you know, and he just went into it. He's not very interested in computers and so on. And then he got crazy because many times the lighting was not right and so on, you know, and his own laptop was always working against him, you know. So, but yeah, I guess he has managed to put on some other locking mechanism, but that must be very annoying, you know.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and if you don't know exactly how to do it, you know, you postpone it and then you live with this for months. Like getting security checked by your own computer and
yeah. I did have occasion to use cash this year, but I so rarely use cash. It's amazing. Basically use plastic for everything.
No, I got a smartphone stolen once when I was out and playing billiard with a friend, and it was almost no people in there. It was, and then you know, when you play billiard, when strangers comes, they can challenge you, so you cannot keep the billiard board for yourself, you know. And then we were challenged by a couple. It was a very young girl in the 20s, I think, and his and her uncle, and we played billiard then. Was pretty okay, funny people. And then when I went wanted to go home earlier than them because I had to work, I didn't find my phone. Go back again and ask, "Have you seen my phone?" And the moment I ask this question, this girl runs into the toilet
No, no, not when I asked the question. And I asked the question, and I said to my friend, "Call me." And the moment I say, "Call me," this girl runs into the toilet, and I'm standing also by the toilet there. So it's close to the table there, and I hear my iPhone going, and not it was not an iPhone, HTC. Hear it through the door of the toilet, 2 times, and then it's silence. She comes out, and what kind of situation you cannot, you have to be polite and so on. I said to her, yeah,
No, you don't.
can it be? Sorry?
You don't have to be polite. That's an expensive item there.
Yeah, it was expensive. It was a good, really, one of the last ones. And
it's
no,
very annoying to have it replaced.
Yes, and I say to her, yeah, can it be that you have by a mistake taken my phone in your purchase? And she just no, and she get aggressive with me, But I am accusing her for something like that. The problem was that my friend, he didn't stand where I stand, so he was not buying my he was buying what the girl said, that take it a little bit cool now. It's not sure that she have taken it. You cannot just accuse someone. And I said, yeah, but I heard it.
Well,
and it was
if you get read at that point, you'd find out very quickly if she still had it on her person, rather than
it's not so easy to forcefully. I mean, she also scratched me in the face, So it's not so easy to just ransack someone. You cannot just take the purchase of someone and or check her pockets. I mean, at least I am a little bit shy. I'm not. Yeah. So.
You should have told her that you have atheist friends. I
went into the toilet and looked everywhere in the garbage, and no one there, nothing there. And then I called the police. And the strange thing was that this girl, she didn't go home. I mean, if I was a thief, I would take the phone and then get away with it. I mean, that would be what you usually would think. But she wanted to accuse me for that I was a rude person, and she wanted to stay there and have her uncle buy more beer for her because she had a good time,
Yeah.
And I called the police, and police came, but then it was too late. The pub have already closed, and we were outside the pub. That's normal in Norway too, because they close very early. And the police ransacked her, and she didn't have the phone. So, and they couldn't do anything.
Oh,
and
yes,
then,
they could very easily track the phone if they know the phone number.
No, but it ended up that police said to me, tomorrow after work you go to this pub and look through because it was closed then, and look through the toilet another time. And I did so, and it was a very small space between the toilet and the wall, just as thin as my smartphone. It was a HTC, and that was a black brown one. And I used a torch and got a torch and looked behind it, and I saw it, but I really had to concentrate to see it, lying on the bottom there. And then I took it there, and it was wet. So what she had done, when my friend phoned me, she had taken it and thrown it into the toilet, so it wouldn't work anymore. Then she had placed it there to perhaps get it later, But I couldn't do anything. So I talked with the police, and they said, the only thing you can do is to talk to her or perhaps her uncle, and try to get to some appeal to her, consciousness. Because if you don't, I mean, if the police don't find the stolen object at the person, there's nothing you can do.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
I
and
bet
not
she was
everyone knew she stole it and so on. Doesn't matter. She had to. The evidence had to be there. So yeah.
I bet she
So
was an atheist.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I think she was. I have a feeling she might have been a drug addict because I understood that the uncle. I was appealing to uncle. The uncle was like 50 or something, and I knew somehow he understood what had happened, but he didn't act. And yeah, it was a strange situation. He really looked at me, and I saw in his eyes it was just, yeah, I understand. I feel sorry for you, but I cannot do anything else, with this bitch. And
yeah, this bitch.
You need to
yeah, no,
live
it was.
closer to the fjords. That way you can toss her in.
Yeah, no, but my friend, if he had. Yeah, it wouldn't help because he's a little bit more tough than me. I mean, he would have taken her and really, but I mean, he wouldn't have found anything else either. So no, it was pretty upsetting because you don't here. It's not. It's very seldom that things get stolen. I mean, it's.
Culture here is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But certainly with the iPhone specifically, it's very easy to do a remote wipe so that no one can get your information off of it.
Yeah. Now I remember when I phoned it, it was a little bit just relief, just to. You see, everyone, I was right, because everyone that was there, it turned really against me then suddenly that I was a rude person, and it irritated me that my friend, he of course, he was a little bit with me, but not really, He was thought, yeah, perhaps you are, accusing someone, And I told you, yeah, but I heard the sound in the toilet, but no. So.
Well, trick is to keep the phone in your pocket.
Yes, it was stupid of me, of course. I had my jacket. We had the corner where we were sitting, and my friend was sitting together with them, and I was sitting on a bar chair on the other side of the table, without my jacket there. So that's how it happened, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say the United States is any better or any worse in that respect, but yeah, it's worth keeping your eye on your property and expensive things on your person.
Yeah, of course. No, that was, I mean, yeah, but one.
And since the police usually can't do anything anyway, no point in involving them.
No, I couldn't repair the phone either. I mean, it was broken. It was the
Just submerge it. Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, it had also a red sign on the. I think it was the battery and so on. So yeah, it was.
I've heard that the new iPhones are actually very water resistant.
Sorry, they are
water resistant.
Water resistant, okay.
That is, they could potentially survive being submerged a small amount in the water.
Yeah.
But it's not a point that Apple has even bothered to mention in their advertising. So
I
it's
was
a
at.
rumor, but apparently they've actually done it. I mean, the only difficult part would be the jack for headphones. The earbuds or whatever you care to call them. But everything else they could do, because they made their watch to be water resistant to a particular. There's actually a standard, but I don't remember the name of it. But it complies with a certain very specific standard for water resistance that
Yeah, no, yeah,
submerging
they make the reason
underwater.
they make. I mean, they have made this for the shower, so people now also want their, they are so addicted to the iPhones that they want to have them in the shower. It's not a joke.
Yeah.
So they can listen to music and do their texting when they are showering.
Yeah, and for previous models, that has simply not been possible because they did not have. They certainly couldn't handle a shower. I mean,
Yeah.
they could handle maybe a little bit of rain on them, perhaps. I mean, but if water got inside, you know, depending on what it hit, it could potentially kill the phone.
Yeah.
And the phone would have in it in a particular place, a small indicator tab to change that would change color permanently if it was exposed to moisture. So that would
Yeah.
indicate, that would be an indicator that voided your warranty.
Yes, and that's what happened to mine. This color display it went. I got a red. Changed color. But I was in a what is called a studio where you do some workout.
Like a gym?
Yeah, I was at a gym, and it's not so long time ago, and it was a new gym, not so far from where I live, and a small one. And I was as I had finished, two younger guys. They were perhaps beginning of mid-20s, and they were talking about this. That his iPhone was water resistant and how good it was to take it with in the shower and so on. And I was listening to that, and I was also going to shower, but then I thought, no, I don't go and shower. Do you understand? I mean, people, when they can in public spaces, when they have iPhones, and they're talking just like it's no problem. Yeah, I take the phone in the shower. I mean, it's
The thing is,
crazy.
a shower can put more pressure on the thing than submerging it, say, 30 centimeters underwater.
Okay, so it can ruin it.
It could.
Shower.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I personally would not be willing to take, say one of the, more expensive versions of the shower.
Yeah.
It just, not really. And in fact, okay, I mean, all right, at a gym, I can understand why they would want to, because you'd also want to have waterproof headphones as well, because you don't
Why?
exactly.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
in
but
your home, you could just have, use AirPlay and not have the thing in the shower with you. Just have speakers set up on a like a stereo system made for being in bathrooms or whatever, and
But it cannot be. I mean, I didn't see any signpost, but it cannot be allowed that you can take a camera with you in public showers. I mean,
yeah, that would
yeah,
not.
but that's the case. I mean, that's why I didn't shower. I think, well, I don't want to go and shower with this. Perhaps they were also
Yeah, they could
interested.
have their camera running.
Yeah, of course.
And the new iPhones will do 4K video, I think. I mean, if you thought high definition was impressive, 4K will blow you away.
What is 4K?
It's a standard used for digital theaters. The digital theater standard, it's 4,096 pixels wide and 2,160 pixels tall. The consumer variant of that is 3,840 pixels wide by 2,160 pixels tall, which retains the 16:9 ratio that has gotten popular worldwide for television sets.
Okay.
But if you have a big screen TV, you know, they're still very expensive, but the 4K TVs are, well, I don't know if they're really worth it yet, but they have more pixels anyway. I think they'll be more worth it when they have better contrast, lower latency, and a few other little nitpicking details that, you know, make a picture look really good.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is the speed mostly on this, you know. When you have some movement, it's still not very smooth on the cheap high resolution televisions.
Yeah, the problem is the low frame rate.
Yeah, the frame rate.
Yeah, if you do it, if they refresh at 60 frames per second and the source material is 60 frames per second, then it'll look really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing how good 60 frame per second video looks. And I would actually go at a slight, you know, the next step lower resolution to have 60 frames versus, say, 30 or only 24.
Yeah. Last time I bought a television, that was I looked upon it, and this frame rates. That was what I didn't buy what I intended to want to buy, and I bought a plasma TV. The last one they had, and I had to. It was a 2 hours drive to get the shop where they had the last one, and it was a 50 TV, huge and fantastic. I mean, the picture is just amazing. I mean, and I don't play on it, so it's just most just for movies. So, but it cost. I mean, in comparison to high-end same size, it's much cheaper. But it's I don't think you can buy them anymore. Almost.
No, as far as I know, the plasma displays have been completely replaced by LCD displays.
Yeah. But I was really looking objectively in that size. 50 is a big television, or is it even 52? It's just huge. And I was just comparing the picture quality, what kind of picture I like the most, and it was the plasma, and by motion, you know, by moving pictures on the, at least the not the very high end TVs, it was just annoying. Or
yeah, if they have too much pixel latency, then that just
it's not a smooth movement. Yeah,
problem of low frame rates.
Yeah, it's not a smooth. But you only see it when you really. I mean, you see it when you see it in comparison to a better one. You know, you see it very clearly. It's like, have you seen it once? You don't want to buy it.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, I'm used to 60 frame per second refresh rate.
Yeah.
And although most programming material, you know, those television programs and movies and whatnot, are unfortunately either 24, 25, or 30, depending on the particular program and source.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the BBC uses the British 25 frame per second standard, PAL. NTSC is 30 frame per second, but slightly lower. Well, actually, the resolution is the same now. So I honestly don't understand why they don't have a global standard, because the old standards were for analog television sets where the timing for the vertical refresh cycle came from, the electric current. You'd have 50 cycle AC current driving them in Europe and 60 cycle in United States and Japan. And so, that was what they used for their clock rate. Just a sec. I think, is that Dex? Yes, it is. Hello, Dex.
What's up, Tom? Oh, sorry, Fud.
Same old, same old.
Same old, same old. Same here.
Having a boring chat about TVs and stuff.
Yeah.
No religion. Nadia, be sad.
Oh boy.
But I mean, so, don't you think it can be too much resolution sometime? I mean,
well, yeah. There's a trade-off. The more pixels per inch you have, or per centimeter, whatever unit you care to use, that is, the denser the pixels are on an LCD panel, the more light is required to push through, so to speak, the LCD part of the display. So more energy is required.
okay.
And
No, I can just remember when I saw the Hobbit, the movie, first time. I thought it was disturbing with resolution. It was like something was not right about it compared to normal theater movies. It was too. It was like a soap, this television soap opera. To me, I thought it was, at least at the beginning scenes, I thought it was more disturbing.
I haven't seen it yet.
It could be that you have a certain setting on the television.
No. Oh, so yeah, okay. No. When I saw it in the theater, it was too clear. It was too. It was like watching television, something, not a movie.
Right.
But no, I got it when I got it on Blu-ray. I mean, it's you can there it really pays off, because there you really see the difference between DVD and a Blu-ray on that particular movie. It's
right.
Unbelievable. Mostly you don't see any difference at all.
Definition video, and you switch suddenly to DVD video. It's like you've dropped back to the Stone Ages or something. It's like, man, what's this little postage stamp image? And then you blow it up to the size of your screen, and it's all blurry because of the interpolation, linear interpolation of the pixels. Yeah, DVD is already obsolete.
Yeah, but I mean, the Blu-ray, I didn't see any. Mostly, never see. I don't see the difference.
What do you mean?
Blu-ray should be in HD. It should have been like 1920 by 1080.
Yeah, I mean, by this like the Hobbit, you see an enormous difference. But I have many Blu-rays. I mean, I don't see any. I cannot detect it. I mean, like it's, of course, if you analyze it, but it's not like that you. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's actually I don't see any different in quality. I wonder why, but perhaps it's my Blu-ray player is not good enough.
There's too many variables for me to speculate. They could have done the mastering badly, for example. They might not have used a good master. Who knows? I mean, there's just transferring from film to digital is a fair bit of work, but nowadays, since George Lucas pioneered capturing directly to digital with the second prequel of Star Wars, the technology has leapt forward, and now it's not terribly common for film to be used, except under certain circumstances.
I think the size is more important than the resolution, actually. I mean,
well, you don't want to be seeing scan lines and blocks.
yeah, no, I'm not talking about television. I mean, I have a huge one, but if you take a projector, I think it's if you want to watch movies, of course, it's better to have a big and not that high resolution. I mean, that's with the normal movies. I think it was the change, or was the Hobbit movie from the normal picture to this strange picture, that you were not used to when you go to the theater. But I can be wrong, perhaps. But I mean, the Mad Max movie, if you don't see that in the theater, I mean, what's the point, almost? To me, at least.
I have no idea. I haven't seen it. I just don't get it. The theaters in my local area are old and suck.
Yeah.
You got to deal with other people being there, and you cannot pause them if you need to go to the bathroom or get a snack or whatever. And I don't know. I'm just not into the theater experience anymore.
My baddest theater experience, that was abroad, and there they served a beer in the hall, and that's here you don't get beer, And
that's another thing.
Yeah, and I was with my brother.
You can have anything you like.
Sorry, yeah. No, and we used the opportunity, of course. Took some beers, and it was I think it was the Alien movie. I don't know which number. And then we also took one beer with us to inside. You had a placeholder.
Smuggle it in.
No, it was allowed to take the beer. You could take beer or soda. It was, it was I think it was in Berlin. You can also drink beer at McDonald's. I mean, it's.
It's not allowed here.
Yeah, no, but that was a bad experience because really, if you have a little bit, we wasn't drunk, but we had drunk a little bit. The experience is just shitty. It's just boring, and then you want to go to toilet after half an hour, So drinking and watching movie, at least when you're in theater, that's not a good idea.
No, definitely.
Hmm?
Definitely. Well, no, it depends. I mean, all right. If the movie is not too long and you're prepared, take that how I mean it, then yeah, it's kind of cool if you have one of those nice theaters, and there are